learning Tosafos, Jewish history on the daf. And that's really all because of Steve, Natalie, and we dedicate this in memory of Shalom ben Peretz. As well, many of you who grew up in Riverdale may remember this name, Carrie Wolf, Kayla Bas Yehuda. She was a fascinating woman, a tragic woman. Her story was a story of many German Jews and Austrian Jews. After Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler broke the pact that he had with Stalin, remember in 1939 there was the famous Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact, where the Germans came in. They conquered probably 85–90% of Poland within 3 weeks. They came in September 1st, 1939. And the Russians, under Soviet Russia, under Joseph Stalin, they conquered the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, White Russia, and the Ukraine, as well as the easternmost part of Poland. What was in it for the Soviets? They got out of World War I early by giving up the Ukraine and giving up the Baltics. When you give up the Ukraine and the Baltics, you can no longer be a world power because you don't have access to international waterways. You don't have access to international trade that way. So it was a matter of time. We knew that the Russians were going to try to reconquer this, and they did, okay? In 1941, June 22nd, 1941, which was about 2 years later, Hitler broke the pact with Stalin. Hitler built up about 2 million troops on what was then the Soviet-German border, meaning the easternmost part of Poland. Stalin was given the intelligence. He basically rejected that intelligence because his attitude was, look, we're gonna, the Nazis and the communists hated each other. So his attitude is, we're gonna break in the other way. Well, Hitler beat him to the punch. And the Germans came in with an incredible, incredible fury. The Holocaust really begins in June of 1941, because after the Wehrmacht conquers the Baltic states, White Russia, Jacob, that's where your family's from, the Ukraine, the SS then follows. The SS had trained 4 groups: Einsatzgruppen A, Einsatzgruppen B, Einsatzgruppen C, and Einsatzgruppen D. And these were killers. And town by town, village by village, they came in and they wiped out everyone. If you want to get a sense of what happened in Lithuania, I would recommend reading a book by Our People. It's called Our People, written by Effie Zuroff, the famous Nazi hunter who worked for many years with the Simon Wiesenthal Center. Another book I would recommend reading is the famous French Catholic priest, Father Patrick Dubois. Patrick Dubois was trying to find out what happened to his grandfather, who was a prisoner of war in the Ukraine, and he ends up spending 20 years of his life with other Christians, going town by town, village by village, asking basic, simple questions. What happened to the Jews? Who rounded them up? Who dug the mass graves? Who were the killers? Who fed the killers? Who buried the dead Jews that were murdered in these mass graves? He asked simple questions of people in their 70s at the time, their 80s at the time, who in 1941 were 6 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old. And the book, it's called In Broad Daylight. He wrote 2 books, Holocaust by Bullets. The one that I would recommend reading is his second book, much more all-encompassing. It's not a pleasant read, obviously, but a very quick read. It's called In Broad Daylight. So in Latvia, the capital city was Riga. Many of you know Mort Friedman. His father, Dr. Mort Friedman's dad, was a survivor, one of the very few survivors of Riga. In German, they referred to it as they referred to Latvia as Lettland. The Latvians, like the Ukrainians, like the Lithuanians, they believed the lies of Hitler, that he was coming to liberate them from the communists. He wasn't coming to liberate anybody, he was coming to take over land. It was a land grab, it was a resource grab. And the Latvians, like the Lithuanians and Ukrainians, they did Hitler's dirty work. Riga, the capital city that had the largest Jewish community, had almost no one left. They were all murdered. Very few had survived. They were put into a ghetto, the Riga ghetto. Just to give you a sense, every one of the shuls in Riga was destroyed, including the main shul in which Jews were burnt alive in that shul. One shul survived for one reason. It shared common walls with many other buildings in the downtown area of Riga. You couldn't burn down the shul, you'd burn down the whole block. So they took over that shul. After the war, when Latvia was under communist control, the communists somehow allowed them to have a synagogue. And it's incredibly eerie because when you daven in that one remaining shul in Riga, Latvia, when you turn around and you look at the Aron Kodesh here, it says, Shivisi Hashem lenegdi samid, okay? Da lifnei miata omed. Think about what's on top of an Aron Kodesh. What ends up being on top of that? Baruch asher lo nesananu teref l'shinehem. I believe it's a quote from Tehillim. The source of all blessing, who did not allow us to be devoured by the vultures and the animals of prey. That's what they put on top, because they're the only ones who survived. So getting back to Kerry Wolf, when they wipe out the Jews of Riga, Latvia, they need slave laborers. So they ship to Riga German Jewish slave laborers and Austrian Jewish slave laborers. There were transports from Vienna and from Würzburg. She was on the transport from Würzburg. She ends up being a slave laborer. They take the Jews out of the ghetto and they create camps there. Many of you have heard the name Kaiserwald. And it's ancillary camps, secondary camps called Salisbury. Many of you saw a film that was called The Odessa File. Remember there was a film, The Odessa File? The bad guy in that film, the evil Nazi in that film, his name was Edward Rauschmann. Edward Rauschmann was the commandant. So Kerry Wolf, at that time her name was Carrie Sichel, she was the cook. That's how she survived Kaiserwald. She was Edward Rauschmann's cook. When the Russians are coming in 1944, and there's a fear that they will liberate Kaiserwald, they take any remaining Jews, their skin and bones at that point, very few of them are remaining, and the women are sent to a place called Stutthof. You've heard the concentration camp Stutthof. It's not far from the Baltic Sea, and just a horrific place. And then they're taken from Stutthof to other places as the Russians keep coming. Unfortunately for them, they were liberated by the Russians. And without going to the specifics, what the Russians did to these women, who maybe were 75, 80 pounds, is very different than when the Americans or the British liberated Buchenwald or liberated Dachau. The Russians spared no one. And she lived in those 4 years a horrific, horrific life. She lost her first husband, but she survived, came to America, was able to remarried to Julius Wolf. They were very involved in the shul in Washington Heights, as many German Jews who settled in Washington Heights. And on Thayer Street, Rabbi Neuhaus, the shul is called Oav Shalom, Rabbi Neuhaus. And then, like, when the neighborhood got bad in Washington Heights, like many, they moved up to Riverdale. And they were involved, they were on the Chevra Kadisha of the Riverdale Jewish Center, davened at a minyan that there were a number of German Jews. Otto Pretzfelder was the gabbai of that minyan. And she, thank God, was able to have one child. That one child, many of you know, his name is Howard Wolf. Howie Wolf became the president of the Great Neck Synagogue, raised 3 wonderful kids. His daughter, Rachel, is the head of the CEO of the American Committee for Shaarei Tzedek. His son, Jordan, became president of Great Neck Synagogue. So this Carrie Wolf, what she went through, what she survived, in that she had the ability to rebuild a family, a religious family, is one of the people we're dedicating this to. And her baby brother, a man by the name of Arthur Hyman. Things got so bad in Germany, and this was a family that lived in a suburb of Würzburg. It was called Homburg am Main. Not Hamburg, that's on the Baltic Sea. Homburg with an O is many of these communities along the Rhine River. Along the Main River. There's Frankfurt am Main. Würzburg is on the Main River. Homburg am Main. The Jews were no longer allowed to attend schools. They were thrown out of the schools. Things got so bad in Germany in 36 and 37. He traveled to Frankfurt am Main, the famous Hirschian school, the yeshiva that Rabbi Shamshon Raphael Hirsch started in the 1800s, attended that until Kristallnacht, when they destroyed the school, destroyed the shul, the school, the whole community in Frankfurt. He flees, like many German Jews, to Amsterdam. Because if you're a German Jew, where are you going to flee? Holland. Similar culture, similar mentality. Languages are somewhat similar. Well, in 1940, the Germans come to Holland. And unlike any other country in German-occupied Europe, which Germans oversaw the Netherlands? The SS. The SS actually oversaw the government. In other countries, the SS's job was the annihilation of the Jews, the annihilation of the gypsies, the annihilation of gays, the annihilation of communists. But in the Netherlands and Holland, they actually oversaw the whole administration of the government. And the Dutch kept good records. You had very, very, very good records. So it was easy to find where the Jews lived, who the Jews were. The Netherlands of any country in Europe was probably the greatest disappointment for Jews. Why do we say that? Because, and we're going to talk about the glorious days of the Netherlands, when it was a respite, and it was a place of salvation for Jews coming from Portugal or Spain. But it was the best place that a Jew could live on the European continent. Holland, by far, was the best place a Jew could live. They were not made citizens, but they were allowed to live there. I mean, these were former conversos. They could actually revert to living as a Jew, a free Jewish life there, assuming they would take care of themselves. They had to set up Jewish hospitals. They had to set up Jewish bridal funds for poor brides. And as we had to take care of ourselves, we couldn't live off the welfare of the government. But we were able as Jews to play a major role in the Dutch West Indies, the Dutch East Indies, and the whole international trade of bringing goods into Europe. Many of you have been to Amsterdam. The Portuguese synagogue, that gorgeous Brazilian mahogany wood. I mean, we're talking now 400 years later, that shul is still standing and gorgeous. They brought these kind of spices, wood, precious metals, tobacco, you name it, they brought into the European continent. And they had an incredible community to such a degree that the Ashkenazim would leave places like the Ukraine, would leave places like Poland, and settle in Amsterdam, because that's how good things were in the Netherlands. And over time, it became quite secular, the community in the Netherlands, because again, that's a sign of how welcoming it is. So you didn't expect the Netherlands, Holland, you didn't expect to be a place where Jews would be annihilated. Well, of the 140,000 Jews in the Netherlands, 108,000 were murdered. They gathered them up from the communities in Amsterdam, The Hague, we say in English, in American English, we say The Hague, Rotterdam, all these communities. They gathered the Jews and they sent them to a place called Westerbork. Westerbork, they would stay there in barracks. On Tuesdays, there would be a shipment. We actually have, the Germans kept incredible records. Tuesdays and Fridays. Most of the shipments of Dutch Jews were to Auschwitz, but a number of these massive train shipments of human capital, of human cattle, so to speak, went to Sobibor. Almost no one survived Sobibor. Sobibor had 18, of the 250,000 Jews that were murdered there were only 18 survivors of Sobibor. There's a famous revolt that took place, and a couple of Dutch Jews who were in the Sonderkommand there survived the revolt. And much of what we know about Sobibor is from these Dutch Jews. But most Dutch Jews were sent to Auschwitz. And think about life in the Netherlands. It's a much more pampered life, a much higher quality of life than a Jew living in Poland or a Jew living in Eastern Europe. Not too many of the Dutch Jews survived. So Arthur Hyman, the baby brother of Carrie Wolf, Usher Ben Yehuda, her name was Kayla Bas Yehuda, who we're dedicating this to. He was this young kid who was a former student of the Hersheyan Yeshiva in Frankfurt am Main. He gets there to Westerbork, which is where all the Jews are being shipped. And they told him, tell them you're an electrician. He says, but I'm not. He says, tell them you are, we'll teach you. And that enabled him to survive. He had his bags packed every Tuesday, but he was able to survive the duration of Westerbork when 108,000 Dutch Jews were shipped off because I guess he had value to the Nazis. He worked on the heating units, the air conditioning units. He worked as an electrician. He blew shofar in Westerbork. He was caught. He thought that would be the end of him. And the guard just ignored them and flipped his hand and went back. He survives, comes to these shores. He, together with his wife Lillian, were one of the founders of the Young Israel of West Hempstead. Today, West Hempstead is an Ir Ve'em. You've got 3 large shuls, 4 large shuls there. They were one of the first families. They brought Rabbi Kanataski, who the people from our shul know was the father-in-law of Tzipora Meyer, Rabbi Menachem Meyer's father-in-law. And they built a shul. Rabbi Shalom Gold, Rabbi Fink was there. For many years, Rabbi Kellemer, really one of the great American rabbis. But that's what Arthur Hyman did with his life. Thank God, had 3 religious daughters. His oldest daughter and his son-in-law, the Rambam Masifta, who's produced thousands and thousands of B'nai Torah. He had a second daughter, Judy, who made Aliyah. They live in Elazar in Israel. And his youngest daughter, Miriam, very significant member with her husband, Neil Kugelman, of the Jewish community in Woodner. So we dedicate it to these 2 survivors who were able to come to this country after everything was taken away, after they lost their parents. The case of Carrie, she lost her husband, and were able to rebuild their lives. Today, this 2026, Pei Vav, Tafresh Pei Vav, what our goal is to do things maybe a little bit different than we've done in past years. Meaning most of the day will be kinnos. But what I'd like to do, and I'll contextualize it. Last night we read the 4th Kinnah. The 4th Kinnah is built upon the, I believe it's the 28th parak of Yechezkel. Yechezkel in that parak, might be the 24th parak or the 28th parak, describes the sins of Ahala and Ahaliva. Ahala is who? Shomron, Samaria, the 10 northern tribes. It's called Shomron because the capital city is Shomron. usually led by a leader from Ephraim, a descendant of Joseph, and the horrific sins that were done, the atrocities that were committed by the Jews in Allah, and then the atrocities that were committed by the Jews in Ahaliva, which is Judea, Yehuda, right? We have Judea and Samaria, Yehuda and Shomron. And in the case of Ahaliva, the monarch, the autonomy, the ability to live in the land in Israel lasted well over 100 years past the destruction of Shomron. But as we all know our story, we committed terrible atrocities there as well. And ultimately, it led to our downfall. That's the story. The atrocities is a story of Yechezkel. Last night in the fourth Kinnah, we hear the mourning, suffering Ahala, the mourning, suffering Ahaliva, the Shomron and Yehuda, Samaria and Judea, pleading with God, pleading with the world about how terribly they've suffered, what they've gone through, how they've been afflicted. And when you suffer that badly, sometimes it's very difficult to hear someone else's suffering because you are so overburdened. You're so overcome by your own suffering. It's hard to hear what happened to someone else. For the last, and we started doing the study of kinos throughout the day on Tisha B'Av. I started doing this probably in the mid-90s, so it's been 30 years. I've never put a major focus on what about our brothers and sisters, the Sephardic Jews. Our kinos talk about our story, our history, whether it's the Shoah, whether it's Tatnu. We talk about what happened in 1648 to 1653, Tach V'Tat, the Ukrainian revolt against the Polish Catholics, the horrific atrocities, what happened to us in Ashkenaz. We tell our story. This year, we're going to spend some time talking about Ahala. We're Ahaliva, we're Yehuda, Judea. We'll talk today about Shomron, meaning the Sephardic Jews. Their story. Because their story, as bad as our story is also a horrific story. And think about it today. In Israel, thank God there's a population of 10 million. Close to 8 million of those 10 million are Jews. Most of the Jews in Israel today are Sephardic Jews. The largest population of Jews on earth, the Israeli population, is a majority Sephardic. And when you look at the Sephardic Jews in America, Canada, particularly in Quebec, you look at the Sephardic Jews in France, the Sephardic birth rate is a larger birth rate than the Ashkenazi birth rate. You know, and again, because of who we are and because of our story and because of the need we have to continue our legacy, right? No matter who you are in this room, whether we came after the Holocaust or before the Holocaust, we've only been in America since the late 1800s. So we have a need to make sure that our children, our grandchildren understand our heritage, our history, where we come from, who we are. But there's a whole other half of the Jewish world, the Sephardic Jewish world. And today we're going to talk this Tisha B'Av on how they've suffered, what their horrific story has been, and their incredible courage and their incredible dynamism to have rebuilt themselves and continue their legacy very much the way we, the Ashkenazim, have. So we're going to put some effort into that. We'll go back to the Kinos, and then at the end, we're going to, this is the 50th anniversary. This July is the 50th anniversary of the famous story of Entebbe. And there are 5 Kedoshim. Yonatan Netanyahu, who led the miraculous, taking a group of Sayeret, of Givati, Golani, traveling 3,800 kilometers to sub-Saharan Africa to liberate 105 captives. He sacrificed his life doing this. And then, of course, the 4 captives who lost their lives. 2 who were killed in the raid, Jean-Jacques Mimouni and Ida Borachovich. Dr. Pascal Cohen, who was a function of a clotting factor, even though he did not have a fatal wound. In the end, he died on the table in Nairobi as they were trying to stop the bleeding. They couldn't stop the bleeding. And of course, Dora Bloch, who the Ugandan Minister of Health thought was saving her life by doctoring her papers and keeping her in the hospital, not bringing her back to what he assumed would be an absolute, for sure, death in the airport with the other captives, kept her in the hospital. But in the aftermath of the incredible, miraculous raid on Saturday night in Entebbe airport, on Tuesday morning, Idi Amin sent his goons into the hospital, and they took her out and murdered her on July 6, 1976. So we dedicate our learning to those 5 Kedoshim who 50 years ago lost their lives on Kiddush Hashem for one reason and one reason only, because they were Jews, at the hand of Palestinian terrorism, at the hand of a group known as the Baader Meinhof Gang, who joined partners with the PFLP, with the Palestinians, and abducted our fellow Jews. So let's start. Today we're going to start with the Churban Bayis Rishon. And if you take a look at the 34th Kinnah, here in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoros Harav Kinnos that we produced through the OU, we're looking at page 541. The art scroll, it's page 320. What's the story of the 34th Kinnah? What's that story? So many of you know Zechariah Hanavi. Zechariah is the prophet of the second Beis HaMikdash. There were 3 leaders of the second Beis HaMikdash: Chagai, Malachi, and Zechariah. Chagai was one of the Nevuos. We have a couple chapters of him. Malachi, we're not sure. It's a debate in the Gemara. The majority opinion believes that Malachi was Ezra. What does Malachi mean? My agent, right? My messenger. Ezra was the one who led the Jews return to Israel from Babel, in this case from Persia, because the Persian Median Alliance conquered, they assassinated Belshazzar 52 years after Churban Beis HaMikdash. They conquered Babylonia, and Babylonia became part of the Persian Median Alliance. We all know the story of Purim. That happened 67 years after the Churban Beis HaMikdash. 3 years after the Purim story, Achashverosh dies, and he's replaced by a son by the name of Daryavesh. Till this day, Iranian Jews, Persian Jews name their baby boys Darius, right? And one of the first things Darius does, who's under the influence of a Jewish queen, of a Jewish prime minister, he relinquishes the building freeze on Jerusalem, and he allows for the exiled Jews to return to their ancestral homeland. And there's a movement. It's not a lot. It starts very small, but there's a movement under Ezra of over 40,000 Jews that return to Israel. They have huge challenges from the Samaritans, the Shomronim. Eventually, under Nehemiah, who's a government official who's allowed to come, not only do they rebuild the Beis HaMikdash 3 years later, but eventually there's a whole movement of Jews settling in Israel. I mean, if I could use the modern analogy, in 1948, you didn't have a lot of American Jews moving to Israel. You didn't have a lot of Canadian Jews moving to Israel. But slowly but surely over time, 80 years later, we saw the influx of Jews from the former Soviet Union, Ethiopian Jews, We're seeing a movement of French Jews, of British Jews. Eventually, the Jews come, reestablish, and today Israel's the largest population of Jews on earth. It's sort of a similar historical evolution to what we had of the Jews returning to Israel with Ezra during establishing what we call the Bayis Sheni, the Second Commonwealth. So that's that Zechariah that we know. We have 14 prakim of Zechariah. They're very famous because many of them are these eschatological visions. We quote every day in Aleinu, V'ne'amar, v'haya Hashem lamelch al kol ha'aretz, beyomahu yiyeh Hashem echad u'shmo echad. What is the vision, what is the dream that we have? That the universe will lead a life of ethical monotheism. That's Zechariah. The Haftorah that we read on Baloska, that we read every Shabbos Chanukah, we read it twice a year. That's Zechariah. The eschatological vision of Gog uMagog, right? The wars of the period of the Messianic era. We read that every Sukkot. That's Zechariah. That's the famous Zechariah. That's not who we're going to speak about. We're going to speak about the lesser-known Zechariah. Who's the lesser-known Zechariah? He didn't live in the period of the Bayis Sheni. He lived in the period of the Bayis Rishon. And to contextualize who he is and what he was, think back to Parsha Shkolim. Very often it comes out in February. It's Parshas Mishpatim. We don't read the Haftorah of Mishpatim. We have that famous Haftorah of Parsha Shkolim. What happened? You had a daughter of Jezebel. Izebel and Achav are the leaders of Shomron, the 10 northern tribes. They thought that for mergers and acquisitions purposes, for peace purposes, their daughter will marry the king of Yehuda, the king of the 2 southern tribes. He dies, the king of Yehuda. Under challenging and difficult circumstances, his wife, Atalia, who is the daughter of Jezebel, and by the way, the apple did not far fall from the tree, she kills off any descendant of King David that she can find. She's trying to wipe out the Davidic lineage. The Kohanim realize this. And there's this young kid, son of the king. His name is Yehoash. They save Yehoash. They keep him in hiding. And he's raised by the Kohen Gadol. His name was Yehoyada Kohen Gadol. He raises and nurtures Yehoash. Atalyahu is similar to every evil leader. Eventually what happens is they run their course. And eventually they infuriate so much of the population that they get overthrown. In the end, the people revolt against Atalyahu. Now, what she did during her time of leadership, she knew she couldn't destroy the Beis HaMikdash. That would never fly. But there's something called passive-aggressive. What does she do? She allows the Beis HaMikdash to fall into disrepair. Now think about any building, any construction site. After a period of time, no matter how nice or how well the building is built, if you don't do basic repairs, the whole thing's going to fall apart. That's true. I mean, we've all been to historic sites, and we see what happens when it leads to disrepair. That's what she allowed to happen to the Beis HaMikdash. What else did she have happen? Every year in the winter in Israel, you're going to get heavy rains. Sometimes you'll get snow, but usually heavy rains. Those roads that they had built through the mountains to traverse to Jerusalem, if you leave them in disrepair, no one can make it from where they live to Jerusalem, because you can't traverse mountains. You know, you're transporting things. You got to have roads. Well, if the roads fall apart, and remember those were dirt roads to start with, stone and dirt roads. They were not paved, blacktop roads with tarmac. No, that falls into disrepair. People stop coming to Jerusalem. They stop coming to the Beis HaMikdash. The influence of the Kohanim, who are your educators, falls apart. You no longer have a central location to educate the Jews. So through being passive-aggressive, Ataliyahu did what she did. When she dies, they take Yehoash, one of the last remaining descendants of King David, and they put him on the throne. Now he's a young man, so he's guided and nurtured by the Kohen Gadol Yehoiada. And the Navi says, he did that which was right in God's eyes, that which was Yashar Be'enei Hashem, as long, Kol Yemei Yehoiada, as long as Yehoiada was alive. When Yehoiada dies, Yehoiada has a very righteous son who becomes the next Kohen Gadol. His name is Zechariah. That's the Zechariah we're going to discuss in about a minute from now, 2 minutes from now. And Zechariah is the leader of the people. Zechariah not only is incredibly righteous, he's also incredibly honest. He can't be bought. He can't flatter him. And he feels a responsibility that when the people are doing the wrong thing, he's got to call them out on it and challenge them. Well, Yehoash, at this point, is older, doesn't feel bound to Zechariah. He's a peer. I'm the king, right? I'm the executive. I'm the one who runs this country. And unfortunately, Yehoash, after the death of Yehoiada, is not the same king, is not the same Jew. And power and ego get to him. And what happens is Zechariah feels that he has a responsibility. Zechariah is so perfected that not only is he the Kohen Gadol and this righteous teacher, he actually attains nevuah. He becomes a Navi. And he says nevuah to the people. People can't take it. Government can't take it. And what do? You know, we have a term here just across the river from where we are is a place called Yankee Stadium. So when a baseball player hits for the cycle, that means they get a single, a double, a triple, a home run all in the same game. The Jewish people in the generation of Zechariah Hanavi, the first Zechariah, the son of Yehoiada Kohen Gadol, they sinned for the cycle. What do I mean they sinned for the cycle? They murder the Kohen Gadol, who is a Navi, in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur that fell out on Shabbos. Do you understand? They murdered their Navi, they murdered the Kohen Gadol in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur that fell out on Shabbos. And not that everybody thought it was such a wonderful thing, but instead of the Jewish world being shocked, instead of the Jewish world, going into trauma over this and saying, what's befallen us? What has become of us? Olam kamin hago noeg. The world went on. Wasn't the right thing to do. They shouldn't have done it, but, look, he challenged them. What do you want? And no one was traumatized by this. And the world just went on. And we never were mechaper. We never atoned. We never made amends for this horrific sin. But God has a greater sense of history. You can't sweep things under the carpet. As a nation, you have to atone. When we do something wrong, we have to make amends, and we never did. In the consequence of just keep going down that road of corruption, of impropriety, ultimately it caught up with us. And that's the story of this kina. Yom achbi hichbadati, the day of my oppression, how heavily it has weighed on me, from the word kaved. Vayikaflu avonai. My sins, it wasn't just a single sin. It was a sin that was multiplied, as we said. What was that? Bishalchi yad b'dam navi. I, meaning the author of the Kinnah, is embodying the Jewish people, the Jewish nation, because as a nation, we're all responsible one for another. So it's this embodiment of the nation. When I murdered the prophet, where? B'chatzar mikdash Adonai, in the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash. V'lo chisasasu adama ad bo cherev monai. The spot of his murder in the Beis HaMikdash, the blood, they could never wipe it away. The stain of that blood remained with them. Until what point? Until General Nebuzaradan, the leader of the Babylonian forces, the ones who had sieged Jerusalem starting in the year 518 before the Common Era, had a 3-year siege of Jerusalem. They break through the siege in 516 before the Common Era. Are my years correct? No. 588 before the Common Era is when the siege started. And then 3 years later, 586 before the Common Era, that's when they break through the siege. And of course, the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash today in 586 before the Common Era. So we're now talking 586. They've broken through the siege. And what does he describe? What does he see? V'lo shakat adehu kam v'gam hifli pliliya. They couldn't clean up the spot where he was murdered. It was a pella. It was a wondrous, it was a miraculous act that defied the principles of physics, which caught the attention of Nebuzaradan. And then this is a quote from Eicha. Vayerev bevas Yehuda taniya vaniya. Increased amongst the people of Judah, meaning the Jewish people, moaning, groaning, and affliction. Hayaholech v'sor ad bo rav tabachin. That spot, the blood boiled. It was like a tempest. Until in the term for Nebuzaradan, he's referred to as the chief butcher, the primary murderer, the chief butcher, Rav Tabachin. Uva el mikdash Adonai. He comes to the Beis HaMikdash. Umatza, what does he discover? Damim roschim. The blood on that spot is boiling. Vayishal levav orzeh l'kohanim azovchim. He asks, what's the story? What's happening here? Vayanu. And what do? They answer him. Ein zeh ki im dam azvachim. Oh, this must be a place where we slaughtered some of the animals. Gam hu zavach lachakor mazeh val mazeh haya. So what did he do? He shechted a cow, bovine species, right? That's one type of korban. Shechted a lamb, that's another type of korban. Shechted a goat. Hey, this isn't bovine blood. This is not lamb blood. This isn't goat blood. V'omar l'nafshi, I said to myself, Zeh chatasech v'zeh pirya. This is the sin which you have committed, meaning that we murdered our Kohen Gadol, our Navi, in the Beis HaMikdash. And this is going to now be the fruit. This is what the fruit that sin will bear. Uv'chal zos lo shakad va'odo kayam nigrash. Va'yevukash hadavar v'yimetzei meforash. So he says, come on, stop lying to me. What's the story with this blood? What's happening here? Why? This is defying the law of physics. There's a story behind this boiling blood. And they said, Ki dam isha Elohim alocha mashorash. This is the blood of the man of God. And this blood is boiling because he was murdered for no reason. For no fair reason. Vayomer Nebuzaradan, v'gam damo hinei nidrash. Well, you know what? Now comes the comeuppance. Now is payback time. Isfu li hakohanim v'otzium mi beisia. Get me the kohanim, right? Get me the educators, the leaders. What do you want to do? Think about what the Germans did. Whenever they came into a Polish town, they didn't necessarily round up the Jews and put them in a ghetto immediately. What was the first thing they would do? They would kill the rabbi. They would kill the leaders. If there was a yeshiva, they'd kill the Rosh Yeshiva. That's the first thing. So the Kohanim, the educators, are going to kill them. Votzium me beis, he takes him out of the base of Mikdash. He says, Velo eshkot ad yishkot dam hanavi Zechariah. I'm not going to stop killing. I'm not going to be silenced from fixing for punishing you Jews until that blood stops boiling. Dakar yeshishim lemeos ubachurim leriboos. This is a key line. He killed the young Jews by the hundreds. I apologize, what I said is wrong. He killed the older Jews, the elderly Jews by the hundreds, and he killed the young Jews by the tens of thousands. Can someone explain that to me? Jew haters, Jew murderers. The most important thing is slaughtering the future, is the annihilation of the future of the Jewish people. I mean, we shared this when we learned this kinna a few years ago. But I'll give you two incidents during the Holocaust. By the way, we saw this on October 7th. They loved killing Jewish children. Think about what they did to our babies. They put them in microwaves and burnt them. They beheaded children in front of their parents. There's a bloodthirst to kill the future of Am Yisrael. And you know where you saw this? The commandant of Auschwitz, his name was Rudolf Hess. It looks like, when you read it, it looks like Haas, but in German, the umlaut, the two dots over the O, it's pronounced Hess, Rudolf Hess. He, as you know, was the commandant. He tried to hide after the war. He was caught. He was on a farm, they caught him. They actually forced his wife to share where he was. They threatened, his children. They threatened they would kill his children if she didn't say where he was. And they put him, it was a Polish tribunal, a communist Polish tribunal. And he was condemned to be hung. In fact, if you go to Auschwitz I, you'll see they have the place with the gallows where they hung him. But before he was hung, he was on death row. He was able to write a biography. Now, you have to take this biography with a huge grain of salt, because he's trying to present himself in the most positive way possible. This is the man who oversaw Auschwitz, okay? This is the man who oversaw the death of over 1.2 million Jews, not to mention hundreds of thousands of others. Polish POWs, gypsies, etc. So he tells a story. He says, there's a lot you can glean from that biography. He says that the mastermind of the Holocaust, the SS Obersturmführer, Adolf Eichmann, he actually visits Auschwitz-Birkenau twice. And the second time that he visits Auschwitz and Birkenau, Rudolf Hess tells him this story. What's the story? Now, take a step back. In 1942, the Germans, who control the northern half of France, and the Nazi-affiliated French government, the Vichy government under Marshal Pétain, the French police round up, over 80,000 Jews and send them to a place named Drancy. Drancy is just outside of Paris. The Jews are collected there, and from there they're put on trains and they're shipped to Western Galicia and murdered in Birkenau. Of the 82 or 83,000 that were shipped, 78,000 were murdered. Only 4,000 came back. Okay? Now keep in mind, I grew up in a home, we weren't allowed to buy German products. My father would not allow us to buy French products. So I used to ask my dad, I said, the Lithuanians were worse, the Ukrainians were worse, the Dutch were worse. So he said, the Lithuanians and Ukrainians, no one expected differently. That they would murder their own neighbors, that they would do what they did to our children, to our sisters, to our brothers, that we expected. But France, the first place in Europe to give us the right to be citizens, the land of liberty, the land of fraternity, the land of egalitarianism, unless you're a Jew. And we lost 25% of French Jewry was murdered. And who were they rounded up by? Their fellow Frenchmen, the French police. Yes, most of them were in the Vichy government, which made it worse because Vichy was, as you know, was run by the French. But many of them were French police in Paris, which was under the control of German-occupied France. So they were taken to Drancy and then shipped to Auschwitz, 42, 43. In one shipment, they separated the adults from the children. So imagine you're a mother of a child that's 6 months old. You're the mother of a child that's 2 years old. They separated the adults, they shipped them, waiting for the train to come back. You've got 8 and 9-year-old kids nurturing and taking care of 6-month-old babies and 8-month-old babies and 2-year-old toddlers. And then they deport all the children on the next train. So that train, reaches Birkenau from Drancy. And Rudolf Höss describes to Eichmann, he says, we're human beings. We have feelings. We're taking these little children and we're shoving them in, because keep in mind, unlike the Operation Reinhard camps, meaning Sobibor, Treblinka, and Belzec, that were run by the SS Nazis, but the people on the ground were Ukrainians. Most of the people doing the work on the ground, the orders were given by Germans, but it were done by Ukrainians and Lithuanians, not Auschwitz. Auschwitz, the people hands-on the ground were SS, were Germans. And he tells Eichmann, there's a term in German that translates into shaking in the knees, shaking of the knees. It means when you're shocked, you're gripped by something emotionally. And these poor kids are pleading for their life, and we're shoving them into the gas chamber. And they're crying and they're begging for us to please save them, and we have to shove them in. And he describes the feelings that the Germans had doing this to Eichmann. Eichmann goes crazy. And by the way, the one who told me about looking into this, because he used it in the conviction of Eichmann in the trial, 1960 at the Jerusalem Theater, was the assistant prosecutor, a German Jew by the name of Gabriel Bach. The chief prosecutor of Eichmann was Gideon Hausner. He was the Attorney General of Israel. The Assistant Attorney General of Israel was Gabriel Bach. And they, with the chief prosecutor of Tel Aviv, they were the 3 prosecutors at the Eichmann trial. And I had 5 of the most meaningful hours of my life. I went 2 years consecutively when he was in his young 90s. I went to his apartment in Rehavia. And each year for 2.5 hours, I'd sat with him and just interviewed him and took notes. And Gabriel Bach said, they brought up in the conviction this biography of Rudolf Höss. So Eichmann turns to Höss and he starts yelling at him. Shut up! Shut up! How dare you! What do you think? We're killing the adults so these little Jewish bastards should live? So they should grow up and continue the Jewish religion, the Jewish people? They should grow up and they'll take vengeance for the death of their parents? He says the most holiest job we have, the most important job we have, is the annihilation of these little Jewish children. Die jüdische Kinder. And you talk about your shaking and trembling of the knees, and you talk about the emotions and the feelings you have for them. Shame on you! And Höss describes this in his biography. This desire to kill the Jews, the Jewish children, to wipe out the future. And Rabbi Soloveitchik described something similar. Very few people survived the Vilna ghetto. We mentioned that in Lithuania, almost all the communities were annihilated right away. There were 3 ghettos that were set up. Kovna, which today the Lithuanians call Kaunas. That Kovna ghetto was set up in Slobodka, the Jewish suburb of Kovna. Vilna, which is a Polish word. Today the Lithuanians refer to it as Vilnius. And Shavel. If anyone here is from Baltimore, you know, the famous historian, Rabbi Dr. David Katz, his father was a survivor of the Shavel ghetto. So those 3 were ghettos, and very few people survived. I have a relative by marriage, my cousin, who he himself was sent away on the Kindertransport. His parents were shipped from Würzburg to Lublin, from Lublin to Izhbitza, you know, the Izhbitza Rebbe, the Meshiloach, the Izhbitza. And from there, his younger brother and his parents were murdered in Belzec. They were poisoned to death with carbon monoxide. But he had been sent out, the parents not knowing that they would ever see him again, they sent him on the Kindertransport. He ends up fighting for the British, has to change his last name from the German name Krebs to Cripps, you know, so if he's ever caught as a POW, you know, look, he's got at least a British name, not a German name. And one of the people that he liberated was my cousin, his wife, Lucy. She was a survivor of Vilna. Now, most of the people were taken out of Vilna to Panari Forest. Vilna is the capital city. There's a place, imagine people from Manhattan, they would go to the Jersey Shore. They'll go to Atlantic Beach. They'll go to the Hamptons. So Panari Forest is one of those places. It was not as hot as Vilna. And in Panari Forest, when the Russians controlled it, which was from the 1770s till the World War I, they had dug these holding tanks for petroleum. Not far from here, when you take the Jersey Turnpike in Elizabeth, you see these massive petroleum storage sites. So these were underground petroleum storage sites. And in those massive pits, the Nazis murdered 90,000 Lithuanians. 70,000 of the 90,000 were Jews. The Jews of Vilna, of the Vilna ghetto, and its environs. And in the beginning, when they would march them out to Panari, telling them that they were going to, you know, resettle them, what they did was they would shoot them. The Einsatzen group would murder them, shoot them into a pit. One of the women got apparently shot either the shoulder. It was a non-fatal shot. And she falls into the pit. She's not dead. And bodies are falling, the dead are falling on top of her. That evening, she is able to somehow move the bodies and shift the bodies, that she climbs out of the pit of the dead. And she makes her way back to Vilna. And she tells the Jewish community what's happening. We're not being resettled in the East. They're murdering us. They're killing us. And my cousin, the survivor of Vilna, says they didn't believe her. No one believed that that could be happening. And they said to her, if you don't stop talking this way, we're going to put you in an insane asylum. Stop it, or we're going to incarcerate you in an insane asylum. You're crazy. Tragically, we know the end of what happened. One of the survivors of Vilna, famous, his name was Abba Kovner. He was one of those who testified at the Eichmann trial. And Avner Kovner and a few young people, they escaped the ghetto in Vilna, and they were partisans against the Germans. And the women, the female Jewish partisans, especially those who were not brunettes, who had either blonde hair or red hair, they got them fake identities that they were Christian women. Those women Abba Kavner sent to Warsaw, to the Warsaw Ghetto, to warn the Jews of Poland. You're going to be next. This is what's happening to Lithuanian Jewry. Almost no one is left. Be prepared. So in the Vilna Ghetto, the commandant, he was known for two things. He was a lover of classical music. He loved Bach. He loved Mozart. He loved Beethoven. The slow movement of Beethoven's Second Symphony. And he also loved to murder Jewish children. And there are times that literally he played classical music on the piano with one hand, with the left hand, and with the right hand, with his pistol, he would shoot. They would bring in Jewish children and he would shoot them. There's this bloodthirstiness to kill the children, to murder the future. And again, we saw it. It happened before our eyes on October 7th, the Black Simchas Torah. And that description is a description that the author of this Kinnah gives to Nebuzaradan. Yeah, they killed a lot of elderly Jews, but that wasn't the focus. The focus was not killing the elderly. The focus was killing the young, the Bachurim. Murder the children, kill the kids. That was the focus. Vayored letevach kohanei Adonai Tzvaos. And as well, think about what happened when the Germans in Poland, this is before they've rounded up the Jews. What's also very important? You got to kill the rabbis. You got to kill the Talmidei Chachamim. You got to destroy the yeshivas. Many of us know the most famous yeshiva in Poland was the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. Rabbi Meir Shapiro literally spent his adult life, he died very young, but raising the funds, trying to pay it off. He built a beautiful yeshiva. It was mainly Hasidic kids, because the Hasidim didn't have yeshivas the way the Misnagdim did. You know, in Lita, meaning in Belarus and in Lithuania, there were incredible yeshivas. There was Mir, there was Tel, there was Volozhin, there was Grodno, there was Radin. There were many yeshivas, Baranovich. You know, in the top young men, a community would send to these schools. You didn't have that in Poland, and Rabbi Meir Shapiro created that. He says this yeshiva will produce the future leadership of Poland. And in Poland proper, you had a large Hasidic population. They didn't necessarily dress the way a Hasid would in Borough Park. They dressed like you or I, but they were Hasidic. Ger Hasidim and Alexander Hasidim. You had branches of the Alexander Hasidim, the Anshinova Hasidim. And the outstanding young men from these communities came to the yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. Meir Shapiro died as a young man. The Rosh Yeshiva, we call him the Kozher Klover, Rabbi Aryeh Tzvi Frimer. Aryeh Tzvi Frimer, we have a svarim, the Eretz Tzvi, a massive Talmud Chacham, a huge Talmud Chacham. And he was murdered by the Nazis. But what they did was when they took over the yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, they weren't going to burn it down because they took it over. It was a great facility. They used it. And just keep in mind, in this yeshiva, you had laundry facilities, you had dormitory facilities, you had a kitchen. No yeshivas had that. Today, a yeshiva has that. Not in the 1930s. But that yeshiva Chachmei Lublin had that. So what did they do? The yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, one of the things that Rabbi Meir Shapiro did, and keep in mind, as European Jewry is becoming more and more secular, you have less and less percentages of religious Jews. What is somebody who's got a library, who's got books, what are they going to do? The children aren't interested, the grandchildren aren't interested. You donate it to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. You leave in your will, your library. And remember, books were very precious. Even though you have a printing press, it's expensive to produce books. That library of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin outside of the Bodleian Library, which was the library of the famous Rabbi David Oppenheimer, who was the chief rabbi of Prague, was maybe the second or third most important Jewish library in all of Europe. By far, it was the largest library of anywhere in Europe. It was the library of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, the Beis Medrash, the Svarim. And the Germans took it out to the courtyard of the yeshiva. And they had this massive, massive bonfire, massive, massive book burning. And they played it, at the movie theaters in Germany. Described how they shut down this place that was going to produce the future leadership of Polish Jewry, the rabbinic and spiritual leadership of Polish Jewry, and that they shipped these people off. They didn't describe exactly what they had done to them, because at this point it had yet to go into the death factories. But they showed the picture of the bonfire and how happy, and the German songs that they were singing as they were burning this great library. Why? It's the same idea. Because you're basically putting an end to the future of Judaism, an end to the future of the Jewish people. That was the idea. And that's what they refer to in this here. What did Nebuzaradan do? It says, Vayored latevach kohanei ad Hashem tzivakos. And then it says, as we described, V'tinoko shel beis Rav. The school children murdered them. Ve'enei avos roos. This is exactly what Hamas did on October 7th. The parents have to watch them while they're butchering and murdering the children. Ve'ein sheket ledam navi. The blood of the prophet, it's not silenced. Vayihi lemofesu laos. It becomes a wonder. It doesn't subside. V'cherev tsar nokemes v'akiria homia. The sword of the oppressor is taking its vengeance, and the city is just confounded. Yerushalayim is confounded. B'chol zos lo shava po. His wrath, it does not subside. V'od yado netuya. And he continues with the slaughter. Turning over the page. Hosif laharog nashim im yom keshadayim. Now he goes after the young women, the women who are nursing their children. V'dam ola b'neim kedam yor mitzrayim. We'd say in America, it's flowing like the Mississippi. Well, their context, the most powerful river in antiquities was what? Was the Nile. It may be the most powerful river today. The blood of the Jews, the various components of who they're murdering and butchering, it flows like the blood of the Nile. Adei nasa Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim. At one point, Nebuzaradan, he starts to become overcome with what he's done. And he realizes the evil that he's perpetrating. And he starts turning to heaven. Vayomer, and he says to God, Ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim? Is this not enough? Have we not killed enough of the Jews, the daughters of Jerusalem? Hachala ata oseh esheris hashivya? Do you want a total annihilation? There should be no remnant left of the Jewish people? Va'az, and only then, shakat dam naki. Only then did the blood become quiet and stop boiling. V'cherev nakam revaya. The sword had its full of vengeance. And now we turn to God. L'cha chatanu Elohim. It's interesting, we say Elohim, right? Meaning God of justice. This is the justice of a society that could tolerate that horrific murder and do nothing about it. We have sinned against you, God. Not just sinned in the sense of that we were off the mark. Ha'avinu v'hershanu. It was premeditated. Our sin was evil. V'haragnu deviecha. We murdered your prophet. V'rishenu yadanu. Now, only now do we understand the profundity, the depth of our evil. Yehi chostecha lenachamenu. Please, Hashem. Please, may your chesed apply and may you comfort us. Ki mishol shivanu. We cry out to you from the depths, meaning after having been murdered, we cry out to you from those depths. Umipri malalenu, and the fruit of our evil, ze kama savanu, how we have been saturated and satiated with the consequences of what we've done. And then this is a quote from Yeshaya, Rachem lo ruchama hasora aniya. This storm-tossed, the tempest-tossed ship that finds no compassion. Eineha lecha Tisha. Her eyes, she lifts up to you. Vezraschat Sophia. The only help can come from heaven. And please, God, please help us. Please extricate us from this terrible situation. They finally do teshuvah. Before we go into the history of Sephardic Jewry and their story, we're going to say one more kinna. I'm going to ask everyone to turn to kinna 11. In the Mesoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the OU kinnos, it's 289. In the Art Scroll, it's 182. So 289 and 182. The reason we try to say this kinna almost every year. And if we don't say this kinna, then we bring up other individual kinnos. And I'll tell you why. You and I, you take a term like 6 million. We can't fathom that. That's not something that we can even comprehend. There's a book written by a professor from the University of Michigan where he basically goes through the massive pogroms that happened to the Jews in Ukraine after World War I. That we can swear to, 110,000 were murdered. Numbers that we can't swear to but are very possible, we could be looking at up to 300,000 Jews in the Ukraine that were murdered between the end of World War I in 1921, 1922, until the Soviets, the communists actually controlled the Ukraine. What happened there was horrific. And by the way, had there not been a Holocaust, that's what we would be mourning on Tisha B'Av. From a point of view of Ashkenaz, more Jews were killed in the Ukraine in those 4 years than were killed in Tachvatat in 1648 to 1653. So he has a chronicle of this. You can't relate to 110,000. You can't relate to 300,000. It's overwhelming. But you know what you and I can relate to? Think about the diary of Anne Frank. Now, in the context of the Holocaust, her story is not significant. But why is it so significant to people? Because they can understand the story of an adolescent young woman whose life has been taken from her, who's now trapped in a cage, who can never go out to the sunlight. People can relate to the story of one young girl. Many of you know Alan Pines. He shared with me his in-laws, the Pantier, Murray Pantier was one of the Schindler Juden. And he said that in the movie, Sir Ben Kingsley plays the role of a man by the name of Stern in the movie Schindler's List. Stern was actually a composite figure of two Jews, and they took the characteristics of both Jews and they made a personality there. Rella Feldman of our shul, her parents, the Levensteins, were Schindler Juden. And the point being that the impact Schindler's List had for a number of years, now understand, Schindler's List is over 30 years old, but think about the impact of Schindler's List for over 30 years on the American understanding of the Holocaust. They did studies, they asked Americans in 1992, do you believe that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust? And the majority of American Jews did not. They believed there was some Holocaust. They believed the whole thing was exaggerated. They didn't believe that. After Schindler's List, now no one can make a movie like Steven Spielberg. No one has his abilities or his talents to do that. And God bless Steven Spielberg, because he was able to show not just a Jewish audience, but a world audience, give them just a little understanding of what Jews went through. And what he was dealing with was not the worst. It was being forced into ghettos. It was being forced into labor camps. He didn't deal with the annihilation and the execution of Krakow Jewry when they were sent to Belzec to be murdered. So that story that Steven Spielberg told in Schindler's List, they asked the very same question of Americans 2 years later after the movie came out. And instead of a minority believing that 6 million Jews killed, over 90% of Americans believe that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. Same question, same survey, same similar sample pool. Why? Because people can relate to the story of Stern, or that young girl who had to work for Amon Gott, who was the commandant of Plaszow. People can relate to the story of one person. And throughout the kinos, this kina, which is authored by the Kalir, and many of the kinos that we study on Tisha B'Av, it doesn't talk about the macro. It talks about the story of one individual. Because if anything, that's what impacts a person. You can relate to one man's story. So this individual, Yoshiyahu HaMelech, I refer to him as the one man who could have prevented the Churban. And I'll explain to you what we mean by that. Where I grew up, cattle country, most of our neighbors, most of the people that lived there were either Lutheran, Methodist, or Baptist. And you had men by the name of Josie. Now, many of you know the famous film with Clint Eastwood, the outlaw Josie Wales. Wales! Josie Wales! What's Josie? What kind of name is Josie? So for religious Christians, that's the Anglicization of Josiah, of Yoshiyahu HaMelech, King Josiah. That's where the word Josie comes from. Who was Yoshiyahu HaMelech? So to give us a context of who Yoshiyahu HaMelech was, his grandfather was Menashe. Menashe ruled Judea for 55 years, okay? You can do a lot in 55 years. We never had a Jewish leader that ruled that long. And even though the latter years of his rulership, as he's getting closer to his maker, he wasn't that bad, they were horrific years. We're talking about undermining the whole judiciary. We're talking about undermining the primacy of the Beis HaMikdash, the whole institution of the kahuna, which would be the central educational place. Ki mitzion teitzei Sora, udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. All of that is ruined because of what Menashe does. And then he has a son, Amon, who rules for 7 years. So you're looking at 62 years of a lack of serious Jewish education, of a lack of confidence because the judiciary is corrupt, rampant avodah zarah, rampant paganism, power structures that should have been prosecuted, controlling areas. It's a disaster. Now, I'm going to use something that may not be an exact analogy, but let's take about two groups that immigrated to the United States. The Persian Jews, with the downfall of the Shah of Iran, with the Shia revolution. Massive immigration. Those who could afford it would come to the United States. Beverly Hills, Great Neck, Long Island, other parts. Jews coming from Tehran, Jews coming from Kashan, Shiraz, Isfahan. Look at that immigration of the Persian Jews. And again, there's no such thing as a monolithic Persian Jew. And look at the immigration. I want to particularly not look at the immigration in the late 80s. I want to look at the immigration of Soviet Jews, the Brezhnev Jews, in the early 70s. One of the great righteous Gentiles of our generation was Senator Henry Scoop Jackson. And Senator Jackson of the state of Washington built in that we could only sell Russia that was starving and needed American wheat. We would only sell wheat on the condition that there were numbers of Jews let out per 1,000 bushels, per 10,000 bushels, etc. There's a famous piece of legislation known as the Jackson-Vanik. Congressman Vanik from Cleveland was a congressman, and Senator Jackson, who would run for president in 1976 unsuccessfully, one of the great philo-Semites in modern Jewish history. And we owe as much to him as anyone else for the liberation of Soviet Jews. Look at those Jews that came in the 70s, and families adopted them, and every federation accepted Jews into their community, gave them free day school education, whereas an American Jew could not get free day school education. Families would invite them over for Friday night dinners. Initially, there was a psak from Rav Moshe. You could invite them over even if they drove for a Shabbos lunch. The idea is to try to get them involved. We failed. We had an abysmal failure with those Brezhnev Jews. Most of them were lost to our community. We're not interested in Jewish education. We're not interested in being part of the community. Look at the Persian Jews. Just the opposite. It's one of the strongest Jewish communities. I'm not here to say that the average Persian Jew has the same education as a kid from Teaneck going to yeshiva. I'm here to say that when you look at their intermarriage rates, when you look at their observance rates, when you look at their commitment to Israel rates, their commitment to Judaism rates, their pride in being Jewish, it far surpasses any Ashkenazi community. So what's the difference between the Persian Jews and the Soviet Jews? The Persian Jews were coming from a world where a Jew was a Jew, and it was made very clear they were a Jew. Jews had a Jewish community. Jews engaged in the Jewish world. And again, how observant it was, it's not the point. I'll give you an example. You had guys that would get an aliyah on Shabbos in the shul in Tehran. They would take out of their wallet, they'd pay in cash for the aliyah there Saturday morning to the gabbai. Okay, but they were going to shul. Okay, they were going to shul. They wanted an aliyah. There was a Friday night dinner that everybody had. Okay, they all knew that there was Friday night was with the family, you having kiddush. You didn't have that with Soviet Jews. And that's part of the reason we failed abysmally. Because they were coming out of 70 years of what? Do you believe in the tooth fairy? Well, that's the same thing as a God that created the world. You believe that God split the sea and the Jews walked on dry land and he turned the Nile River into blood? Yeah, that's the same thing as Santa Claus, and that's the same thing as the fairy godmother and the tooth fairy. Are you an idiot? Do you have a brain on your shoulders? What about the science we taught you, huh? What about the physics we taught you, the biology we taught you? And religion was mocked, scorned. Religion was never viewed through the eyes of a sophisticated, thoughtful human being. And now they come to America, and what, we think all of a sudden they're going to want to have a Shabbos? They're going to observe Passover? Didn't happen. So taking that background, what does Yoshiyahu do? In life, we all have certain cathartic, traumatic experiences, and those cathartic, traumatic experiences, if we seize them, carpe diem, right? If we seize those moments, they can be a catalyst to leading an incredibly meaningful life. God provides each of us those kind of moments. He's a young man. And like every young person, you're sowing your oats. You're trying to become we have this term adolescent rebellion. The psychologist said you should really refer to it as adolescent autonomy. It's part of the natural development of a human being that you become your own man, you become your own woman. As you're no longer, so to speak, in the shadow of your parent. And he's exploring. And the Kohanim get a hold of him. And they said, young man, you're not just the grandson of Menashe, You're not just the grandson of Ammon. They couldn't stand Ammon and Menashe, what they had done to the nation. Do you know who you are? You have a great-grandfather, Chizkiyahu HaMelech, Hezekiah. You're a scion of Asa, of Yehoshaphat. You know who you are? You're a scion of David HaMelech, of Shlomo HaMelech, of Nachshon, of Yehuda, of the very men that shaped our nation, the very men that taught us how to have a relationship with God, that taught us Chachma, how to perceive ourselves in this world, leaders of our people. That's your lineage. And you now will be put into a position where you can continue their legacy. And he was moved by that, by these great educators. And something happened. Now, keep in mind, today, we're a consequence of the printing press. So we have, even if we lose our books in a fire, they could be reprinted. That doesn't exist historically. What did they have? They had scrolls, what they call a sefer. A sefer didn't mean a book. A sefer meant a scroll. Well, Menashe had eradicated all the Sifrei Torah. They found one last Sefer Torah, the Sefer Torah Shebehecha. Where was that Sefer Torah rolled to? Where was it open to? Parshas Kisavo. What do you have in Parshas Kisavo? One of the sections you have is the reenactment of the covenant when the Jews, the new generation, Moshe Rabbeinu is no longer alive. The generation that left Mitzrayim is no longer alive. This is the generation that was born free, that was raised and nurtured by Moshe, that is now led by Yoshua. They make a covenant where they have Har Grizim and Har Eval on either side. They're standing in the valley below. We call it the brachos and the klolos, okay? And you have a series of Baruch, the person that does this, Arur, the person that fails to do that or that violates this, right? You have 11 particulars, and then you have this. The 12th is a catch-all, a callbo. Arur asher lo yakim es divrei haTorah zos. It doesn't say lo yikayem. Cursed is a person that does not observe or fulfill the words of this Torah. What does it say? Yakim, the he-feel, the causative verb. Does not cause, does not facilitate that the words of the Torah can be fulfilled. Who's that referring to? So the Ramban spells out for us. It's referring to the Melech. The Sanhedrin, they're the great legislative body. They lay out the halacha. They define Torah for us. They set the parameters around it. But the Melech's job is to raise the taxes, make sure we have educators, that the Kohanim are funded, that there's proper education. The Melech's job is to make sure that there's a series of courts set up so that people will be adjudicated according to Torah law, that there's an educational system that people can use the highways and get to the Beis HaMikdash, to grow, to have a cathartic experience from the learned Kohanim, that the Kohanim can get to the Beis HaMikdash to play their role, Ki mitzion teitzei Torah udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. That's the job of the king. You're given that power. You're going to be given that ability. And he takes it to heart. And he is a radically different leader than his father or his grandfather. And amongst many things, what does he do? He starts funding the Department of Transportation so that they can fix the roads after the winter rain so that people can come to Yerushalayim. He goes around, I'm sorry for using this term, I don't have a better term, but he creates a whole series of frum police. They go around shutting down these private altars. A private altar is the slippery slope that leads to Avodah Zarah. Besides that, it's prohibited. It's an Isser Kares to offer a korban on a private altar. But the point is, once I run my own show and I have my own Kohen, I'm doing my own thing, that's the beginning of the slippery slope to violate halacha and engage in avodah zarah. What else do they do? The frum police start doing searches. I'll give you an example. Imagine somebody comes into your house and says, the police come in or the FBI comes, I want to go through your library. And they start pulling out your Jewish books. You can imagine that. Well, he had something a little different. He had the frum police. They would go into your home and they would look for getchkas, for idols, for icons. Okay? Now you can imagine the people didn't like this. And I'll use an analogy. So when we lived in Beverly Hills, and Beverly Hills is not like New York. Everyone is nice to everyone else. We don't mean it, it's fake, but we're the nicest people. We smile, we're warm, we embrace. Now, part of the reason is because in Beverly Hills, everybody has plastic surgery, not just the women, the men, so you have like these plastic smiles on you. And we're warm and wonderful to everybody. The biggest sin you could commit in Beverly Hills is one of two things. Jaywalking, which in New York is a mitzvah, it's masim b'chol yom. And the second sin is honking your horn. God forbid you honk your horn. That's not polite. That's disrespectful, right? So what happens? Every so often you hear somebody honking their horn. And what do we all say? That guy's from Brooklyn. And sure enough, the guy honking his horn, because the police pull him over, give him a ticket for honking his horn. Sure enough, they hear by his accent, the guy was from New York, he was from Brooklyn. You know that phrase, you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy? I mean, this guy could be living in Beverly Hills for 30 years, he's still honking his horn, right? You can't take Brooklyn out of the boy. So using that analogy, that's exactly what the people were. They were raised on avodah zarah. They were raised on polytheism. They were raised on not necessarily following a Kohen Gadol or following a Sanhedrin, but everyone ishkal hayashar be'enav yaseh. Yoshiyahu made the mistake of thinking, because he was turning everything around, and keep in mind, it was night and day going to the Beis HaMikdash for Sukkot, night and day going to the Beis HaMikdash for Pesach. First of all, people were coming. Masses of people who had not been coming were coming. Number two is they were getting an education, because the Kohanim running the show were maminim, were Talmidei Chachamim, were monotheists. And the other thing is, by shutting down private altars, and by the way, you can smell a mile away when beef is roasting, okay? So you can't get away with these private altars so simply, because people can smell the wafting smell in the air of burning meat. Shutting that down, people have to go to the Beis HaMikdash. They don't have the option of doing their own private show. And these are just a few examples. The court systems, people felt comfortable once again going into the judiciary because you felt that your case would be heard and that you would be given a fair trial. It was a transformation happening amongst Klal Yisrael. But what was the mistake? You can take avodah zarah away from the people, but you can't take the avodah zarah out of the people. You don't change overnight. We saw that with the Yotzei Mitzrayim. We see that with the guy living in Beverly Hills for 40 years who comes from Brooklyn. We see that with the Soviet Jews coming to America. People are not something that you can just flip overnight. They're not putty. They're not Play-Doh. You can't shape them. A human being is complicated. The psyche is complicated, and it takes time. By the way, when it comes, think about in our world, when it comes to someone who's a Baal Teshuvah or who's a ger, a slow, gradual process produces the best Jew. The best Jew we have is the ger, the Baal Teshuvah. But the Jew who becomes a Baal Teshuvah overnight, becomes a ger or a gioris overnight, it usually leads to one of two things. Eventually they go back. they retract and go back to who they were, or you're dealing with a very unstable, unhealthy personality. And that was the case. Yoshiao made the mistake to make that assumption. What was the assumption he made? So, contextualizing Israel at that time, there are always two major powers. And what I'm telling you is nothing new. There's Mitzrayim, the great North African power, and Mitzrayim we should never translate as Egypt. Mitzrayim is the northern third of the African continent. You're talking about the Nile River basin. You're talking about, today's Egypt, Libya, the Sudan, massive area. The leader of that Mitzrayim at that time, his name was Paro Necho. Necho means, the clubfoot, the crippled Pharaoh. And this, from the way Chazal describe him, the idea of a Napoleon complex? Part of the challenge that Napoleon had is, first of all, he was from Corsica. He wasn't a full-fledged Frenchman. Secondly, he was a pretty short guy. He was the shortest kid in the class. Watch out for those guys. They got a chip on their shoulder. They've got something to prove. This is who Paro Necho was. He was a person who craved power and who had the need to show how strong, how powerful, and how dominant he was. To the north, you always have the great Northern Empire. So at certain times, it's Aram, which is today's Syria, part of Western Turkey. You have Ashur, Assyria. Ashur is a massive empire. It's today's Western Iraq, Turkey, and today's Syria. You're talking, the great Mesopotamian Empire. Eventually, Bavel, Iraq, will conquer Ashur, and they will be the great Northern Empire. But at this point, Bavel's not a player. At this point, we're dealing with what? Yoshiyahu is dealing at this point with Ashur. And Paro Necho sends a message to Yoshiyahu. He says, I'm interested. I'm not going to start a fight with you. I don't have an issue with you. But I am going to war against the great Northern Empire, the great Mesopotamian Empire, Ashur, before they come and take it. The best defense is a good offense. So I'm going to traverse your land to go to battle against them before they attack us. Okay. Go back to what we said 2 minutes ago. Yoshiyahu believes, because he sees the radical changes that have happened amongst the Jewish people in Israel, he believes that we, the Jews, are zoche. We're merit, the famous phrase, v'cherev lo savor ba'artzachem. Where's that phrase come from? Where does that phrase come from? Parshas Bechukosai. So it describes that if the Jewish people, as a nation, if we lead a life in line with our nature, if we play the role of God's partner in transforming the world to become ethical monotheists, to lead a healthy ethical monotheistic life, so God will facilitate us fulfilling our role. Meaning, we'll have a good economy, crops will be abundant, we'll have peace, we won't have war, so that the whole focus can be what the Jewish people are supposed to be focused on. That's if we lead a life in line with our nature, if we focus on what we're supposed to be doing. But one of the things after it says the Jews will have shalom is, it says in Parshas Bechukosai, v'cherev lo savor ba'artzachem. The sword shall not traverse your land. So Rashi, as do other Meforshim, say, well, once God says we'll have peace, what does it mean that the sword will not traverse our land? Isn't that conveyed by having peace? So Rashi says, afilu cherev shel shalom, even the sword of peace. Meaning, imagine this scenario. You live in Detroit, Michigan, right? And coming out of the Windsor Tunnel and then coming across the Windsor Bridge is the massive sound of these Caterpillar diesel engines of the Canadian Army. Tanks and tens of thousands of Canadian soldiers are coming out of the tunnel. And they're traversing Route 75 because they're on their way to Mexico, right? No, they're not going to fight against the Jews, against Americans living in Detroit or Cincinnati or Louisville. They're on their way to Mexico. But you can imagine how uncomfortable a situation that is for the people who see massive, thousands of soldiers, with military implements, with military equipment. So even that, the Jewish people will be zoche. We will not have the sword, afilu cherev shel shalom, will not traverse our land. Okay? He believes Yoshiyahu Hamelech, that we are now zoche. We're worthy of that level of providence. We're worthy of that level of hashgacha pratis. And he tells Paro Necho no. He tells him no. Paro Necho says back to him, stay out of my way. You stay out of my way because I'm coming, and if you're in my way, you will feel the same. What will befall you is what's going to befall the northern kingdom. The new prophet is Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu starts to become a Navi during the period of Yoshiyahu. And it's very hard to accept something from a younger man. That's the problem when you hire a rabbi who's 25 or 28 years old, who's younger than your son. It's hard, to have respect for that person. And Yoshiyahu is not that old himself, but he just can't accept that. He doesn't believe it. He thinks that, Yirmiyahu is being a Debbie Downer. You're just... And what does he do? He prepares for Paro Necho. Now, if you're Paro Necho, in theory, there are 3 possible places you can traverse Israel. Because keep in mind, again, we're contextualizing everything. Israel is the linchpin of the 3 continents. You want to go from one continent to another, you have to go through Israel. As the Romans referred to it, the Via Maris. Okay? So if you're a small caravan, you're Avram Avinu or Yaakov Avinu, there's a natural crevice in the mountains, because what is Israel? The majority of the country is all mountainous. You have a plain called Bikat Yarden, the Jordan River Valley plain. You have a plain on the Mediterranean coast. Think about Ashkelon, Ashdod, Tel Aviv, Netanya, right? That's flat along the coast. But the majority of the country is all mountainous. That's why when you land at Ben Gurion Airport and you head to Yerushalayim, whether you take the 1 or the 443, or whether you take the train, your ears are going to pop because you're going up altitudinally, you're climbing. So how do you get through that country? Well, 3 options. If it's a small caravan, today we've built something called Highway 60. If you want to go to Hebron from Yerushalayim, if you want to go to Beit El from Yerushalayim, Highway 60 is a small little crevice in the mountains. But you can't take an army on that crevice. That's only for a small caravan like Avram or Yaakov. So if you're an army, you got 2 choices. You can take the Jordan Valley, but no one would do that in the summer. In the shade, it's 120 degrees in the Jordan Valley some days in the summer. You're not going to traverse that. And until you get to the Kinneret, where are you going to get water from? Where's the water coming from? The Yam HaMelech doesn't have drinkable water. So what do? You go along the Mediterranean coast. You go up the coast. There are areas of water. Obviously, the Mediterranean is salt water, but you can get water taking the plains along the coast. Very nice. So that shows how do I, Paro Necho, and my army go north from Mitzrayim? That's great. But I need to cross into Mesopotamia. How do I do that? That is what we call, and many of you have been in Israel, you've seen it, the Megiddo Junction. Right? You ever see the signs, Megiddo Junction? You cross the Emek Yisrael, the Jezreel Valley. You cross from the Mediterranean at the Megiddo Junction, and you cross over. That's how you traverse and get into Mesopotamia. You're all familiar with Ramat David, the Air Force Base where the F-16s are, Nahalal, where Moshe Dayan grew up. That's all that area, that flat area of the Jezreel Valley. Some of the most fertile soil on God's earth. If it weren't for the German Christians who taught us how to drain the swamps of malaria, that would be a malaria-infested area. Today, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's one of the most, like I said, fertile areas on earth. So many of you have heard the term Armageddon, right? How many of you have heard that term, Armageddon? See, I grew up, for instance, when I grew up, Sunday morning we would give off the hired help they would either sleep late from being at the bar Saturday night, or if they got a religious feeling in them, which didn't happen too often, they would go to church Sunday morning. But we milked the cows Sunday morning. That was our job. Okay. The radio stations didn't play music. Every radio station had a church service. They had a different preacher, okay? And Sunday morning, that's all you heard about was Armageddon and the wars of Gog and Magog, okay? I always wondered, what's Armageddon? What's Gog and Magog? Well, I get a little older, I started reading Zechariah and Yechezkel. Now I understand Gog and Magog, what that is. What's Armageddon? If any of you have been to Megiddo, you'll see there's a fascinating archaeological site. The site in Megiddo has thousands and thousands of stanchions of horses. You say, wow, what's so exciting about that one? You talk about pop in my bubble. What's so exciting about, yeah, that's where Achav HaMelech and ultimately Yoshiyahu HaMelech, and the archaeologists believe that's initially where Shlomo HaMelech built his stanchions. What are the horse stanchions? That's where you store your tanks. Your tank in antiquities wasn't a tank, it was a horse. Elav Arecha ve'elav Asusim, right? V'anachnu b'shem Hashem nazkir. What's the point? Why would you keep all of your tanks, all of your horses at Megiddo, at Armageddon? You know why? Because that is where anyone who's coming to attack, that's the key junction where they're going to cross in. If they're coming from the north, they can't get south unless they hit Armageddon, Megiddo, and then go south there. If they're coming north, going into Mesopotamia, they can't go east-west across the country. There's no place they can cross the country because they need water for their troops, etc., until you get to the Jezreel Valley. That's Megiddo. That's Armageddon. And that's where Yoshiyahu waits. And it's a slaughter. The Egyptians slaughter these young Jewish boys, Yoshiyahu's army. It's a total disaster. And then they take Yoshiyahu, who leads the troops, and they set him up as a bullseye. And the German archers, boom, 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 they're shooting arrows into his body, piercing his body to make a mockery of him, to make a statement. This is what happens when you stand up against Paro Necho, when you try to stop Paro Necho. That summer that he was murdered by the Egyptian army, that slaughter, that was a Shemitah year. 2 months later, that Tishrei, he would have been in the Beis HaMikdash reading sections of Sefer Devarim for Hakel. The whole Jewish world would have been coming to learn Torah, to reenact Ma'amad Har Sinai in their generation with him as their leader. Instead, the whole Jewish world came for his funeral. And who gave the Hesped? Yirmiyahu HaNavi. In the Hesped, our tradition is it's the 4th parak of Eicha. It's written as an acrostic. The idea being the following: from Aleph to Taf, from A to Z, we can try to articulate in any way we can. There's no way that we can articulate, that we can express the destruction, the devastation, the loss that we have as a consequence of Yoshiyahu's murder, of Yoshiyahu's death at the hands of Paro Necho and the Egyptian military. Why? Because we know what happened afterwards. He was still young. He was at the height of his career. There was no secession plan. Once the Egyptians killed him, they put in a puppet government that they knew would be loyal to Egypt, which first and foremost was a disaster because the strength was coming out of the north, out of Mesopotamia. Who did they put in? Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim was his brother. Who was Jehoiakim? I'll tell you two things about him. Neither of them are particularly pleasing or positive, but they paint a picture of who he was. So our Eicha that we read last night, initially Perek, Aleph, Beis, and Daled, was something that Yirmiyahu, who King Jehoiakim had incarcerated. He couldn't kill him because the people would revolt, but he incarcerated the Navi, right? You got a problem, you don't like what the Navi's saying, so how do you shut him up? Instead of dealing with the cause, meaning dealing with the sins that the Navi is confronting, that the Navi is engaging us in, no, we try to stifle the Navi. They incarcerated him in what's called the Chatzer HaMatara. That was a underground prison cell in what we today believe is the Muslim quarter of the Iratika, not far from the Beis HaMikdash. So his student, Baruch ben Neriah, Yirmiyahu dictates to Baruch ben Neriah Perek Aleph, Perek Beis, and Perek Daled, which describe what will happen to Yerushalayim, which describe the aftermath of a destruction and what will happen to the people. As Baruch ben Neriah gives this to the government officials, and they're reading this to Jehoiakim, he stops them, he takes the scroll, and he burns it. He burns it. He doesn't want to hear the message. The other is a chazal. Medrash says the following. He tattooed on his male genitalia the Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, the ineffable name of God. Now, you don't have to be a Freudian psychologist to understand what his relationship with God and religion was if he's going to tattoo on his male genitalia the Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Tells you everything you need to know about who Jehoiakim was. Chazal make the following statement. If it was a consequence of Jehoiakim, the Churban would have taken place in his time. But the people were much more righteous than Jehoiakim was. So we're going to read in a second this 11th Kinnah. The Kalir says the following. Because the Jewish people cried, mourned, and they sincerely felt that they had lost a terrible, they had lost their great leader. Now, by the way, while he was alive, they ate his kishkas out. They mocked him. They despised him. They didn't like the fact that they couldn't have private altars, that they couldn't have their icons. They hated him. After he died, they appreciated what they had. Acharei mos kedoshim emor, right? After his death, then they understood who they had as a leader. But because they felt horrific, the loss of all these young men, the loss of Yoshiyahu, they sincerely mourned and cried. And it says as a consequence of that, the Beis HaMikdash was not destroyed for 22 years. God was Tola, suspended the destruction of the Mikdash for 22 years because it's a description of the kind of tshuva that they did and the kind of catharsis they had. But the problem was, and this is what we need to underline, had he not died, had he not been killed, imagine if he had ruled another 10, 15, 20 years and then built a secession plan. Maybe the Jews could have actually reverted. The Jews could have done tshuva from what happened in the days of Menashe, in the days of Ammon. The Jews could have actually rebuilt themselves, and there wouldn't have been a Churban Beis HaMikdash. That is the potential. That is what Yoshiyahu represented. That's who he was. And that's why his loss is such a tragedy. It's not the loss of a father. It's not the loss of a leader. It's the loss of our future. It's the loss of generations of what could have been, what should have been, and tragically what wasn't. So we'll read this kinnah. We've described it outside, and then we're going to turn to the story of Sephardic Jewry after we read this kinnah. Page 289 and page 182. Vayekonin Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Yirmiyahu himself says the kinnah. Now the Kalir is the author of this kinnah, but it's articulating, expanding what Yirmiyahu did. Eicha eli konenu me'elav. Ben shmona shana heicha lidrosh me'elav. He was a young man when he started to seek out, to search out God. B'nei Cham be'Avram chanu alav. The descendants of Cham, meaning the Egyptians, as they were traversing through the Via Maris, going up the Mediterranean coast of Israel, chanu alav, they encamped against him. V'lo huskar lo sigo mifalav. And unfortunately, the incredible deeds that he had done, they didn't stand up for him. Gam b'chol hamlachim asher kamu liktor, lo kam kamo mimosa victor. This is maybe one of the most fascinating lines of the Kalir's kinnah. It says, from the time of Avigdor, of course, was the name of Moshe. Yocheved named him Avigdor. Why do we call him Moshe? In Arabic, Musa, Hebrew, Moshe. Because of our historical gratitude to his stepmother, to the woman who raised him, the Egyptian royal princess, the woman, we don't know her name, but we call her Bitya, the daughter of God. She was incredibly righteous. She defied her own father's decree and saved this Jewish baby, raised this young man. So we call him Moshe out of our gratitude to her. But his name was Avigdor. What does it mean that there never ever was a leader as great, one second. Okay, there never ever was a leader as great as Yoshiyahu from the time of Avigdor. What's the problem you have with that? What about Yoshua ben Nun? What about Shmuel HaNavi, David HaMelech, Shlomo HaMelech? I got news for you. Things were much stronger for the Jews and much better for the Jews under David and Shlomo than under Yoshiyahu. What about Chizkiyahu? What about Asa? What about Yehoshaphat? So what does the Kalir mean? He says, look what Moshe did. Who did Moshe start out with? A generation of illiterate pagan slaves. Who was Klal Yisrael? Very few of us were monotheistic, purely monotheistic. Very few of us were literate. We were primitive pagan slaves. And Moshe Rabbeinu took us and transformed us into a Dor Deah. Who's Yoshiyahu? So where did David HaMelech come after? He came after Shmuel and Shaul. So the Jews were, let's say, I'm using simple terms. Let's say the Jews were at a 7. King David took him to an 8.5. King Solomon, Shlomo HaMelech, he took him from an 8.5 to a 9.5. Okay? What did Yoshiyahu inherit? A 2. And he took us to a 6. Going from a 2 to a 6 is a much more significant feat than going from a 7.5 to an 8.5. You understand? An 8.5 is a greater generation than a 6. 8.5 is much more than a 6. But going from 7.5 to 8.5, that's a feat. Going from 2 to 6, that's a huge feat. That's what he did. The only person you had that even compared to that was Avigdor, was Moshe Rabbeinu. Let's read that again. It says, Gam b'chol hamlachim asher kamu likdor lo kam kamohu. No one had ever arisen like him, mimos Avigdor. Davak bo, what clung to him? What was his downfall? Avon leitzane hador, the sin of the mockers, the sin of the scorners and the cynics. Why? Asher achar hadeles kamu lisdor. You see the doors behind us? You have like the swinging doors. Most of us don't have swinging doors. You have one door, correct? The back of the swinging door, they would have etched into it the icon, the Avodah Zarah, because his Frum police took away all the icons. So they would engrave it into the back of the doors. Now, what happens when the Frum police come? You keep the doors open. If a door is half open, you can't tell that it's an icon of Avodah Zarah because it's only half of the image. Just doesn't look like anything. Only when the two doors are closed do you see the Avodah Zarah, the Getchka, the image of the graven image. That's what they would do. And that's what he's referring to here. Ach asher achar hadelas kamulizdor. Ochlim zera shichor kismo hatov, his beautiful complexion based on Eicha Daled, pichama mishchor. Vayigdal avon veheshiv yamin achor va'od lo shalach yado min achor. Zaku amarav kenam das lahakim bitza emraso ba'oror shar lo yakim. Again, what was this? When they found the Sefer Torah, where was it open to? Parshas Kisavo, Perek Chav Zayin, Arur asher lo yakim. That's Divrei Torah Zos. Chashach ta'aro keniatzu rechokim bevetzamo asay das v'chukim. What is that? All because of the sin of those who rejected. Why? We rejected. We were moes. We didn't want to be as religious as he wanted us to be. You can't take the boy out of Brooklyn. For 62 years of corruption, you can't turn things around that fast. And even though publicly we played by the rules, privately we didn't. Tovim reim nikro keshalchu malach, right? When Paro Necho sent the messenger to him. Mali valach hayom l'salach. Yedei ama aretz damim b'malach teyanesh bevitzi espenei pilach. Kila hamonai. Our numbers, it wasn't just Yoshiao was killed, it was thousands of young Jewish men were wiped out. As what? As the Egyptians are lalechas aram naraim, as they're traversing the Via Maris, meaning they're traveling through Israel to get to Mesopotamia. What was his mistake? Leman losav or cherev kolshu b'Ephraim. He made that mistake of thinking we were worthy of the cherev losav or ba'artzachem. Lo shama lachoze lashuv achoraim. He didn't listen to the prophet, meaning he didn't listen to Yirmiyahu, to retreat, not to stand down and not fight the Paro Necho. Ki gzeira nigzra l'sachzech Mitzrayim b'Mitzrayim. Egypt, in the end, what was his mistake? He assumed if he maintains neutrality and lets the Egyptians traverse, it'll be taken by the Northern Empire as like he's an ally, like he's playing a role supporting the Egyptians, and he didn't want that. Mechatos stiras mezuzos, again, from the sin of those hidden behind the doorpost. Chazon onsosi hechilu levazos. They scorned the prophecy of Yirmiyahu. No anamim luchamo lahavzos. By the way, think about the Haftorah we read 3 weeks ago. Think about that Haftorah. What does God say to Yirmiyahu? Don't be afraid of them. They're going to try to destroy you. They're going to try to execute you. They're going to try to harm you. Don't back down and don't be afraid. I mean, this is alluding to the fact that the people were infuriated by Yoshiyahu on one hand and by Yirmiyahu on the other. Suru heidu ad lo she'iyah v'yamanu sur umat yesod neshiyah. Penei karav. When it came time for the battle, v'lo also lo she'iyah. He would not be successful. He would have no salvation. Vayoru hayorim lamelech Yoshia. And what did they do? The archers, they shot those arrows into him. Odenu otsemena begevya nochatzim, chetz achar chetz morim velochatzim. Boom, boom, boom. To make a mockery out of him, they just kept shooting in the arrows into his body. Okay? Sadu v'samu kamatara lechitzim. They set him up as a bullseye for the archers. Vayizruku bo shlosh meos chitzim. It says it was 300 arrows that they shot into him. Kalim tzatzatzu acharav ezon motzafihu. Vad mitzui nefesh ma'asav hefihu. Ruach svasav hifsa mipihu. He's at the end of his life. Now he's sitting there, dying. At that point, you think about when someone's parched. Some of you feel this way at the end of Yom Kippur, at the end of Tisha B'Av, right? You talk like this. All you get is a whisper. You don't get vocal cords working. It's just like air coming through. That's what he was down to, because they must have struck his vocal cords with one of the arrows. What does he say? Tzadiku Adonai ki marisi fihu. He says tziduk adin. God was correct. The last words out of his mouth, that breath, that whispering breath, I rebelled, meaning I rejected the nevuah of Yirmiyahu. I mocked him, like, stay out of politics. It's not your place. I should have listened. And in the end, they caused the death of all of these young men. So he does tziduk hadin, he does vidui, tshuva, at the very end. That's the last thing out of his mouth. Sisi Nof. Nof is a city in Egypt. Very often we translate Nof as Memphis, right? Sisi Nof, ki kanozam. L'shalim she'onam bavon bitzam, tam kesem hatov. His beautiful splendor ended. Amzu b'fasham. Vayekonin alav kol echa yu amzav. And instead of, again, we're going to read now, instead of him leading the Jews in Hakel, all the Jews come to, but unfortunately it's not to hear him teaching Torah. It's to hear the hesped, the eulogy that Yirmiyahu gives. Tam mikra echad kos Megiddo lishtos. He drank the poison cup of Megiddo. Be'moed shnas hashmita kega hakel esos. Tola esrim ushtayim meharosh shasos. God suspended for 22 years the destruction of the Mikdash. Why? Ki saftu lo echa yu amzav, the 22 verse, the 4th chapter of Echa. Be'esrim ushtayim osos. Osos kinos lubata mecholi. Eis ki shachachti mecholali. Samosi ki lad yahahili. Rashati v'nasati v'nutash ahali. The reason it used that term of ahali is because of what the next kina is, a 12th kina. But we're going to go to the story of the Sephardic Jews. And again, I mentioned this in the introduction. In the years that we've been doing this, since the mid-90s, we've never really spent a serious analysis of what happened to Sephardic Jew. We tell our story. This year I want to tell their story, and we want to analyze and see what they went through. Now keep in mind, the chazan of the Spanish-Portuguese shul, he gave me their book of kinos. They have a very different book of kinos than we do. They say certain common kinos that they say that we do, but their kinos tell their story. And I'll tell you where I want to start our discussion. For those who were here on Shabbos, it's a little bit of a review, but it's necessary for Tisha B'Av. We're going to start very briefly the beginning of the end of Spanish Jewry was the Christian reconquest, the Reconquistador. After 9 crusades, what did Christianity have to show for itself, other than literally rivers of Christian blood, rivers of Muslim blood, and rivers of Jewish blood? 9 crusades, horrific death tolls. They were trapped in a couple of Crusader fortresses. The Mamluks controlled Israel. It was all under Muslim control. They had a Crusader fortress at Akko. They had one in the Jordan Valley. That was about it. Jerusalem was lost. It was under Muslim control. They had one very significant success, and that is the reconquest of most of Spain. Catalonia, what they called Aragon, or what we today call Catalonia, that was always Christian. But the rest of Spain was Islamic. They conquered Castile. Castile is the largest block of Spain. So Andalusia, southern Spain, is still Islamic. It's still under Muslim control. But Castile became Christian. And once again, they had the control, the majority of the Iberian Peninsula. We're going to skip, because we talked about on Shabbos the Vikuach of the Ramban that was forced by the Dominican friars. The Dominican friars forced King James of Aragon. The Ramban is given free speech. That's something that will never, ever be given again in one of these disputations. And what happens is, in 1391, there is a horrific, a vicious anti-Semitic preacher by the name of Ferran Martinez. Ferran Martinez, not only does he preach this, but he starts a movement where they say the following: no Jew has the right to live as a Jew in our midst, because any Jew that doesn't make amends for the sin of the crucifixion, the murder of our Lord and Savior, should be punished. But worse than that, we have sinned. We, Christian Spain, have sinned by tolerating and allowing the Jews to live in our midst. How dare you? Now keep in mind, until 1965, Catholic theology is that any Jew who does not accept the Trinity is guilty of deicide. You understand? It's not just, in the Gospels, there are 4 accounts of the crucifixion. 2 of them clearly define that the Romans murdered Jesus. One of them says it was the Romans, but that the Sanhedrin, that the Jewish leadership, supported it. The Gospel John lays the primary responsibility of the crucifixion at the hands of the Jews. So 1 of 4 blames the Jews, 3 of 4 blame the Romans. Unfortunately, the one that's always taught and the most popular is the Gospel John. And Ferran Martinez in 1391, he'd been doing this for 15 years, didn't start in 1391. He says the Jews are responsible for this. And you're responsible because you suffer them. If you wouldn't suffer them, we'd have a truly righteous Christian country. But you want to do business with them, you need them for medical purposes, all your reasons and excuses, shame on you. Shame on you and a curse on you for tolerating such evil in your midst. You can imagine if you're a Christian in Spain who owes a Jewish banker money, this appeals to you. If you're an anti-Semite, this appeals to you. And the riots start in Seville. You've heard the Barber of Seville, the famous, what do you call them, with the bulls, you know what I mean, with the capes? What's the word I'm looking for? Bullfights, thank you, the bullfighters. That's Seville. They kill 4,000 Jews in Seville, and I think they burnt down 40 or 42 synagogues in March of 1391. This pogrom is not limited to Seville. It catches on. And they start moving north throughout Castile. And it starts going even further north into Aragon. And it's horrific. We don't have numbers. If you want, I've got here in the paper. Where's the papers? Oh, right here, there. I've got the papers here that give a list of different historians. Ben-Sion Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu's father. There's a professor who produced a work in 2013 through NYU Press. There's a whole series of historians, and no one knows the real numbers, but let's assume well in excess of 100,000, minimum of 100,000, maybe 200,000, convert in 1391. Why? Because you got 2 choices. You either convert or you get killed. And many Jews lost their lives. I'll tell you how bad it was. After these riots that reach as far north as Barcelona, there's no longer a Jewish community in Barcelona after 1391. You want to know what life is like in Barcelona? You know where you got to go? Salonika. That's where a lot of the Barcelonian Jews go. You want to know what tunes they sang, what foods they cooked for Shabbos, what zmiros they sang. You want to know how they educated their children. They're all refugees. Barcelona's Judenrein. Girona still exists. Now, what was interesting in 1391 is this. Let's say you live here, but I live 10 kilometers from you. The pogroms could have reached you and not come to my town. We're 15 kilometers apart. It wasn't a rhyme or reason in terms of where they reached. What does that mean? One brother's a Christian, the other brother's a Jew. One cousin is a Christian, is a converso, the other brother's a Jew. So you can imagine Now you got families. And even though, according to Christian theology, someone who converts under duress, it's not a bona fide conversion, but the Dominican friars said, no, we're going to count that as a conversion, and you cannot revert. If you revert, that's an act of heresy. The actual inquisition of heretical Christians doesn't start till the 1470s, I believe, if I'm correct. Okay? So, but long before that, from 1391 on, these converts who think now there won't be anti-Semitism, there was anti-Semitism. Why? So first of all, they referred to them by two terms. Nuevo Cristiano, a new Christian. That's a very negative, derogatory term. Meaning, you're not for real. Your blood is tainted. You got Jew blood in you, and we don't trust you. So here you are, a Christian, and no, you're not. You're still a Jew. You're Nuevo Cristiano. And of course, the more vile term was what? Marranos, swine. They called them swine. And they didn't trust the Nuevo Cristianos, the conversos. There's a different approach. The government realizes with the slaughter of all those Jews, not because they love Jews so much, because it hurt the economy. When you get riots, they torch, they destroy everything. They destroy Jewish businesses, commerce is destroyed. So they didn't like this, and they tried to, the government officially came out against the approach of Ferran Martinez. Didn't work, but their official stance was against it. So they took a different tact, and that was what? They were going to show the Jews the waywardness of these ways by having forced disputations. So we know the famous disputation in Barcelona, the Ramban in 1263. That's a long time ago. These disputations are much more horrific. The most famous of these disputations, where they forced Jews from miles and miles to come and have to sit through this and listen to this, is in a Catalonian city by the name of Tortosa in 1413, 1414. One of the disputants, his name is Geronimo de Santa Fe. Geronimo de Santa Fe was not originally Geronimo de Santa Fe. He was originally Yehoshua Lorki. He was a doctor, a Jew, a Geshma de Yid, a Jew who became an apostate. And he wanted to show that the Talmud, number one, is a racist, vicious book. Number two, that really the Jewish texts themselves will prove that the truth of Jesus as the Messiah, and that your rabbis are poisoning your minds, are perverting you and corrupting you. And of course, they'll use the eschatological visions, chapters 40 through 66 of Yeshaya Hanavi. They'll say that the suffering servant is referring to Jesus, not the Jewish people. They'll take from earlier sections of Yeshaya, when it describes, the birth of this young man. It's talking about the birth of the next king, Chizkiyahu, right? You had, what was his name, Achaz, and then his son, Chizkiyahu. But they say, no, it's not referring to Hezekiah, it's referring to Jesus. Okay, so he'll use scriptural proofs. And then he'll try to use, on the one hand, he attacks the Talmud. On the other hand, he wants to say that the Midrashim prove that Jesus is the true Messiah. And they put a lot of pressure. And they take things in the Talmud out of context. They take things in the Talmud literally, and they attack the Talmud, and they attack Judaism. If you would only stop listening to your rabbis who are perverting you, then you'd see the true faith. Okay. It gets worse. Some of the disputants representing the Jews, now imagine you're in Tortosa, this massive cathedral. Beautiful, beautiful courtyard. On the other end of the courtyard is a baptismal font. So before this morning's proceedings, one or two of the people who are representing the Jews, maybe this individual's a rabbi, walks across the courtyard, gets baptized, and joins the other team. I mean, imagine in the middle of the football game that now Patrick Mahomes is going to take off his jersey from Kansas City, and he's going to replace Bo Nix. He's going to put on a jersey, and he's going to be the quarterback, for Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos in the middle of the game. That's literally what happened here. But can you imagine the psychological blow to the Jews seeing this? Worse than anything that's being said in the disputation was watching this. One of the Jewish disputants, Rabbi Dr. Yosef Albo, he writes, this will not go down as one of the great philosophical Jewish works, but it goes down historically as a very famous work, because he writes something in Hebrew, in a basic Hebrew, not too complicated, for the Jews in the aftermath of these disputations in Tortosa, to try to explain to them not only what is our faith, but respond to the attacks and respond to all the half-truths and the manipulations that were said. And it becomes a very popular work. It becomes a very popular work in Spain because the Jews who are holding on need something. Between 1391 and 1492, there are many more Jews who convert. The Spanish Jewish community was not as strong as the Ashkenazic Jewish community. That's not to put them down, it's a fact. And the conversion was very significant. So despite that in 1391, you have a lot of Spanish Jews leaving Spain, going to North Africa. Today in North Africa, we have countries. We have Morocco, we have Tunisia, we have Algeria. Those didn't exist in 1391 or in 1492. There were different, caliphates. There were different Muslim territories that were controlled by Muslim leaders. If anyone wants, I can show you maps and give you the specifics, but trust it to say it was Islamic North Africa. And many Jews went and settled there. Two great students of the Ran who go down as Gedolei Yisrael, the Rivash and the Tashbates. They each flee Spain, go to Northern Africa, and they play a role in rebuilding the lives of these Sephardic Jews who are forced to flee. Okay, this is already in the 1390s, early 1400s. So you're having the existing Moroccan Jewish community. Now you have what's called a Spanish Moroccan Jewish community. What's the simple difference? The Sephardim were a lot more sophisticated. Architecturally, for instance, when you first started getting balconies in the homes of people in North Africa? When the Girush Sfarad, when the Jews left Spain in the 1390s, their education was much more accomplished, much more sophisticated. So you had a tension in North Africa between, call it the Berber Moroccans, Jews under Berbers, and the Spanish Moroccans who were fleeing Spain. But you have the development of that community. Many of the tshuva literature that we today, think about the Tashbates' commentary on the Pirkei Avos, the Rivash's tshuvas, the Tashbates' tshuvas. It's material that Ashkenazim and Sephardim use ad hayom hazeh. So that's all in the 1390s. But over this 100-year period, there's more and more conversion. How much more? And again, I can show you the data here. It's all speculation. It's not black on white. But let's assume that at least somewhere between a minimum of 50,000, maybe as many as 100,000 Spanish Jews converted. So what do you have? You have a lot of Jews who have fled, gone to what will become eventually defined as the Ottoman Empire, gone to other parts of Europe, North Africa, and yet you have a lot of converts. Why now, and let's skip to Isabella and Ferdinand. You have one is the queen of Catalonia, the other is the king of Castile. The two of them make a merger. That shidduch unites Catalonia and Castile. So now the majority of the Iberian Peninsula is under one rulership, Ferdinand and Isabella. She is much more religious than he is. There's nothing righteous about him, but she's much more fervente Catholic. She's much more serious about her religion than he is. And she has a guru by the name of Torquemada, okay, who's a manipulative, sick, manipulative individual who plays her. And the idea is this: why are we going to have an expulsion of Spanish Jewry? Because you've got conversos who are still having a Friday night dinner and lighting candles, who we don't see any smoke coming out of their chimney on Saturday, who are having a Passover Seder, who are fasting on Yom Kippur, who, even though they have marriages in the church and they have the children baptized, then in private they have a marriage. And you know what's keeping them heretical? And you know what's preventing them from being true Christians? Their cousins who are Jewish, their friends who are Jewish, their business partners who are Jewish, in some cases their brothers and sisters who are Jewish. And that's preventing them from being the true Christians that they need to be. We're going to expel the damn Jews because they're a thorn in their side. They're a stumbling block. So we're going to give the Jews the following three options: convert, leave, or die. And by the way, the Inquisition has been going now, I believe, since the 1470s. And it's not stopping these people from their heresies. Now, you and I know there was nothing fair about the Inquisition. You never, ever had the ability to meet your accuser. You weren't told what the accusations were against you. It very may well be that I am a Christian who doesn't like the fact that now this family has the rights to go into this industry because they're officially Christian. And they're competition to me. And they're taking away my customers. And I'm going to rat them out. Okay? I'm going to go to the authorities on them. That could be why they're being put up in the Inquisition. But it was horrific, the Inquisition, and it wasn't working. So we're going to expel the Jews. Isabella and Ferdinand, they have a, how do I say this? They have a very talented Jewish finance minister. His name is Don Yitzhak Abravanel. Abravanel was part of the previous administration in Portugal. And when the new administration took over, it really tried to do a coup and tried to have him assassinated because he was somebody who represented the previous administration. He actually had to flee Portugal, having left behind almost all of his wealth. He comes to Spain. The Jews know how talented he is, how significant he is. They give him credit, and he's able to rebuild himself. Not only does he rebuild a business for himself, the government sees how talented he is and what a treasure he is, and they bring him in, and they bring him in to be the finance minister. Just to give you one example of the Bravanel's talents, we don't know whether Christopher Columbus was Jewish or not. One thing we do know, Christopher Columbus tithed. He gave Maser Ksafim. Was he Jewish or not? Maybe he could have been from conversos. Very well could have been. But you know, we can't prove it one way or the other. One thing we do know, the Abravanel is the one who financed his expedition to India. What he thought was going to be India turned out to be, North America. That expedition of Christopher Columbus was financed by the Abravanel. And we also know that a number of the people who were on that expedition, because it was a way of getting out of Spain, were converso Jews, meaning they were Christians officially, but some of them were in private, were conversos. That we do know. The initial expulsion is supposed to take place in March. But what happens, of course? He's able to push it off. He makes the case. And he's good for the economy, and they trust him until Torquemada comes. Alex, I'm sorry if I'm going to blow out your eardrums on this one. Torquemada comes, and he can't take it. Twice already, the expulsion has been pushed off. And he builds this massive cross. And he comes, when Ferdinand's not there, he comes to Isabella because he knows he has sway over her. And he places down this massive cross in front of her. And he starts screaming at her. He died for our sins once. Are you going to crucify him a second time? And he's screaming at her. And at this point, she's traumatized. No more delay of the expulsion. So I believe the expulsion was the 7th of Av. It was July of 1492. And even though they offer Abravanel the ability to stay, the one Jew who can stay as a Jew, he's not going to do that. His fate is the fate of his people. And he actually travels to the kingdom of Naples. Unfortunately, in the kingdom of Naples, the Inquisition, Spain will take control there, and the Inquisition will come there. He flees to Padua. It's part of the kingdom of Venice. But you can imagine what happened in 1492. First of all, most of the remaining Jews converted. More converted than were expelled. Okay? Those going to North Africa, first of all, you sold your real estate at 10 cents on the dollar if you were lucky. Everybody knows you have to leave. You're lucky if you got 10 cents on the dollar. Think about your assets. Think about your businesses, your shops. If you're in the banking business, you think you're going to collect anything? Not a chance. So they leave with pennies. Number two, you and I know we have 20/20 hindsight. So we can be very smart with 20/20 hindsight. But pretend that you don't have 20/20 hindsight, because there's no way of knowing this in advance. You're in 1492. You choose not to convert. Where would you go? The obvious choice, where would you go, is not North Africa, is not what becomes the Ottoman Empire, is not France, is not what different parts of Italy. The obvious choice is you'd go next door to Portugal. It's part of the Iberian Peninsula. You know that area. You don't have to travel as far. You don't have to get on a ship where God knows if they're going to hold you up for whatever goods you have. And the King of Portugal invites them in. He sees a massive opportunity, invites them in and says there won't be any forced conversions here. So those who choose not to convert and to give up their assets, give up their wealth, give up their heritage and everything, and to flee, most of them go to Portugal. The king in Portugal ends up marrying Isabella's daughter. Why? Simple. You and I call it mergers and acquisitions. The two most vicious competitors, who were the two most significant players in international trade, were the Spanish and the Portuguese. And we're killing each other over trade routes. We're killing each other over imports. If we create a merger, our daughter will marry you, so then we can come up with, you'll make money off of this trade route, we'll go off that trade route. We'll divide and conquer. You'll take India, we'll take Brazil, whatever it might be. And that's why they do this. Now, this king of Portugal ends up falling off of his horse, breaking his neck. He dies. Isabella's daughter, and the apple didn't fall too far from the tree on this one, she says the reason my husband died is because he didn't do to the Jews here what my parents did in Spain. And now we have these Christ killers. We have these people living in our midst, who are a thorn in our side. And her brother, the prince, the duke, who's now going to become the king, she will only marry him. And it's very important from a business point of view, from an international trade point of view, if we can keep this merger going, if we can have her marry the king's brother, that way there'll be peace between Spain and Portugal. She makes it a condition. He's got to do what his brother didn't do. Well, he made no promises. He wasn't his brother. And in 1497, they marry, and he has an expulsion decree. I apologize, what I said is wrong. He doesn't offer expulsion. He learns from the mistakes of the Spanish. It's not 3 options. Be expelled, girush, convert, become a converso, or die. He only has 2 options, convert or die. That's the only 2 options they have. Why? Because when all of those Jews left Spain, whether they went to Portugal, whether they went to North Africa, whether they went to the Ottoman Empire, other parts of Europe, it created a huge, huge drain of intellectual capital, of financial capital, of creative capital, of ingenuity capital. He's not going to make that mistake in Portugal. So they have no choice. Now keep in mind, these are the religious ones. These are the minority of Spanish Jews who chose not to convert, but to flee. They end up now trapped in Portugal, and they're forcibly converted. But the fact that these were the more religious ones, these are the ones who sacrificed everything to leave Spain, you understand their commitment, their affinity, their loyalty to Judaism, to the Torah, to God, is much more significant than the ones in Spain. Not to mention that many of the Spanish conversos had converted 100 years ago. You're talking 4 or 5 generations already of Christians. As we're going to see, the Inquisition, which does exist in Spain, but the real harsh Inquisition, the activity of the Inquisition, is primarily, vis-a-vis Jews, is primarily in Portugal. It's not to say it doesn't exist in Spain, but it's in Portugal. And you understand why. Because in terms of people lighting Friday night candles, in terms of people saying the Shema before they go to bed, in terms of people not, putting logs of wood into their stove on Saturday, you're going to see much more of that. Passover Seders, fasting on Yom Kippur, much more of that's going to be in Portugal than is going to be in Spain. Is that clear? You understand, obviously, why that's the case? And one thing, if you had to read one book, my recommendation is, that phrase, it's an oldie but a goodie, and it's really true. Cecil Roth's book on the Inquisition of the Jews, he wrote 2 works. And I would read Cecil Roth, even though there's many great works. For instance, Benzio Netanyahu's work is much more dense. It's harder to get through. And there are many, many works. I've got a whole bibliography sitting here for anybody who wants. But I think Cecil Roth, if you had to choose one book, it's his. And they have very good records of the Inquisition. Let me just give you a context. Today, when people want action, we got, the UFC, we got the WWE, we got the NFL, and we got stadiums, and then people going crazy and Meshuggah screaming, yelling. And you know what? Thank God that they're letting their energy out that way and they're not killing Jews, right? What do you think they built these stadiums for? The stadiums were built for the auto da fe. Auto de fe in English means the act of faith, meaning the Inquisition went after you, and then you were punished. And many of these people were punished by being burnt alive at the stake. It was not a private burning. They had stadiums built for these This is how people got their excitement. Sometimes if they were kind, they killed you first, then they burnt your dead body. In other cases, if the Inquisition got to you after you had died, they dug up your dead body from the grave and they burnt you. In other cases, let's say you were able to get out, somehow you escaped. What they did was they burnt you in effigy. What does that mean? They would take like a fake body, they would make a stuffed body, and they would burn that, which is supposed to represent you being burnt. When they find you, if they can hunt you down in some other country, then they'll burn the real you. Sometimes if you admitted, you wouldn't necessarily be burnt the first time, you'll go to prison. How many people actually survived 5 years in prison? Less than half. Prison was unbearable in those days. Being sent to prison for a year was a problem, no less getting a 3-year or a 5-year sentence. To get you to admit and confess, they would break your bones. They had these racks where they stretched out your shoulders, So everybody laughs because they see Mel Brooks' The History of the World, but it's not a laughing matter. It was brutal, it was vicious. And again, I have to repeat, you never faced your accuser. You didn't know who accused you. You were never told exactly by the Inquisition what they knew about you. They forced you to talk and tell your story, and they kept pushing you. For many people that were killed, they did nothing. I'm jealous of you. You're a threat to me in terms of competition. I'll rat you out. You stinking Nuevo Cristiano, you've been a Jew for how long, and now you're marrying into this royal family? We'll fix you. Your son, your daughter married into that family? We're going to come up with some distortion about them. Many of the people who were brought up, were charged by the Inquisition, did nothing Jewish. Many did. And so many people got killed for fasting on Yom Kippur. You know what these Portuguese Jews ended up doing? They would they would observe Yom Kippur 2-3 days later, because they knew when the Inquisition was going after them. So they would observe it. Same thing with Passover Seder. You know how many people were murdered, burnt alive in the auto de fe because they had a Pesach Seder? They would have Seder, but they would have it like the third night of Passover, because everyone was coming looking for them. People were breaking into their homes Seder night. So they didn't have the Seder on the 15th. They had the Seder on the 17th, the 18th. And keep in mind, imagine the kind of paranoia you have. Little children talk. You cannot do anything Jewish. You can't say any Hebrew prayers. You can't do anything Jewish around a young child. You've got to wait till your kids are well into their adolescence before you have the confidence to even share anything with them, to talk to them. This kid has grown up a Christian his whole life, and now you're going to start telling him, well, you're really Jewish, and this is your real religion. Can you imagine what that does to a kid as an adolescence? By the way, anyone who's watched the film on our former member, Abe Foxman, whose nanny raised him as a Christian, whose parents couldn't even get, because the court systems were so biased against Jews, what it took for his parents to finally get their child back. Abe's father was brilliant. What did he do? He didn't bring him to shul right away. He says, the first exposure I'm going to give to this little kid of Judaism, think about this, how brilliant his father was. He waited till Simchas Torah to bring the kid to shul. So he's the only kid in shul because all the other children have been killed. And everyone's dancing with this kid. They look him as the future. He's the star attraction. And they give him candy, and they're hugging him, and they're putting him on the shoulders. And Abe says it was his first exposure to Judaism. He walks out, he says, Dad, he says, this Jewish church is pretty nice place, this Jewish church. And slowly but surely, they weaned him into Judaism. Can you imagine how difficult this is? And here's something else. The Inquisition lasts for 300 years. 300 years. Now, as time goes on, when we're 150, 200 years into this, the Inquisition will expand to Protestants, right? The Catholics hate the Protestants. Inquisition will expand to a Catholic for saying anything that the church deemed as heretical, right? Something that's outside the boundaries. You can imagine how this squelches any creativity. Anyone who thinks for themselves or thinks outside the box, well, you're afraid to say something because they'll bring you up on the Inquisition. I'm talking about a Christian now, not a converso, a Christian. But they're going to bring you up on the Inquisition, you know. You can imagine that it creates a very, very narrow, rigid populace, which is not good for business, not good for education, not good for science, not good for religion, not good for anything. But the primary target, the first 200 years, are the conversos. More so the conversos in Portugal, who are the original Spaniards. They're originally from Spain because they're the more religious ones. But keep in mind, after 80 years or 60 years of not being able to have a Hebrew Bible in your house, how do you teach your kids anything? Their Judaism was tenuous at best. But this explains a lot. Because they try their best to get out of Portugal. Not so much out of Spain, because you either got out of Spain in the first 50 years after the expulsion, or you were so tenuous that you ended up being a Christian. You know the famous story he was a great ally of Hitler, Generalissimo Francisco Franco, right? The General Franco. He, despite being an ally of Hitler, would not give up his Christians, not give up his Jews. Hitler asked him multiple times. He wouldn't give up his Jews. Why? Because he misunderstood the Nuremberg laws. He knew that probably 75% of all Spaniards have Jewish DNA in them. These were conversos who eventually became full-time Christians. He knew in his family that he descended from conversos. The Nuremberg laws would never, he was wrong. The Nuremberg laws define you as a Jew if you have one Jewish grandparent. In the case of the Spaniards of the early 20th century, it was much less tenuous than that, but they had Jewish blood in them. And for that reason, it wouldn't give them up. So we're not really talking as much about the Spanish Jews as the Portuguese Jews. Where do they go? One place they go, and we mentioned this a few weeks ago at the shul when we did French Jewish history. They go to Bayonne. Now, you and I think of Bayonne right here in New Jersey, the port city. Bayonne is a famous French city. And the French, despite the church putting a lot of pressure on them, the French attitude was the following. By the way, all of you getting up with your legs stretching, I empathize with you. You know, our joints are not what they used to be 20 years ago. So if it looks like I'm practicing for the track, I'm just trying to stretch out the cartilage here. What happened in Bayonne? It was like President Clinton with gays in the military. Don't ask, don't tell. They said, look, guys, don't you dare flaunt anything. We're going to assume you're Christian. You say you're Christian. You moved here from Spain. We assumed you moved here for business opportunities. And they were very happy to have these people because they were good for the economy. And sure enough, they settled in Bayonne. And then from Bayonne, they spread throughout the Bordeaux region of France. And then they spread throughout southern France. what we call Provence, Languedoc, that area, Occitanie, that whole southern part of France. So you had all of these Jews, for instance, who, the priest would say to him, hey, I haven't seen you for 6 months. Oh, Father, you're right. You know what it is? And they would come next week to church, and they would make a big donation. They wouldn't show up for the next 6 months. By the way, they made sure they had all their children baptized in the church. Then in the house, they gave them a Hebrew name. God forbid they weren't going to circumcise the kid. That would give the kid away. But they gave the girls and the boys a Hebrew name. They had a church wedding, and then they brought the kid home and had a chuppah and kiddushin with a private, and they married amongst themselves so that they would be marrying as Jews. Now, again, were these very educated, learned Jews? No, because it took 40, 50 years till they make it to Bayonne. 2 generations of very limited education. You can imagine that. But they could live a secret Jewish life. They could create a minyan, as long as they didn't flaunt it. And that's one place they went. Another place they went was Belgium. It wasn't so easy. You didn't have as much of a community developing in Belgium. In 1571, now keep in mind, 1571 is 80 years after the expulsion. What happens? It changes the Sephardic world. The Netherlands reject Spanish control. They revolt against Spain. The Netherlands becomes a free country for Protestants. They allow Jews to come. A Jew cannot become a citizen, but a Jew can actually practice Judaism. So if I'm a converso, and I've been living as a Christian now for 4 generations, this is the first time I can publicly, openly practice as a Jew. These Jews that come to the Netherlands, they don't know that much about Judaism, but they start to rediscover and re-explore. Their education has to be in Latin. Their education can't be in Hebrew because they don't know Hebrew. Okay? All the speeches and all the teachings have to be in a language other than Hebrew because they don't understand Hebrew. But they develop a major, major community slowly but surely. Why? Because the Dutch say to them, listen, you're not citizens, we're not going to fund you, but as long as you work, you pay taxes, you contribute, we're happy to let you live here. Freedom of religion in this country, which is a huge thing, especially in the aftermath of the expulsion and the Inquisition. And many, many Portuguese start settling in the Netherlands. They end up, and this is the irony of history. Think about the Dutch East Indies or the Dutch West Indies Corporation. This is driven by Jews. Jews make them a fortune in the spice trade, in the sugar trade, in the rum trade, unfortunately in some cases in the slave trade, in the mahogany trade, and I'm just giving 5 examples. The Jews become very wealthy. What does that mean? 20% of these former conversos do exceedingly well, and they basically subsidize the other 80% of the community. Most Sephardic Jews have moved there. Look, they're new immigrants. They have a hard time making it. But 20 of them make it fantastically, amazingly successful. And when the Ashkenazim hear how wonderful it is, they come. The Sephardim don't want them as part of their community. They have to create their own community, and they're really behind the times because the Sephardim have been there for probably 50, 60 years before the Ashkenazim ever come. But Amsterdam becomes really one of the greatest places on earth for a Jew to live. We can have a printing press in Amsterdam with no censors. The quality of paper at the printing presses in Amsterdam is far superior to most places in Europe, and it's the one place you can produce a Gemara. The problem is you don't have enough people that really want to read it there. You don't have an audience that wants to buy it. But they produce Svarim there, and many great Svarim that actually then get shipped back to Eastern Europe are produced in Amsterdam. give you one story that I think is very, very fair. It's the story of the incredible Menashe ben Israel. It's a converso family. They escape Portugal. The father gives his kid, the father's name is Joseph, so he becomes Yosef, and he names his two children Menashe and Ephraim, gives them Hebrew names. But he unlike most Portuguese Jews in the Netherlands, instead of having a Dutch name or instead of having a Portuguese name, they go by their Hebrew name. This kid, as a young kid, he devours knowledge. He's just incredibly interested, and he wants to learn all about his roots and all about his history. And again, understand the rabbis have to be imported. They don't come from the community because no one in the community knows anything. Imagine being an Italian rabbi teaching these the Portuguese Jews. You got to teach them the ABCs. You got to tell them not to cross themselves. You got to tell them, no, that's from the Gospels, but this is the Hebrew Bible. And you got to teach them the basics. Okay? It's literally the basics. They're new immigrants. And think about our story in America. When you're a new immigrant, your primary focus is not on being a Talmud Chacham. Your primary focus is earning a living, is putting food on the table, because there's no government handouts. And then it's making a living so that your kids will have a better life than you had, and getting them a secular education so that they can get a job that's better than your job. That's the whole focus. I don't mean this to be negative. It's money, 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 because you're trying to reestablish yourselves here. But this kid, Nebuch, he wants to be a rabbi. He loves to learn. And you know what they do? They give him a job, teaching kids. He's got a real schlock job. But he realizes he opens up, he can't afford it himself, but he rents out a printing press. Let's say you own the printing press, and he goes to you, and he starts printing works. And here's what's fascinating. He wants to be able to explain the Bible, and any questions somebody would have on the Bible, and any questions somebody would have on Judaism. But he writes it in a language that people can understand. Latin, or Portuguese or Dutch. It's not writing it in Hebrew. And the best analogy I can give you is Zichrona Livracha, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs. The Goyim, the Gentiles, start devouring this stuff. They love it. No one has made the Bible look this interesting, this sophisticated, that it speaks to me, this meaningful. In my church, I have to just accept it the way it is. Here, we can ask questions, and we get explanations, and we understand why this was done, and this is being done this way. Because what was he doing? He was basically incorporating the Abravanel, the Alshich. He was in the Yitzhak, the Akeda, what's it called? Yitzhak Arama. He was in some of the great commentaries, as well as the classic medieval commentaries like Rashi, Ramban. He was incorporating them into his teachings. He writes a work called The Conciliator. If you go on Amazon, you could buy it today, The Conciliator. I have a copy of it. The Conciliator has been translated into 12 different languages. Menashe ben Israel, in the 1600s, in Portugal, writes The Conciliator. The reason the Jews started respecting him, they didn't respect him. He's not a businessman. He's our little rabbi teacher, He's like the third rabbi who teaches the kids. They started respecting him because the Christian theologians admired this guy. Thinking Christians, intellects, were all speaking to him. They wanted to know this, they wanted to do that. They started to get an appreciation that religion is so sophisticated, so meaningful, so enriching in our lives because of Menashe ben Israel. And again, all of this is being written in the secular language. his fame expands to such a degree that Oliver Cromwell, okay, brings him to come to England. Why does Oliver Cromwell want him coming to England? Not because Oliver Cromwell is a great man in history, will go down as a great man, but not because he's such a Philo-Semite. You know why? Because he sees what these former converso Jews have done for the economy of the Netherlands, of Holland. He sees what they've done in terms of making them an international power in import-export, and that they brought down to the knees the very Spanish and Portuguese who persecuted them. We need a bunch of these former Jews, these converso Jews in England. Let them come to us because we need to compete with the Netherlands. Right now, the Spanish are not the biggest threat to us. It's the Dutch. We're not going to go to war against the Dutch. What we'll do is we'll get a bunch of Jews and they'll help us be competitive against the Dutch. That was the plan. He brings Menashe ben Israel to address the British Parliament. And Menashe ben Israel, we have the text of his speech, what he says. Why it's important for England, why it's good for England, and why it'll be good for the world for the Jews to bring in. Now the end of the story is they're all very impressed with Menashe ben Israel. And obviously he spoke to them in English. This Dutch rabbi, child of a converso family. Oliver Cromwell sees, I don't have the votes. You never bring up for a vote if you don't have the votes, right? So what Oliver Cromwell does, because he doesn't want to get defeated, they basically go into a mode of what the French did. One of these don't ask, don't tell. Here it's not don't ask, don't tell that you have to live a life of a Christian. Here it's, if you say you're Jewish, okay, we assume you're Jewish. Don't tell us that you come from conversos. And what happens is Jews start coming into England. It's not just a handful of converso families, but in real numbers. That's why, for instance, till this day, the Bevan Mark Synagogue, the initial British community, which, remember, the British Jews were expelled when? In the 1200s, early 1200s? One of you can Google it. You hadn't had Jews in England for 450, 500 years. Well, now Jews are going to come back. And when the prince, whose father had been killed, I think his name was Prince Charles, when he returns to England and it reestablishes the family monarchy, who took care of him in his exile? It was Jews in Amsterdam that looked after him and protected him. So now that he's the king, he doesn't need a vote of the parliament. By monarchical fiat, he allows Jews to return officially to England. And what the Jews did for the Netherlands, the Jews do for England. So now you got converso families going to the Netherlands, converso families going to France, converso families going to England. Italy, it wasn't so simple, because let's just state the facts. There's no such thing as Italy till 1862. What does Italy look like in those years? Well, you have Sicily, it's his own country. Naples, the Emperor of Naples. You got the Papal States, Rome and parts of central Italy. To the northwest, you have the Medicis, you have Tuscany. You've got on the eastern side, the Empire of Venice, right, which includes not just Venice, but Padua and other parts. And then you got these small little countries in the north, Mantua, Verona, Lombardy, Milano. They're small little countries. So there's no such thing as Italy. It's all different areas. Some of those areas at different times, either because of who the Pope is, or because of who the Spanish actually conquered, like some of those we mentioned with Abravanel, that the Spanish conquered it, those areas become under the Inquisition. So the worst example of this is that what you had in Catholicism what was known as the Counter-Reformation. Initially, you had a bunch of Renaissance popes. Let's just say they liked the Mädelach, all kinds of Mädelach. And the whole notion of celibacy was maybe on the books, but it was not practiced. They had babies from multiple women. And let's just say they loved money, wealth, and power, and they lived a very rich life. And this is one of the factors that Martin Luther uses: the corruption of the papacy, the corruption of the Vatican. And eventually there is a counter-reformation. Pope Julius III. He's the one that decrees that anything under his influence, which was not just the papal states, but most of Italy, in 1553, they burned the Talmud. Campo di Fiorio, you go to Italy, today it's a beautiful piazza with fountains. That's where they burnt the Talmud in Rome. They burnt it in Venice. They burnt it, I believe, in Verona. I have a list of, the burning in 1553 was actually on Rosh Hashanah in Rome. But over the next 2 months, there's very few. Why do you think when Mr. Lunzer died, Jack Lunzer died, the Weil Madonna Trust, he had this, who bought it? Leon Black. Where's Leon? Shuki, was Leon Black, was he Apollo? No, yeah, Leon Black was the chairman of Apollo. He spent $11 million. He bought the Bamberg Schloss from the Weil Madonna Trust. How come a Schloss cost $11 million? Because in 1553, under Pope Julius III, one of the Counter-Reformation popes, they burnt all Jewish text. There's very little of it left. Very few Bamberg Schlosses are left in the world. In a full set of Bamberg, I don't know, is there 2 of them? The next year, in 1554, under the very prosecutor of the Jews, he was known as Cardinal Carafa, but when he becomes the Pope, Pope Julius dies, and he becomes Pope Paul IV, okay? Pope Paul IV. There's a port town by the name of Ancona. So this is 50 years after the expulsion from Spain, 1553. 1554, I apologize. There are about 100 converso families living in Ancona. The Inquisition comes to Ancona. Most of them say, we sinned, we apologize, and we're going to now be proper Christians, and please, accept our penance, and they get small punishments. Some of them deny it. We're not conversos, we're Jews. They were burnt alive in the synagogue. 40 Jews were burnt in Ancona, okay? So my point is the Inquisition comes to different parts of Italy at different times. Again, you and I have 20/20 hindsight. We know after the fact, had they known with prospect, with foresight, had they known that, they would have gone to what we call the Ottoman Empire. They would have gone to Salonika and Smyrna, Izmir, and Constantinople, which is Istanbul. And they would have gone to Halab, Aleppo, in Shami. They would have gone to Damascus. They would have gone to Tzfas. They would have gone to Gaza, Gaza City. They would have gone to Shechem and Hebron and Yerushalayim. And they would have gone to Fostat, to Cairo. All of the areas that are part of the Ottoman Empire, we had incredible, incredible freedom, religious freedom. We were good for the economy. We worked hard. As long as we made the Sultan money and as long as we were good for the economy, he was happy to have us. But we only know that after the fact. Tragically, they didn't know that before the fact. And this is what happened. Again, most Sephardic Jews never ended up having Jewish descendants because most converted, and of the majority that converted, most of them did not flee. Some of them did. Some of them got out of Spain. Of the ones that went to Portugal and then were forcibly converted, they tried their best to get out. We gave the example of Bayonne, France. We gave the example of the Netherlands. There are other examples. And by the way, they try their best to make it to the Ottoman Empire. But it's not easy to get to the Ottoman Empire. They try to get to North Africa. It's very difficult in North Africa. Some of them come to the New World. It's tragic. Do you know the Inquisition actually kills former conversos, Jewish families, in Peru, in Mexico? The Inquisition comes to the New World. Why is it that there were conversos on Columbus's voyage? They wanted to get out. And when you have a situation that you have these various conversos, after a while, it gets so watered down. All they know is that they light candles on Friday night. That's all they know, is that they do that. They don't know why. They don't eat bread 1 week in the spring. So you hear families in Mexico, in New Mexico, you see families throughout South America who have these interesting traditions. They don't even realize, why, when someone explains to them that they come from conversos. There's a town, and I apologize if someone can Google it, in Portugal, where there were Portuguese conversos that were discovered in the early 20th century. There was a Polish Jew, the guy's name was Baruch Schwartz. He was a good guy. He was a character. His mother wanted to make sure that when he was off on business trips that he would wear tefillin. So of course he promised his mother on a business trip he would wear tefillin. What did she do? She ended up putting a gold coin in his tefillin bag. So he gets back. She says to him, "Did you put tefillin on every day?" "Oh, absolutely, sure." Did you notice what I gave you? What I put in you? So like he starts, oh yeah, Mom, I did, yeah. She says, "Give me a tefillin bag." She pulls out the gold coin, which means the guy never put on tefillin he'd been gone a month on a business trip. Okay. This guy undergoes a catharsis. He's in Portugal doing business. And they don't know he's a Jew. And one of the guys he's doing business with says, "Look, I understand you're going to be looking around for whatever he was trying to import into Poland. But don't do it with them stinking Jews. They might claim to be Christians, but they're Jews." Now you understand, this is the 1900s. When was the forced conversion of Portuguese Jewry? 1497. This is the bigotry. Belmonte, that's the city, Belmonte, okay? So he says, "Really, huh?" He says, he can't believe this. This is something out of a fairy tale. So he's curious. He's a curious guy. He goes and meets them. And he says, "I'm a Jew." And they don't trust him. They think that he's somebody out to get them, you know what I mean? That someone's gonna, because they're always discriminated against. This is, by the way, remember, the Inquisition goes 300 years. We're already post the Inquisition now. We're 80 years post the Inquisition. But they're still being discriminated against. He says, "I'm a Jew." And he tells them all these things, and they can't believe it. Because they don't really know what's with the Jews. They're living in this, basically agrarian area in Portugal. But they bring him to, like, the head of the community is this elderly woman. And they communicate. He says that he's Jewish. So she says, "You prove it." So he says, "Shema Yisrael, Ad Hashem Elokeinu, Ad Hashem Echad." No one else knew Hebrew. She's the only one who knew a little bit of Hebrew. And she starts crying. And she said, "He's a Jew." And then he starts writing about them. He starts telling people. He starts publicizing that they've been living this way. And other people start visiting them. And that's when they first connect to world Jewry. Some of them have undergone a giur, the halacha, because who knows, to what degree they were Jewish, etc. How because they're intermarriage or not. But these people were discovered by this Polish Jew, Baruch Schwartz, I think in the 1920s, on a business trip. They're the last that we know of a converso community in Belmonte. But between the Ottoman Empire, between the Netherlands, between France, between parts of Italy, there's this huge desire to rebuild and reestablish Judaism. So we gave the example of Salonika, which were the Catalonian Jews, the Jews from Barcelona. Salonika, for many parts of history, had a majority of its citizens were Jewish. Salonika, for a couple hundred years, was one of the most significant ports into the European continent. It's not true the last couple hundred years, but it was. And we talk about vertical integration. You had Jews who owned the import-export business, and then you had the Jews who were the stevedores. That's why with the establishment of the State of Israel, remember the very first Israel bond project was that Israel should have a deep-sea port. David Ben-Gurion came to America selling Israel bonds so that there should be a 24/7 drudging project that would enable Israel to have a deep-sea port, because they were cut off by Arabs to the south, Egypt, to the east, Jordan, to the north, Syria and Lebanon. They only had one way of importing and exporting, and that was the Mediterranean. So first they did the Haifa port, then the second they created a deep-sea port in Ashdod. But who worked in the ports? The early years of the State of Israel. These were stevedores. These were Greek Jews who'd survived the Holocaust from Salonika. They literally were the schleppers on the ports, because that was a trade. Salonika produced many Gedolei Yisrael. Things changed for Greek Jewry once it became Greece once again. Remember, Greece was part of the Ottoman Empire until the 20th century. Once it becomes Greece again, that's when the anti-Semitism rises. That's when it becomes much more difficult to live in these communities. And then tragically, because the Greek Jews did not know German. See, if you're a Hungarian Jew, you know enough Yiddish to understand the Germans' barking orders in Auschwitz, in Birkenau. If you're a Slovakian Jew, you know enough Yiddish to understand the German. A Greek Jew doesn't know Yiddish, doesn't know German, and that's why they were wiped out as soon as they got there, because they couldn't use them as slave laborers. The one group that they took, where they specifically wanted Greek Jews, was the Sonderkommand. What is the Sonderkommand? That's a sick German word. The special forces, they're the ones who escorted the Jews into the gas chambers, who took the dead bodies out, who removed the gold from the teeth, who took the bodies and put them in the incinerators. The reason they wanted Greek Jews in the Sonderkommand is because they couldn't talk to anyone else at Auschwitz. Since they couldn't communicate because they spoke a different language, the secret, the ones who actually witnessed the death and the murder would not be able to tell the story. And it was those Greek Jews, many of them from Salonika, some of them were from Corfu and Rhodes, they're the ones who blew up gas chamber 2 and extermination ovens 2. What happened was you had 2 and 3 were the original ones in Birkenau. And then in late 43, they started building 4 and 5. That was for the annihilation of Hungarian and Slovakian Jewry, because they were racing against the Soviets, who were gaining ground by the week. But initially, you only had the 2 gas chambers and the 2 extermination. And when you go to Birkenau, you can actually see the one that these Greek members of the Sonderkommand blew up. The story of the Sephardic Jews is really an incredible one. And I'll just give you one last story. We mentioned that they realized, and it takes time for this to happen, that the best place a Sephardic Jew can go is the Ottoman Empire. So I'll give you an example of one of these converso families that leaves Portugal. Maybe the most famous. Donna, what's her name? Grazia Mendez, right? Donna Grazia Mendez. If you go to Tveria, there's a hotel that's named after her. What did she do? Her husband died young. She has this import-export business. Turns out she's a better businesswoman than her husband was. And she does very well. She had fled to the Ottoman Empire. She does business for the Sultan, brings huge profits and economic opportunities into the Ottoman Empire. She actually pays for Tveria. She wants it to be like a Jewish homeland. The problem is that Tveria never develops because at that time, under the Ottomans, you've got so much malaria. That whole area of the Emek Yisrael is malaria infested. And think about the temperatures in Tveria. Many Jews come there, but none of them can make it there. They do much better in Tzfas. Tzfas is cooler. There's no malaria. It's up in the mountains. They do better in Hebron, again, up in the mountains. They do better in Shechem. It's in the mountains. They don't do well in Tveria. But she gets the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire to boycott the Italian ports after they murder the conversos in Ancona in 1554. And it's only because Jewish merchants are saying, but you're punishing us, we're losing out, that they have to back up they let go of the boycott. Another city, it's known as Leghorn, we refer to it as Livorno. Livorno is on the Mediterranean coast. It's not far from Pisa. The Sephardic Jews come there, these conversos, and they can practice Judaism, and they create an incredible Jewish community there. And then they bring in Italian rabbis, and not only do they have a huge success as one of the most important ports into Europe, but they're major supporters of the Yishuv in Israel. Other Sephardic Jews who traverse the Ottoman Empire and settle in Tzfas and Yerushalayim. The first yeshiva that gets reestablished in Yerushalayim is money from Livorno. So you have that success. There's a famous controversy. Rabbi Yosef Beirav, he's the leader of the Jews in Tzfas. The converso community comes to him and they ask him to give them malchus, corporal punishment. You can't give corporal punishment unless you have a Beis Din, actually a Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 23 that has smicha. Only smuchim can give capital and corporal punishment. So they take the position of the Rambam that if all of the scholars of Israel decide that so-and-so is worthy of smicha, the real bona fide smicha, ordination, then the scholars of Israel can give that person smicha. They end up, he gets smicha, Rabbi Yosef Beirav, he gives smicha, I believe, to 3 or 4 before they stop it. One of them is Joseph Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Beit Yosef. One of the, I think the Mabit, the Beis Elokim, he gets smicha. I'm not sure if it's the Al-Shich, there are 3 or 4 that get smicha. Maybe it's Moshe Al-Shich, I have to do my homework on that. The Rabbanim of Yerushalayim say, you can't do that. It says all the scholars of Israel. And we don't think you can recreate the smicha. We're not relying on the Rambam, and you didn't, even if you followed the Rambam, you didn't get our approval. We reject it. And who are you, Tzfas, to be the center of the Jewish world? It's Yerushalayim, Yera Kodesh, not Tzfas. And then they go to the Radvaz, Rabbi David ben, the Radvaz, I think his name is David ben Zimra, or he is the great leader of Cairo Jewry. We know the Radvaz because he has thousands of tshuvas. We know the Radvaz because of his commentary on the Mishnah Torah of the Rambam. He was the leader of, and he says, no, they can't do it. They can't reestablish the smicha. So there's a whole debate back and forth. And we actually have the correspondence between the Maharal Bach, who himself was a Sephardic Jew that came to Yerushalayim, and the Maribe Rav, the leader of Tzfas Jewry and the leader of the Jerusalem community. But why did they want to establish smicha? That we end up forgetting. The reason they wanted to establish smicha was for this reason. All these conversos said, we committed the worst sin on earth, avodah zarah. We adopted Trinitarian worship. We led a life that was a rejection of the oneness of God, of Yichud Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And we don't want to be punished. We want to be punished in this world, meaning we want to get Malkos in this world. We do tshuva, get the Malkos, and that way we won't be punished in the next world. That was what their whole concern was. These were former conversos who were balei tshuva, who wanted to get atonement for what they felt was a terrible, terrible chil Hashem, that under pressure and under duress, they had converted to Trinitarian worship. That was the basis for the whole giving of the smicha, in order that they could give these people Malkos. And the Maharal Bach writes that nothing stands in front of tshuva. If you are so sincere, and it's clear that you're sincere, balei tshuva, so you did a chil Hashem, you desecrated God's name by accepting that. But now live the rest of your life being mekadesh shem shemayim. Be engaged in Kiddush Hashem. That's how you do tshuva. You don't need the Malkos. He writes that to this converso community who desperately wanted to get the corporal punishment. Is that the wrong word? It should be corporeal, right? The corporeal punishment, so that they could get atonement. That's a little bit of their story. The reality is that today, when you think about it, the majority of the Jews of the state of Israel are Sephardim. And it was these various Sephardic Jews who sacrificed, first and foremost, not to follow the majority and convert, and then in Portugal, after being forcibly converted, to do anything they could to try to find a place where they could live as Jews. And they suffered for 300 years through this Inquisition in auto de fe. But even though it was the minority of them, very much like the minority that left Egypt, that built the Jewish world, the first Commonwealth of Israel, it was the minority of these Sephardim that rebuilt the Sephardic history, Sephardic Masorah, Sephardic traditions in North Africa, throughout the Ottoman Empire, in the Netherlands. And when you look at the Gedolei Yisrael they've produced, when you look at the tshuvos that we study because of the issues that came up, be it North Africa, be it in Amsterdam, be it in the Ottoman Empire, and the challenges that they had. Because 150 years later, they have the challenge of the false Messiah, of Shabtai Tzvi, when many of them were lost. Many of them were lost to Judaism, not as a function of the auto de fe and Inquisition, but of the heresy of Shabtai Tzvi. But they survived all of that. And they have not only rebuilt the way that we, the Ashkenazim, have rebuilt their world, but they're the primary driving force rebuilding Judaism in the state of Israel today, in the modern state. I believe, if I'm correct, that somewhere around 60 or 61% of all Jews in Israel are Sephardic Jews. It's a significant majority. And in terms of their commitment to tradition, it goes without saying that they have a very solid commitment to tradition, much more so than they didn't go through the Reform movement, they didn't go through the Protestant Reformation in Europe the way we did, and therefore it's a very stronger commitment, quite a significantly stronger commitment to the tradition, in Israel. As well, when you look at the Sephardim in places like Montreal, Quebec, you look at it in France, and for that matter, when you look at the Sephardim even in the United States, they are a very strong Jewish community, and they've maintained the Masorah over the last 100, 200 years to a much greater degree than we have, the Ashkenazim, and we have to acknowledge that. But that Mesiras Nefesh was what took place in the 16th and in the 17th centuries amongst those who are original Gerushim, and then eventually amongst the Anusim, the conversos, the forced conversos, who did whatever they could to reestablish Judaism, the Torah, their relationship with their God, and reestablish communities. Again, the most successful being throughout the Ottoman Empire, but throughout the world. At this point, we're going to go back to the Kinos. Let me just see what time it is. It's already, the day is flying by. Probably not as fast for you as it is for me, but what I want to do is around 1 o'clock, we're going to turn to Entebbe and acknowledge the 5 Kedoshim. But let's go back to the Kinos. The next one, because we do want to at least say one Kinna for the Holocaust, is the Baba Rebbe. I've got it as Kinna 48, page 627 in the Masoras Harav, the Rebbe Soloveitchik, page 382 in the Art Scroll. So Rebbe Shlomo Halberstam started on the west side, then moved to Borough Park, and today Bobov is probably the most significant group of Jews in Borough Park. There's branches of Bobov, it's split into different branches. But he was an incredible man, and a lot of what I know about him, I learned from Rabbi Herbst, who was a Talmud communal leader. You know, the Bobova lost his father, he lost his family. He himself was a survivor. They, like many Jews, were Galician Hasidic Jews. It was a very, very rich area for Judaism, Galicia. And the Bobova Hasidim were part of the tapestry, of the fabric that created that richness of Judaism in Galicia. When he comes back, there are very few Polish survivors. He ends up, rebuilding his world, not just for those few that survived Bobov, but for many Jews who survived, who were the Sheris HaPleita, literally the very few. When I say very few, we've mentioned this in the past. In German-occupied Poland, there were 3 million Jews. At most, 35,000, 1% survived. We believe, Professor Saul Friedlander believes that somewhere between 25 and 35,000 Jews survived German-occupied Poland. And as a function of that, there's almost nobody, almost no one who survived. Those that survived had no community. Yes, they created a Landsmannschaft if you were from Lodz. You could have a Landsmannschaft of the small numbers from Krakow. But some of these small communities, nobody survived. And it was people like the Bobova Rebbe who created a community, who created a home for those who had no community and those who had no home. He says, Zichru na v'konenu, page 627. Call Yisrael, meaning this is something that the Jewish world, all of us have to just, Zichru means it has to be a constant awareness. Kolchem yishama birama. Your voices have to be heard on high. Ki hishmida Germania esamenu b'meizam ha'milchama. We were annihilated by the Germans. We just mentioned 99% of all those who were in German-occupied Poland. In Lithuania and the Ukraine, it was about the same. In Latvia, it was about the same. In Belarus, barely a little bit better. Bimisos mishunos achzarios, the most horrific and painful deaths that we were put through. Barav v'tzama, famine, starvation. Think about the caloric intake. Look, if you were in Auschwitz, chosen to be a slave laborer, average life expectancy was 10 weeks. They worked you to death. The caloric intake, there was no way that you could live that way. In Mauthausen, it was 6 weeks. They had those quarries, the stone quarries, and you're carrying or schlepping those massive boulders. If you were too slow, they just pushed you off into the pit. There were these narrow steps going up and down into the quarry. They just pushed you over because you weren't worth it. You weren't producing. So the average life expectancy in Mauthausen was 6 weeks. How do you live Barav V'Tzama? When in the Eichmann trial, when Adolf Eichmann was put on trial, he assumed that they had murdered 5.5 million Jews. So where do we get the number 6 million? He said, yeah, 500,000 died of starvation. 5.5 million we killed. We eliminated, we killed. But think about, for instance, the Warsaw Ghetto, the mass grave there. Most of the people of the Warsaw Ghetto were shipped to Treblinka and were murdered. They choked on carbon monoxide. That was their last breaths in Treblinka. But close to 100,000 died of starvation because they were in the ghetto at a very early stage, I think in early 40. The deportations from the Warsaw Ghetto didn't start till, I think, the summer, till July or June of 1942. That first 2.5 years, massive, massive death due to starvation, due to disease, typhus, malnutrition, etc. Al tishkechu b'chol hadoros. This is something throughout the millennia, throughout the future of world history. We should never, ever forget this. Adei tizku liros b'nechama. Until the point when ultimately we have a messianic era and we finally do have some consolation. Tza'akasam u'v'chiyosehem. Their cries, their shrieks. Tzfufim uskurim bakronim. They would think about how many people died in the cattle cars. If you were shipped from Greece, once you were brought on to the mainland European continent, and then you were shipped, let's say even if you were a Hungarian Jew and you were shipped between May 15th and July 7th, 1944, traveling through Hungary, through Slovakia, through Poland, into Western Galicia. You're looking at 2.5 days without any water. And before that, what was your caloric intake the month before from the time they put you into ghettos? Same is true of an Italian Jew. We told the story of those children from Drancy, the French children that were shipped. You have this again and again, where by the time you get out of the cattle cars, there's a huge percentage of them that were died, they were just suffocated, couldn't get air, didn't have any drink, any food. They got into the cattle cars emaciated to start with. Katzon letevach yuvalu, l'sreifa bakiv shonim. And then we were brought like sheep to the slaughter, to literally be burnt in the ovens. This phrase from Yeshaya Hanavi became famous in the famous testimony of Abba Kovner at the Eichmann trial, when they sent the messages to the Polish Jews. This was the Lithuanian Jews, and they said, we're being brought katzon letevach, like sheep to the slaughter. We quote that every Monday and Thursday when we have the expanded Tachana. Bikaram Shema Yisrael. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong place. Kol shavam yizacher tamid lifnei shochin ma'onim. May the voice of their cries, may it be permanently, consistently there in front of God, the one who dwells in heaven. As they called out, the last words on their mouth were Shema Yisrael. Masru nafsham la'adonei adonim. They sacrificed their lives to the Master of Masters, meaning they died al Kiddush Hashem. Roshei Yeshivos v'Salmidehem v'Amonei Amcha Shama. Think about, for instance, we mentioned Reb Tzvi Frommer, the head of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, which was the greatest yeshiva in Poland. Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman, who had a great high school. It was a top high school in Europe called Baranovich. From there, they would go to the Masiftas. He was killed in the 9th Fort in the Kovna Ghetto by the Germans in 1941. You had, in the Warsaw Ghetto, Rabbi Menachem Zemba. He was one of the Gedolei Hador in Poland. And we could go on and on and on. The one yeshiva that survived was the Mir. At the time, many people were very skeptical. Rav Aaron Kotler, many were incredibly skeptical. What did they do? They fled Poland. This is before Operation Barbarossa. They go to Kovna because Vilna is under Polish control. They go to Kovna. And the consul general for the Japanese government, a man by the name of Shaiun Sugihara, he writes for them transit visas so they can get on a train and go through Russia. He writes these transit visas that will enable them to traverse Siberia, to go to Asia, to get into Japan. And from there, they can go to Curacao. You didn't have to have a passport to get into Curacao. Now, most of them never go to Curacao. Most of them, because Japan not only controls Japan, and Japan is now an ally of Nazi Germany, but Japan conquers China. So China is under Japanese control. So they let the Jews settle in China. They settle in Shanghai. That's where the Mir Yeshiva, that's where there's a whole community. But how did the Mir Yeshiva survive? Because Shaiun Sugihara was able to get them out and get them into Asia. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated, like every other yeshiva. Think about all of the great yeshivas of Belarus and of Lithuania. And we had a few survivors. Rabbi Soloveitchik, Rav Aaron Kotler, Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky, Rav Hutner, Rav Moshe Feinstein. So Rav Moshe left before the war. He evaded communist Russia. The Rav was able to get out, get to America in the 30s. But think about the Slobodka Yeshiva. So we know Rav Aaron Kotler, and we know Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky, and we know Rav Hutner, and we know Rav Ruderman. That's 4 of them. Those 4 built Torah in America. Together with the Rav and with Rav Moshe, they built Torah in America. And they reestablished the Masorah. But only 4 survived. Most of those students of Slobodka were annihilated. And that was true of Telz, and that was true of Grodno, and that was true of Navardik, and that was true of all of these various institutions. The students of Rabbi Elchanan and Baranovich, a small handful, Mipletas Sofrehem, escaped and survived. And those are the ones who built Yiddishkeit, rebuilt the Masorah. In Israel, it was the Brisker Rav. He was able to escape, and he rebuilt Yiddishkeit. Rav Kahneman established Ponevezh, reestablished Ponevezh. He survived, but they were a handful. The majority were annihilated. The majority of Rosh Yeshiva and the majority of Talmidim. Hamoni am chashama, he'avidum binuyim kashim. The horrific labor that was imposed upon us, varagum b'yad ramah, and they killed us, with a brazenness, with an arrogance. Demei yeladim rakim tzokim elecha min adama. 1.5 million. 1.5 million Jewish children. Jewish children were murdered. Nikom nikmas tafen nashim, lo sechayeh kol neshama. Al sreifas alfei midrashos ubote kinesios. The thousands of learning halls, bote midrashos, the thousands of synagogues, of shuls. I have at home, I have to thank Malcolm Homeline for that. A 2-volume set that Malcolm was involved with producing. It's called Pogromnacht. We use the term Kristallnacht. It really should be called Pogromnacht. And 1,300 shuls in Germany, in Austria, in the Sudetenland, in German-controlled Czechoslovakia, were destroyed that night. Most of them were burnt down. If you had a shul that was too close to Gentile buildings, so they didn't want to have a fire spread, they just destroyed it. They didn't burn it down, but they destroyed it. And in this book, you go from town to town. Jews had been living in Germany for 1,000 years. Jews had been living in other communities 400, 500 years, 600 years, all wiped out that night. And that's not to speak of Poland. What happened when the Germans came into Poland? Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus. This was the heart of Yiddishkeit. This was the heart of the Masorah, all wiped out. The Torah that was taught in these institutions, the tefillos, the prayers that were said in these institutions, wiped out. Rivivos Sifrei Torah, tens of thousands of Sifrei Torah velomdeha, and tens of thousands of those who learn it. Nikonein b'shi'ios, shilchu va'esh mikdashei el. These small, what do we call? Yechezkel refers to the synagogue in the diaspora as a mikdash ma'at. There's the Beis HaMikdash, and then there's a mikdash ma'at. We're right now in a mikdash ma'at. These were sent up in smoke and flames, these miniature Beit Mikdash. Hitzitzu veinenu tzafios. And we sit there and we just look at it and we cry. And we yearn for the beauty and for what happened to these institutions. And it's all been destroyed. Yeshale mamaviras habeira yadin bagoyim male givios. And we ask God for justice against those perpetrators. Zaku shamayim vadamal alfei ayaros mivtzarei Torah. Let the heavens and the earth themselves cry out, not just the people, but the very heavens and earth, the universe cry out over the destructions of thousands of cities, Artsots Europa ukihiloseha, throughout the lands of Europe and the various communities. Let me just make a comment. If any of you are in Berlin, there's two places you need to go. One is Wannsee, January 20th, 1942. It wasn't a conference, it was a dictate. When Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Gestapo, the head of the SS, and the SS Obersturmführer, Adolf Eichmann, the desk murderer, the man who was the mastermind behind it, when they brought every branch of the German government there, and they gave a dictate from the Führer that every branch is subordinate to the needs of the SS. And that's why when the Germans were losing the war to the Soviet army and they needed supplies, but they couldn't get the rail lines to bring those supplies because they were being used for shipping Hungarian and Slovakian and Romanian Jews racing against the Russian army. It was more important to kill the Jews than it was to support their own German soldiers. That is the dictate that was given there. And he puts up a map, Eichmann, and you can see the map if you go there. It's a remake of that map, of the continent of Europe. And they knew their numbers. One thing about the Germans, they knew their numbers. From Great Britain all the way through the Soviet Union, how many Jews lived in each country? 11.5 million Jews was the goal. They stopped at over 6 million, which was more than 50% of Ashkenazic Jewry, more than 50% of the Jews of the continent. That's Artsots Europa ukihiloseha. And the other place to go is to go to the, I apologize, to Yad Vashem. There's an area known as the Valley of the Communities. We're not going to have time today to study the 10th Kina, but I'd like you to, if you have a chance when you're home, the 10th Kina goes through the 24 communities that made up the Mishmarot HaKahuna. The various communities where people would come once every 24 weeks to work in a Beis HaMikdash. They would be the ones who would represent Klal Yisrael while the Kohanim offered the Korbanos. So you had such an idea in Europe. To quote the Baba Rebbe here, you had thousands of Jewish communities. You get into the Valley of the Communities, it's a maze where you're meant to get lost. This one area is Hungary. So it has the major communities, engraved in bold letters, the medium-sized community in small letters, in medium letters, I apologize, and then the Shtetlach, the Dorfs, the small Hungarian Jewish communities in small letters. And in Hungary alone, it was hundreds of communities annihilated. The same is true of Western Galicia. The same is true of Eastern Galicia. The same is true of Germany. The same is true of Bohemia and Moravia. The same is true of France. The same is true in the Netherlands. The same is true of Poland. The same is true of the Jewish communities of Belarus. The same is true of the Lithuanian communities, the Latvian communities. So you'll get Riga and Davinsk in the big letters. What about the small communities and the small letters? And what do you see? There were thousands and thousands of communities there. Each had their own tunes, each had their own, recipe for gefilte fish or for kugel. Each had the way they taught the children. Each had, certain tunes. What did the shul, how did they adorn the shul for Shavuos? How did it look like on Sukkot? Each produced Gedolei Yisrael. They produced Talmidei Chachamim. Every one of those communities is a world. Every one of those communities made up the richness of what we call the tapestry of Klal Yisrael, of the Masorah, all gone. And it's very hard to fathom that. 6 million you and I can't relate to. But you take one community and you learn about it and what was the nature of that community. Just by the way, I lost the page. What page are we on? And what about in the Masoras Harav? 1 sec. 628. Okay, 629. Sorry about that. Every one of those communities is a world unto itself. And that's what they're trying to convey in Yad Vashem in the Valley of the Communities. And that's what the Baba Rebbe is trying to convey in this line. Al sreifas alfei midrashos ubate kinesios, rivivos sifer Torah v'lomdea, nekoni b'shiyos. And then he continues, Zaku shamayim v'ladam al alfei ayaros, mivtzerei sora, artzos Europa ukihiloseha. Throughout the various lands of Europe and its various communities. Who are they? Nochale umekaime mesora. Those who inherited and then observed, they were the next generation that passed on the transmission, but they observed the transmission to pass it on. Tzadikim, Zekenim, V'chasidim, Deveke emuna tahora. Miyom galinu me'artzenu lo haya kazeh ki lo yanora. From the time that we've been exiled, meaning, what do we observe? We start observing Churban Beis HaMikdash Sheni. There's never been anything as horrific, nothing close to this. Rachem al she'iriseinu. God have compassion on the she'eris hapleta, on the remnant. Habetna mishamayim. L'machanos hakadoshim pi eser kiyotze Mitzrayim. Please, God, look down upon what happened. 10 times those who left Egypt were annihilated. Komem beis kachenu, please reestablish our Beis HaMikdash. Nachamenu pikiflayim, right? We keep using the word kefel. That comes from the Haftorah of Nachamu, Nachamu Ami, from Perek Mem of Yeshaya. It should be geometric compassion, because what we've suffered, there is no comfort and consolation. The consolation we need has to be geometric. Romamenu, uplift us, v'avienu l'tzion v'Yerushalayim, and bring us to Zion and to Jerusalem. Before we go back to other kinos, I'm going to go to Entebbe and then we'll return to the kinos. This year is the 50th anniversary of, on the one hand, one of the greatest miracles in Jewish history. On the other hand, an event that shows us just how precarious and how challenged we are, even today, even with the state of Israel. And I want to give the context of the Entebbe story before we talk about the Kedoshim. The context is the following, that in 1972, for the world to see, in the midst of what was meant to be the world coming together, celebrating its youth, 11 Israeli Olympic participants and coaches were murdered. And in the murder of them, not 30 years after the Holocaust, on German soil, and the games must go on. There's no stoppage. There's no delay in the Olympics. It's a place where everyone can participate. It's a place where the world comes together, unless, of course, you come from the Jewish homeland. And the way the murder was treated by the world, by the Olympic Committee, it created a depression, a malaise amongst Jews. A year later, we lost 2,900 young men, be it on the Golan Heights, the Chinese farm, at the Suez Canal, in the Sinai Desert. And there was a concepcia. After what had happened, the great salvation of the Six-Day War, we just assumed that no matter how much weaponry the Soviets had rearmed the Egyptians with, the Soviets had rearmed the Syrians, they wouldn't start with us. What was the concepcia? The best Egypt could do, they could break through the Suez Canal, they could get into the Sinai Desert, but they wouldn't even make it into the Negev. They wouldn't even reach Beersheba. Why would they risk having thousands of Egyptian soldiers killed just for a war that would only get them part of the Sinai? The second assumption of the concepcia is that Syria would never go to war against Israel unless they could do it in conjunction, in tandem with Egypt. If the two of them could do it together, then it would happen. But the first assumption is that Egypt wouldn't do it. And the same mistake that we made conceptually on October 7th, on the Black Simchas Torah, instead of defending against our enemy's capabilities, we defended against our conception of the enemies, our assumptions of where the enemies were at. And because of that, in October of 1973, we lost 2,900 young men. On top of those 2,900 young men, think about the PTSD. And remember, 1973, nobody knew from PTSD. That's not the language people were using. When you look at Vietnam, when you look at Persian Gulf II, when you look at the Israeli wars, the Yom Kippur War, the Lebanon War, 10% of any soldier that does frontline combat duty is going to be facing a life of acute PTSD. You know, in 1973, they said, hey, suck it up, right? Suck it up and be a man. You're a tough Israeli. Well, when the neurotransmitters get rewired, and when you're not neurologically the same person you were before the battle, you can't suck it up and be a man. You're not the same human being. And the good news is that if it's treated, there is the potential, there's real potential for someone with PTSD to lead a normal life. They'll always have to battle it, but they can lead a normal life, be a husband, a father, a professional, but not when it goes untreated. And not when tells you to be a man, when you can't. And you think about the thousands whose lives were ruined. I'm not talking about the suicide. I'm talking about the drugs. I'm talking about that they couldn't function as a father, couldn't function as a husband. I'm talking about they couldn't hold a job. I'm talking about the acute depression, the acute anxiety. It ruined a generation. And that's what Israel was dealing with. That's the context. I want to start the story, and for this part of our presentation, we interviewed a number of the hostages, pilots, Sayeret Matkal, Givati, I'm sorry, they weren't Givati, the Golanis involved in the destruction of the Ugandan Air Force, as well as the Tzanchanim, who were the ones that were able to procure and to enable us to have control of the new terminal so that if the hostage would be liberated, if the Sayeret would be successful, they wouldn't be killed by the Ugandan soldiers on their way to the plane. So I did a lot of interviews for this, some of them 10 years ago for the 40th anniversary, and a number of them over the last 4 or 5 years preparing for this summer, the 50th anniversary. We'll start with a couple, George and Rivka Carfunkel. Many of you know who they are, their family. They were children of Hungarian survivors. Parents, both survivors, living in Brooklyn, in New York. And they were a young couple. They had a child, many of you know Khani. And she was going to be kept by the grandparents, and they were going to travel to Israel. 1976. It's not every Monday and Donnerstag. You don't travel to Israel every Monday and Thursday. It's not like today where you have access. Even today when United and Delta aren't flying, you can fly on El Al. 1976, a trip like that was something you did maybe once every 2 decades. This was their first time going to Israel. And they had a magical, wonderful week in Israel. Topped it off with the Shabbos in Yerushalayim. They go to the Kotel Friday night. Imagine your first time going to the Kotel. Especially, children of survivors, what it means to have a state of Israel. And have an incredible experience. Because they're planning on having other children, it's not something that they're necessarily going to be able to travel in the near future. So on their way home, they'll spend a couple days in Paris. Go to the Louvre, French Military Museum, the Eiffel Tower, shop on the Champs-Élysées, experience Paris. And by the way, Paris in the 70s was not the Paris of today. I mean, there was a mystique to Paris. They get to the airport, and at that time, the airport was known as Lod. It wasn't called yet Ben Gurion. And things were, I don't know if you remember, from those of you a little bit older, when you'd go to security, they would take your luggage at security first. Before you ever went to the ticket counter, your luggage was already gone because of the security standards they had there. So they get to the Air France ticket counter. There's an Israeli woman working the ticket counter, right? And they look up and they see the flight that was supposed to be a direct flight to Paris is going to stop in Athens first. And they look at each other. Everyone in 1976 knew Athens had the worst security in the world. No one wanted to fly through Athens. And they're hemming and hawing. And the woman behind the counter says, look, your luggage is going on that plane, whether you do or not. You want a direct flight to Paris, you're going to have to wait till Tuesday. Well, they were only going to spend a few days there, and then they had to be back in New York. He had to go back to work, George. So they go on the plane. The plane from Tel Aviv to Athens is nothing. That's a short trip. In Athens, 58 new passengers get on the Air France flight. We're interested in 4 of them. 2 of them, a woman by the name of Brigitte Kuhlmann and a man by the name of Wilfried Böss. Remember, like we said with Rudolf Hess, with the umlaut? It looks like Bose, or like Bose speakers, but in German you have the 2 dots over the O, it's pronounced Böss. Who were Willy Böss and Brigitte Kuhlmann? Who were they? They were members of the infamous Baader-Meinhof gang. Baader-Meinhof gang, they were in an anarchy, they were horrific terrorists. They would partner with the Japanese, the Jackal. They were part of the, they would partner with the PFLP, the Palestinian terrorists, which this story is going to be the story of the PFLP. And they were just really bad people. The other 2 that get on are Palestinian terrorists. They originated in Bahrain. In Bahrain, there was no security. They had it concealed, but they got on the original plane with guns and grenades. They get off in Athens and transfer to the Air France flight for Paris. There's no intra-airport security in Athens. They get on the plane. The plane starts taking off for Paris. And as it hits a certain altitude, what do? They rush the cockpit. They take over the plane. And George, the first time he realizes, he encounters them, Brigitte Kuhlmann smacks him. Alex! Alex. Get out. What they did was they moved all of the male passengers against the window, and they put female passengers in the aisle seats, the idea being that they assumed that the female passengers be less of a chance of them trying to rush the cockpit. Okay, they do that. The next thing they know, they're in Benghazi, Libya. The plane is getting refueled in Benghazi. There's a woman on the plane. She should get the Academy Award for 1976 as a Best Actress. Why? She faked that she was having a miscarriage. And she's crying and begging and screaming that she's going through a miscarriage. They got to get her. They don't know what to do. The terrorists, finally, they let her off the plane. She was brought back to France, and this was the first intelligence they had of this story. The flight takes off again from Benghazi. And keep in mind, who was the dictator that ran Libya? Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi obviously was a huge supporter of terrorism and of the PFLP. The flight takes off, and it goes to where? It's Monday a.m. They don't know where they are. They're in the dark. All they see is black soldiers. They see black soldiers all over. Where are they? And of course, the answer is Kampala, Uganda. They were at Entebbe Airport in Kampala, Uganda. Before anyone is allowed off the plane, they collect everyone's passports of terrorists. There's a man on the plane who's a former Israeli Air Force pilot, is a colonel in the Air Force. He realizes what's going on. He rips up his identity card and swallows it, because if they catch that he's former military, they'll kill him. When the passengers get off, the passengers get off the plane, a selexia is done. 89 with Israeli passports are taken in one direction, and four Jews who don't have Israeli passports but look conspicuously looking Jews. George and Renee, he had a yarmulke on, and 2 young men who are alive today in São Paulo, Brazil. One of them, Rafi, happens to be a Rosh Hashiva in São Paulo. The other is Jack Stern. Jack's a businessman. He got business in London and in São Paulo. They were young guys at the time. Those 4 and the 89 Israelis are separated away from everyone else. Word gets out. They let the world know. These are the conditions. $5 million United States currency, cash, We have 52 of our comrades, 40 Palestinians being held in Israeli prisons, 6 Palestinians being held in Jordanian prisons, and 6 members of the Baader-Meinhof gang being held in West German prisons. Just by the way, Howard let us know it's chatzos, so if anyone wants to sit on a regular chair, they can do it at this point. It's chatzos hayom. Those are the conditions. The world turns to Israel. Now, the prime minister, the leadership of Israel at that time is Yitzhak Rabin. Shimon Peres is defense minister. And the chief of staff is Matagur. Remember the famous Matagur? At the time, he was a colonel in 1967. When all the regular soldiers were sent down to the Egyptian border, who was going to defend the homeland? Fathers, husbands, the reservists. And there were 3 brigades of reservists that defended Jerusalem. The Harel Brigade, the Jerusalem Brigade, and the center of the city would be the 55th Paratroopers Brigade. Matagur was the commander of the 55th Paratroopers Brigade. They're the ones who in Givat Tachmoshet, Ammunition Hill, they lost 35 guys that first night of the war. They're the ones who conquered Jerusalem from the attacking Jordanian army. Jerusalem, in its history, has been conquered 37 times. 35 times from the north. Think about the pasuk from Jeremiah that we read 3 weeks ago. The Babylonians conquered it from the north. The Romans conquered from the north. 2 times, only 2 times in its history it was not conquered from the north. And one of them was the last time it was conquered. The only time it was conquered from the east was Matagur and the paratroopers. They came through Sha'ar Arayot, the Lion's Gate, which was to the east of the city. And you know the famous phrase when Matagur, Moshe Dayan is on the Mount Scopus, and he wires him, he radio wires him, Har Habayit Biyadenu. The Temple Mount is now under our control. And they liberated the Kotel, they liberated the eternal Jewish city. He, at this point, is now the head of the whole IDF. So that's the leadership. Now keep in mind, Shimon Peres, on the one hand, is a very good orator. We will be indebted to him eternally because of the Dimona project, that existentially Israel could survive. He worked with the French. It was funded by the Germans. Israel developed nuclear capability to defend itself. That was Shimon Peres. But, and I'm sorry for being harsh, but Shimon Peres should be the defense minister of the state of Israel, like I should be a ballerina. And what do I mean by that? Why was he appointed the defense minister? Because that was the number 2. If you're the coalition, the governing coalition, the top seat is prime minister, the second seat is defense minister. Well, he was the second seat in the Labour Party. Now, even though Prime Minister Rabin said, look, this is an Air France, this is a French issue, the whole world turned on Israel. They turned to Israel because they said, you got the majority of the people they want are in your prisons. What are they going to do? And by the way, why did they go to Entebbe? Kampala, Uganda, sub-Saharan Africa. Why? Because if you remember a couple years earlier, there was a Sabena Airlines. Sabena was the Belgian Airlines. And they commandeered a flight for Tel Aviv. The PFLP, remember, there's a PLO that's headed by Yasser Arafat. They're a bunch of Palestinian murderers who have killed, murdered Jewish children. But there's a break-off because they didn't believe that Arafat was strong enough, that he killed enough, that he was harsh enough in his methods. So it's called the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, led by a man by the name of George Chabash. The PFLP are the ones who were involved in this hijacking, and they were the ones who hijacked the Sabena aircraft. The planes on the ground in Ben Gurion in Tel Aviv, there's something at that time, no one knows its name, it's classified. They're referred to as Hayichida, meaning what? The unit. Today, we all know the name, Sayeret Matkal. But at that time, it was just known as Hayichida, the unit. Who was the head of Hayichida? A man by the name of Ehud Barak. Who was one of Ehud Barak's soldiers in the Sayeret Matkal? Bibi Netanyahu. What do? They puncture the hydraulic of the Sabina aircraft, and then they say, we'll come on the plane, we'll fix the hydraulic, and we'll change the toilet water, and we'll bring you, fresh supplies for the plane, for the passengers and the kidnapper, the terrorists. Okay. They're about to do their mission, and they're wearing like clean white suits. They're supposed to be like, engineers or maintenance guys. They realize these suits these outfits are too clean. So they rub along the tarmac. They start like a kid, rolling in the snow. They rub along the tarmac, nice and schmutz, now it looks dirty. This is the way it should look. They come on the plane and they literally commandeer the plane. They liberate the hostages from these Palestinian monsters who hijacked this plane. They stop the Palestinians from killing these innocent Jews and innocent human beings. George Habash says, the next time we hijack a plane, we are going to take that plane so far from these Israeli supermen and superheroes that they won't be able to do what they did on the tarmac of Lud. That's why they go to sub-Saharan Africa. What had happened? Go back to, remember when Golda Meir was the foreign minister. Think about what Israel did for the black African nations. Those black African nations, their people were starving. Once the European nations left, they didn't have the ability to have the water systems to make sure that there was food for their populations. Israel brought drip irrigation, the same process that enabled Israel to make this Negev desert blossom. They brought to these various black African nations, and they supported these nations, and they worked with these nations, and in many cases that they shouldn't be attacked by foreign countries. They helped them build up their military. In 1972, when the Arabs did the Arab oil embargo, the OPEC oil embargo, remember it used to be 29 cents a gallon and it shot up to like 70, 80 cents a gallon? They used to say in America, don't burn oil, burn Jews. What happened? With the exception of Kenya was the only exception. All these black African nations that Israel had supported, that had built up, that had been there for, when the Soviets said, look, throw out the freaking Jews, get rid of the Jews, we'll make sure that you don't have to pay what the going rate for petroleum is per barrel. We'll sell to you at the old rates, which is half of what everybody else is paying. And you'll let us come in. You'll let it be Arab influence and Soviet, communist influence. And that's what these countries did, with one exception. One exception had gratitude to the Jewish state, and that was Kenya. And we'll see where Kenya plays a role in this. Uganda, Idi Amin threw out Israel. And he went to bed with the Arabs. Bad guy, Idi Amin. In the history of the 20th century, the three greatest murderers in the 20th century were Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and number 3 was Idi Amin. Now, Stalin and Hitler had killed tens of millions of people. Idi Amin murdered 300,000 of his fellow black Ugandans. He killed his own people, Idi Amin. He named the kid, when he used to come to the airport to visit with the kidnappers, with the Palestinian murderers, and with the hostages, that child that he brought with him, the child's name was Gamal Abdul Nasser. He named his kid after the Egyptian murderer, the Egyptian Muslim murderer, Gamal Abdul Nasser. That's who he named his kid after. A dangerous man, Idi Amin. But he was very happy to host and to partner With what? With the PFLP, the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The world turns to Israel. The people of Israel start protesting against the prime minister. They said, hey, you traded Egyptian soldiers who attacked us in 1973. You gave them back to Egypt for the bodies of dead Israeli soldiers. If you're willing to trade live Arabs who want to kill Jews for dead Jews, why wouldn't you trade these live Arabs in our prisons for live Jews? And there was a lot of pressure. Peres had no real military option. One thought was, we'll have an amphibious assault, just to give you the geography. Uganda, Lake Victoria, Kenya. So you've got Nairobi and Kenya on one side of Lake Victoria in the middle, and then Kampala and Uganda on the other side. Hey, we'll do an amphibious assault. What they failed to realize is that unlike America, we have the Everglades, we have alligators. Alligators are defensive, meaning an alligator will attack you because it feels threatened by you. For the most part, alligators are not offensive attacking animals. They're more defensive attacking animals. Crocodiles are just the opposite. They said, you're going to take our best soldiers at amphibious assault. They'll never make it out of Lake Victoria. They'll eat them alive there. Can't do that. Then he had another idea. We'll have a massive, we'll send in the troops. They said, yeah. Israeli troops could take over the capital city of Kampala. But in the meantime, all the hostages will be killed by the terrorists. You got nothing. You got nothing. On Tuesday, remember, this started Sunday, June 27th. Tuesday, June 29th, they call in the opposition leader, Menachem Begin, and they say to him, we don't have a credible military option. We're looking at possibilities, but so far it's all a dead end. Now, the deadline for starting to kill the hostages was noon, Thursday, July 1st. Okay? Noon, Thursday, July 1st. So Tuesday night, they bring in Begin, and he says, look, I don't agree with you. Once you start negotiating with terrorists, forget it. It's a slippery slope, it's a mistake, and I think it's wrong. But, he said, there's a but. This is a national crisis. We are all in a terrible situation. If you choose to negotiate with them, I will not attack you. I actually will say that I supported it. Not because I support it, but I will say that publicly. Because this is not a time for partisan politics. This is a crisis that we're dealing with. Wednesday in New York. Now, all of you are familiar with the New York Post, and no one has better headlines than the New York Post. Wednesday morning's New York Post headline, Israel surrenders. Israel surrenders, meaning the last country on earth that had refused to negotiate with terrorists has now buckled and negotiated. What the terrorists did was they told the pilot, David Bakal, just passed away a few years ago, reach out to your company, to Air France. And they brought in a plane to Entebbe. They let go of all of the hostages that were not Israeli or not conspicuously looking Jewish hostages, meaning every other hostage but those 93 were freed. Now, there's two versions of this. The version that I always read when I studied this was that David Bakos said that there was a crew of 12. Between the pilots and the flight attendants, there were 12 Air France people on that. So you got 93 hostages plus 12 from the Air France crews, 105. The story I had always been told was that he said, no, we're not leaving until the last hostage is freed. Until the last passenger is freed, we stay with the plane. That was always the story. Uri Pilichowski shared with me through Rabbi Rothenstein, actually was the one who shared this through Uri, that now word has come out, it's possible that that wasn't really the story. That they kept the plane, they kept them with until there could be a final removal of the plane. So I don't know the real version. It seems like the real version is he didn't become a hero that stood up and said, we're going to stay with all the hostages. That's what we'd always been taught the last 50 years. It seems that may not have been the case. But whatever the situation is, there's 105 hostages, 12 members of the Air France crew, and 89 with Israeli passports, 4 conspicuous-looking Jews. Okay. Who greets the hostages in Paris on Wednesday afternoon? The Mossad and the French intelligence before they're reunited with their families. And a series of interviews are done. What do they gather? Some good news and a lot of terrible bad news. Here's the good news. Idi Amin had kept saying, Israelis, don't you play any of your games. They've got the whole thing booby-trapped. They'll kill all of the hostages. They'll destroy my airport. He kept saying that. Well, it seemed like it was really coffee cans. It seemed pretty clear they did not have the place booby-trapped. Okay, that's the good news. Here's the bad news. They assumed it was 4 terrorists, 2 from Badr Meinhof, 2 Palestinians. Well, there were 3 other Palestinians waiting for them when they came. So there's 7 terrorists. And this is the situation. If you don't mind, imagine I'm creating a building here that's rectangular. They always had 2 terrorists manning this side of the building, 2 terrorists on this side of the building, and 3 terrorists would sleep in the VIP lounge. That's 7 terrorists. And then there was a stairwell to the 2nd floor of the old airport hangar at Entebbe. Keep in mind, this was an Entebbe airport terminal that was not in use right now. They had built a new terminal. This was the old terminal, and that's where they kept the hostages. And guess what? They quartered somewhere between 70 and 90 Ugandan soldiers on the 2nd floor. So it wasn't just the terrorists, but the Ugandan army now is there. Well, this is not an anti-terror operation. This just gets turned into a military operation. How are you going to do this? They also came up with the following information. Every time Idi Amin came to meet with the terrorists, he drove in a black stretch Mercedes limousine with 2 Ugandan flags on it. Behind him were 2 Range Rovers with Ugandan military. That gives us an element of surprise. The surprise could be, we'll come with a stretch black Mercedes limousine with 2 Range Rovers behind it. Okay. One little problem. The DMV in Israel, there was not one black stretch Mercedes limousine. They found that there was an Arab living in the east side of Jerusalem who had a black stretch Mercedes, old version, a fairly older version, a white limousine. So how are you going to ask him? So they brought in the Mossad. They had the Mossad act like a film crew. So they came to him. They said, we would like to pay you. We'd like to be able to rent. We'll pay you per day, nice money. We're filming a movie, and we're looking for a stretch limousine. Would you allow us? Of course, we would bring it back in even better, more pristine position if we painted a different color and then repaint. He started laughing at him. He says, guys, you can pay me as much as you want. Keep this piece of junk as long as you want, and I'm happy to lend it to you. Not to lend it to rent it to you. They didn't know what he meant. We'll see in a minute. The old terminal at Entebbe. So it turned out it was built by an Italian construction firm. But the architectural blueprint, was given to multiple firms. One of the firms it was given to was Solel Bonet. Remember Solel Bonet, the famous construction firm? It was like a socialist, it was like the only one in Israel. Well, they kept the old blueprints, the architectural blueprints of the bid they had made, even though they didn't get the job. So they had the blueprints. Based upon the interrogation of the hostages that were at Charles de Gaulle Airport on Wednesday, they realized the building no one had changed the interior of the building. It was built to spec, and everything that the hostages described fit the blueprint. They could do a practice run, meaning Israel could do a practice run, like set up like a Hollywood front and try to do this. Okay. They call Kenya. Well, before we get into Kenya, how are you going to get 3,800 kilometers? I repeat, 3,800 kilometers. How are you going to get to sub-Saharan Africa? Well, first of all, you can't fly over enemy territory. You can't fly over Egypt or Libya. They'll take the plane down. You're going to have to go the long way through the Yam Suf, the Red Sea, which is international territory. And then you'll cut over Eritrea, even though Eritrea was one of those countries that threw out Israel, but they don't have the same kind of military as Uganda or Kenya, as Uganda or Egypt or Libya. We'll cut through Eritrea. From Eritrea, we'll go into Kenya, have to get their permission, and then from Kenya, we'll go in over Lake Victoria into Entebbe Airport, into Kampala, Uganda. So again, we'll travel, this is before the Sadat-Begin Accords. So the Sinai Desert is still Israeli. We'll travel through the Sinai to Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll refuel in Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll take the Yam Suf. Then we'll cut through Eritrea, through Kenya, into Entebbe Airport. That'll be the plan. Okay, nice. One problem. You could get there by refueling in Sharm el-Sheikh. How are you going to get home? Even if you're successful, you land and you liberate the hostages, how in the world are you going to get back to Israel? The only thing you can do is call Kenya and ask if we can refuel in Nairobi. They call Kenya. They don't call the president because they know he'll say no. They call two ministers of the government that they work very closely with. And the guys say, we need to think about this. You understand what you're asking us? We're asking to refuel, not to be involved in the military. I understand. Do you understand who's on the other side of Nairobi? That's Idi Amin. You know what he's capable of. We'll call you back. They wait for a number of hours. They get a call back. Two conditions. Number one, you never called us. We never spoke to you. We don't want the president of this country, or we don't want anyone for that matter, knowing that we had any knowledge of this, any foreknowledge whatsoever. No problem. We're happy to follow that. The story is going to be, it's going to be an El Al flight coming in from Johannesburg that had mechanical problems, and you got mechanical problems, you got to have a landing. Okay, no problem. Condition number two. No matter what you or we tell the world, and the whole world will believe it, that you told us it was an El Al flight, it was mechanical problems. There's one person who won't believe it, and that's Idi Amin. And he hates us. And he's jealous of us, and this will be his excuse. He's got a fleet of 11 Soviet MiG jets sitting on his runway. The Ugandan Air Force is sitting there in Entebbe. They could be in the sky. They'll blow up the city of Nairobi in all of 7 minutes. Here's the deal. You take out those Soviet MiG jets, and we'll let you land your planes for refueling and for your wounded to go to the hospital. What are you going to do? Now this has become not only an anti-terror mission, now this is a military mission. Now you're taking out a country's air force. They had no choice. They said yes. You know why? Because in the negotiations, Israel said, we'll let some of the Palestinian prisoners out, but not the ones that have murdered innocent people. The people the ones who have blood on their hands, that they killed school children, they killed women, men, civilians, we don't trade those. And the PFLP said, hey, who do you think you are? We set the conditions, not you. We tell you who you're going to let out. You don't tell us. Well, you got a problem here. Negotiations are going nowhere. Now, once they had let those other hostages out, they reset the timeline because the Israelis were negotiating. So they reset the timeline. If we don't have everything taken care of, if you haven't fulfilled our demands, by noon, July 4th, Sunday, July 4th. Remember, the original deadline was Thursday, July 1st. Now it gets pushed off to July 4th. Why? 2 reasons. Number one, Idi Amin had just finished his term as the president of the Union of African Nations. It's a year term, it works on a rotation. That weekend, from Thursday through Saturday night, all the leaders of African nations were going to be in Mauritius, because Mauritius would now become the next president of the Union of African Nations. So he doesn't want anything happening when he's not there, and he doesn't get back till Saturday night. Number two, what's number two? What is July 4th, 1976? For those of you who were alive and remember that. The bicentennial of the United States of America. The whole world was coming and celebrating. You know how long we spent 2-3 years planning for this? Queen Elizabeth, Bichvodo va'atzmo, the very country we revolted against, she's going to be with President Ford. The German Prime Minister, the French Prime Minister, everyone's going to be with President Ford and the leaders of the United States celebrating the 200th anniversary of America. There was a time when most Americans were very, very loyal, very patriotic. Halavai that America, that we returned to those days. But this was what was going to happen. Idi Amin was going to take the spotlight. He was going to take the camera from them. He was going to fix America. So he's off in Mauritius. Now that Kenya has said yes, the man who's the head of the Yechidah, the unit, Ehud Barak, they need him going to Kenya because he has relationships with the Kenyans and he's got to be running operations from the Kenyan point. A good friend of his, who happens to live literally a floor beneath him in their apartment building in Tel Aviv, is now called up from the Negev desert to run the operation. Who is this man? Yonatan Netanyahu. Who is Yoni Netanyahu? Well, after his initial service, he came to Harvard and he got a bachelor's degree in philosophy at Harvard. He went back to Israel and he served as a commander, led troops. And now he's leading troops in the Negev, but he's called up to run this mission because Ehud Barak is going to be running things from Kenya. Yoni, within the next couple of months, is going to be announcing his engagement to his girlfriend, Bruria. Many of you have read the book, Letters of Jonathan Netanyahu. His father is considered the preeminent historian of the Inquisition of Spanish Jewry. He's been a visiting professor in Penn, in Cornell. He's been a visiting professor at Harvard. That summer, he was a visiting professor at Temple. So he's going to wait till after the summer till mom and dad get back from the United States, and they'll have an engagement party. They'll announce the engagement till he's out of the, finished his duty as an officer, and he'll marry his girlfriend, the woman that he's living with, Bruria. Okay. No one knows the name Ehud Barak, and no one knows the name Yonatan Netanyahu, because this is all classified, this unit. They're going to need more than the Sayeret Matkal, because the main terminal of Entebbe, which if I could just show you, the main terminal where the planes land is here. 1 kilometer away is the old terminal, which is where the hostages are being held. So you land, you got to get to the old terminal, but you have to secure the new terminal because there's Ugandan soldiers all over the new terminal. How are you going to get the hostages to the plane? Because the plane can't get to the old terminal, it can only get to the new terminal. So they bring down, and keep in mind at that time in 1976, you had the Sayeret Matkal, but after that, the most elite are the paratroopers. Today, it's a different story. Today, Israel has the Agos, and they have the Maglan, and they have the Duvdevan, and they have Sayeret Nachal and Sayeret Golani. They have all these different elite groups, elite infantry. In 76, after the Yechidah, after the unit, the Sayeret Matkal, you didn't have all these small elite units. It was the paratroopers. They were your top infantry. They were brought down from the Golan Heights. They were up there, doing their duty there. And they were told, guys, pack a couple pair of underwear, get all the magazines. The magazines are your bullets for your guns. Make sure you bring all your magazines, bring your bullets. You're not going to be sleeping the next couple of days. So try to sleep on the bus ride down to the center of the country. Hold that. Another man who's a member of the Sayeret, again, at that time his name is classified. He's a Persian immigrant. His name is Shaul Mofaz. Now, Shaul Mofaz, we all know because he goes on to become the head of the IDF. He ends up becoming the defense minister, a politician. Shaul Mofaz is given the job to take a group of Golani soldiers, and I interviewed one of these Golanis. Their job is to take explosives, to be able to pack explosives in the right spot of these MiG jets and blow them up. And in the event the explosives don't go off, because explosives don't always work, they were bringing shoulder-held RPGs to blow up the planes because they made a promise to Kenya. Okay, that would be his job and the Golani's job. How are you going to get them there? Well, earlier that year, a squadron of Air Force pilots led by a man by the name of Yehoshua Shani. His nickname, Shiki Shani. Shiki is short for Yehoshua. He just retired. He was the head of Lockheed Martin, Israel. I interviewed him twice for this talk. And he told me, he said his goal, his last thing before retiring, the guy's got to be probably around close to 80 now, was that he could be the one that would procure 100 F-35Is. Remember, Israel has airport engineers in Texas at Lockheed Martin developing the unique electronic system for this incredibly stealth plane that obviously does work over Yemen, over Iran, over parts unknown. So Shiki Shani at that time was a son of Polish survivors, was a young guy. He led this squadron that came, and today it's Lockheed Martin. In 1976, the company it was before the merger. It was Martin Marietta, okay, Martin Marietta. And they had operations in Georgia, they had operations in the Carolinas. And for the first time ever, the Israeli Air Force was going to procure, I call it in Yiddish, a mamazetzer, these massive cargo planes, right? These big cargo planes where you could transport troops. You could transport heavy equipment. Israel didn't have anything like that. They have a hall that opened up in the back. You could drive in a tank. You could drive in a Humvee, that kind of a thing. And they'd learned to fly these. They were the first ever squadron that was being trained in them in Georgia and Carolina, and they'd come back. Today, we call it the Hercules C-130. If I'm correct, I believe it was known as the Hercules C-90, and it's, in 1976. I don't think it was a C-130. At that time, they called it the C-90. But it was a massive cargo plane. So the head of the army, Matagur, calls in this squadron. He says, gentlemen, how was that Southern hospitality? Did they treat you nice down in Georgia? You like them Georgia peaches? How about in Carolina, huh? They take good care, yeah. Tell me, guys, did you learn how to land these things? Oh, yeah. How about taking off? Yeah. Learn to fly them in bad weather? Yeah. Everything, yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. Guys, I just have one more question. Did they teach you guys how to land these things in the dark? Silence. He says, what do you think? Idi Amin's going to be playing Hava Nagila? They're going to have a big sign, Bruchim Habaim, welcome Israeli Air Force to Kenya or to Uganda? What do you think? I'm going to get all my soldiers killed before we ever touch down? So Shiki Shani in the squad, he takes a squad and says, Ramat Kal, meaning, Ramat Kal is the saying, head of the army, could we have a couple minutes to discuss? So they gave him a couple minutes. He's talking amongst each other. They come back. He says, we think we could land these things in the dark. You think, right? Yeah. He says, how is that? He says, the radar off of water looks like this. The radar, when it bounces off of sand, looks like that. The radar, when it bounces off of tarmac, which is much more dense, looks this way. He says, well, we would be coming off of Lake Victoria, which is water. Then you have the sand, by the lake. And then we go into the airport where the tarmac is. And we think, based determining we could land it without lights at the airport. We think we could do it. So Matagur says to them, you're going to have to prove that to me. He says, I'm going with you. He says, you're going to land in Sharm el-Sheikh. Very similar, right? Sharm el-Sheikh is by the water. There's water, there's sand, and then there's a landing strip. So Shimon Peres, a defense minister, comes with, as does Matagur. And they're sitting in the cockpit with Shiki Shani. The other pilots are behind them. Okay? And this is now Thursday night. It's totally dark. He's got his lights off. He's reading a radar, the radar off the water, the radar off the sand. He thinks he's going to be landing and turns on the lights, and he's about to crash into the fence post, the whole fencing of the airport perimeter. He's misjudged it. So this monster plane, he has to pull it up. He almost killed the Minister of Defense, and he almost killed the head of the army. Matagur leans over, he's sitting behind him in the cockpit. He says, kid, turn this thing around and get it right. So he turns around. The other planes follow him. They all turn around, comes back. All the lights are off. Tries it a second time, and he got it. He was able to land it in the dark. Not only he, but all 4 planes of the squadron were able to land these big monsters in the dark. So at that point, Matagur said, look, this could work. If he can land us in the dark, we have the element of surprise. They painted the white stretch limousine to black, right? It became a black Mercedes. Now, by the way, the Arab had said to them, this is a piece of junk. They didn't understand what he meant. They had to bring a real top-notch Mercedes mechanic. They couldn't get the car to work. So this poor mechanic now, because he can't talk about what he's seen. He can't go home at night because this is all classified. This is a possible mission. So they got to make up a whole excuse why he's not coming home to his wife. She thinks he's having an affair. In the meantime, he's being held on the State Dove Air Force Base. He had to put in a new alternator. He had to put in 2 new starters. The car wouldn't work. We'll talk about the practice run. They couldn't get the car to work on the practice run. So thank God they had this mechanic, and he was able to really retrofit the car in a day or so. Matagur says this thing could work. So the paratroopers are down. Now they got the Golanis. Friday, they do a practice run. Now here's the definition of success. Think about those of us who are in business, right? You have to have a defined goal. What defines success? If we can save 80% of the 105 hostages alive, if 80% of the soldiers that partake in this mission come back alive, that is deemed that the raid was a success. The liberation was a success. Anything more than that would be defined as a failure. The goal, from the time we first land, first plane, Shiki Shani's plane down with the Sayeret Matkal, with the Mercedes and the Range Rovers, to last plane taken off, meaning the plane that's going to have Shaul Mofaz and the Golanis who took out the Air Force, touchdown to takeoff, the goal will be 60 minutes. So they go through a practice run on Friday. Total failure. Disaster. The car doesn't start. And they realize, if this had been the real thing, we would have gotten everybody killed. Yoni says, though, we learn a lot from life in general. You learn a lot from the practice run, right? You learn a lot from that. So Friday night, he sends everybody to sleep, the soldiers. And he keeps the various squad commanders, says, look, let's tweak this thing. So they make a number of tweaks. I'll give you an example. One simple tweak was they packed too many guys into the Mercedes and into the Range Rovers. They didn't have mobility. Like if someone would shoot at them, let's say while they're driving the kilometer from the new terminal to the old terminal, they don't have the mobility to shoot back. They did a whole series of tweaks. And Yoni, this is deep into Friday night, he says to Matagur, we can meet the objectives. We believe that with the tweaks, we have a plan that can work and get at least 80% liberated. Okay. Leave that. Go to the Entebbe. They knew, because the people that kept kosher would only eat bread, vegetables, and fruit. They wouldn't eat the cooked meat because it wasn't kosher. Anyone who ate the cooked meat, and this was not done on purpose, it was tainted, whether it was E. coli bacteria, they had terrible, terrible diarrhea. Anyone who had eaten the cooked meat had diarrhea. And the problem was it was an old terminal. There were no baths, no showers. There were bathrooms. Half the toilets didn't work. Some of them were stuffed up. It was just a bad situation. No one had taken a shower in a week. Friday morning, a 73-year-old woman by the name of Dora Bloch choked on a bone, and they couldn't dislodge it. She was breathing, but they couldn't dislodge it. So they called the equivalent of 911. They brought her to the hospital, and they were able to dislodge it in the hospital. The nurses were going to discharge her, and the Ugandan minister of health, he said no. He took her paperwork and he doctored it. He says, if we let her go back to the airport, she's going to get killed in 2 days from now. They'll kill her on Sunday. Let's keep her here. We can save her life. And he rewrote her medical status and situation, why she had to stay in the hospital. He hated Idi Amin. He despised Idi Amin. His whole intention was to save her life. Okay. They call Menachem Begin, the opposition leader, to come to Tel Aviv for Shabbos because the process. They told him, look, The negotiations are going nowhere. We're not willing to let out Palestinian murderers who have blood on their hands, who have Jewish blood on their hands. We're not going to trade killers. And they've told us, you don't make the call, we do. So the negotiations are not going anywhere. We have a possible military plan, but it's very risky. If we do it, we've talked to the Germans already. The last flight into Uganda on Saturday, we have to do this Saturday night. Use dark as the element of surprise. Pretend that Idi Amin is coming to visit the terrorists, like he always does. That's going to be the whole plan. We think it could work. I told them, what the definition of success is, what the definition of failure is. Did all of that. So Begin says to them, he comes to them, he says, look, whatever decision you make, publicly, the Likud party, that time I think they were called the Cherut party, but today we call them Likud party, will say, the world will know that you had our backing. It doesn't matter what our opinion is, because this is a time of national crisis. In national crisis, you don't play the game of partisan politics. That's not how it works. And the world will know that you had our backing, success or failure. Shows you what a mensch he was. And by the way, how do we know this? Yehuda Avner is the one who shared this with us. At the time, Yehuda Avner was the secretary for Yitzhak Rabin. So they're deliberating in whatchamacallit. They're deliberating in Tel Aviv. The planes have to take off 11:30 from Tel Aviv. Land in Sharm el-Sheikh at 3:30. They flew under radar. Radio silence under radar, even through Israel, even through Sinai. Take off after the refueling. Through the Yam Suf, across Eritrea. They have to fly the whole time very low altitude. Under radar, radio silence. Now keep in mind, when they take off at 3:30 from the airport and the landing strip on Sharm el-Sheikh, they're still deliberating. The security cabinet has not made a decision, and this is 3:30 in the afternoon, and they have made a decision. The reason they have to do this is they called they called Germany. Germany said, we'll make sure the Lufthansa flight never comes to Entebbe. That was the last flight. It was supposed to land 12:30 a.m. Once that's out of the way, the last flight that's landing is a British Airways flight supposed to land at midnight. The plan is they'll come on the tail of the British Airway flight within a few minutes after the British Airway flight lands. Hopefully that way the lights will be on. They won't have to land in the dark. That's the plan. And also, it's not like they're going to be noticed because the focus is not going to be on them. The focus is going to be on the British Airway flight that is coming into the terminal, that's disembarking, etc. That will be the focus, and it'll give them that element of surprise, etc. That's the plan. Okay. 5:30 p.m. It's a one-word code. They get the message that the security cabinet has voted yes. They're already, over international waters. And Shiki Shani said, look, how do I know that the other planes haven't crashed? So they had a plan. Every 5 minutes, plane number 2 would come up. Then 5 minutes later, plane number 3 would come up. 5 minutes later, plane number 4. In other words, you couldn't talk to each other. They couldn't communicate because they're on radio silence, but they would pull up next to each other just to let them know that we haven't crashed, we're still here. And things go pretty well. 6:30 p.m., Idi Amin returns from Mauritius, and he comes to meet with the hostages. With the terrorists and the hostages. He's been gone since Thursday afternoon. Okay. Now they had been told, when you address our leader, you address him with the proper salutation. Field Marshal, General for Life, President, Dr. Idi Amin Dada, Lord of the Lions, Master of the Seas. That's how you address him. So you get, I did an interview her. I had a chance to watch a video of her from the 1990s. She was a young Israeli at the time, and Israelis are not known necessarily for their formality. So whatever, she says, Mr. Amin or President Amin, something like that. He explodes. He explodes on her. What did you call me? Who the hell do you think you are? When you address me, you address me as Field Marshal, President for Life, General, Doctor, Idi Amin Dada, Lord of the Lions, Master of the Fish. Do you understand me? So I watched this interview of her from the 90s, 20-some years later. She had PTSD then. He went crazy. So George Garfunkel, trying to calm down this madman, raises his hand, with the whole thing, Field Marshal, General for Life, the whole spiel, gives the whole salutation. And he says to him, we appreciate what a great leader you are and what a great man of your people. And we know it's only you who can liberate us. And after you liberate us, we are going to tell our president, President Ford of the United States, what you've done for all of us. And, and he's trying to flatter him, and also try to calm him down. So Idi Amin responded to him, it'll take a miracle for you to get out of here alive. His wife, Rivka, was the whole week trying to be optimistic, being mechazek others, really trying to, that just popped her bubble. And all the Israelis are saying to George, Mahu Amar, Mahu Amar. What did he say to you? What did he say to you? He says, I wasn't willing to translate it. He says, Rivka and I knew we're going to die. Why should they suffer? That was 6:30. The flight is going well. They're supposed to come in again on the footsteps of on the heels of the British Airways flight. Now, I'll just give you a background. Where I grew up in our cattle business, we were right off of Lake Ontario. And you have something called lake effects. You have this by any lake. I'll give you an example. When I grew up, sometimes we would have these horrific blizzard snowstorms, and 10 miles away it was okay. And sometimes just the opposite. They would have a rainstorm, a tornado, they'd have in the winter a blizzard, and we would have almost nothing. There's something called lake effects. The weather around the lake the meteorology around the lake is different sometimes than it is off the lake. As they go over Lake Victoria, Shiki Shani says, I thought we were going down. He says, horrific thunder and lightning. No commercial aircraft would ever get near a lightning storm like that. He says, and we were shaking and tossing. He says, and I didn't know if the lightning was going to strike us, if we were going down there and then. I thought it was over. And he says, in those minutes felt like an eternity. When we got off the lake, still raining, but it wasn't a storm. It wasn't a thunder and lightning storm. It was a localized lake effect storm. And when we landed, the lights were still on for the British Airways flight. We landed, he said, we stopped the plane, and the guys got out of the plane. They had these battery-operated lights, and they put them all up and down the tarmac, the runway, so that way if the Ugandans shut off the lights, we could get out of there with lights on. Then pulled up the plane to the new terminal. This time the Mercedes starts, followed by the Range Rovers. They head off 1 kilometer towards where the hostages are in the old terminal. And the Tzanchanim, the paratroopers, all rush to the new terminal. They've got to try to secure the new terminal. One of the people that I had the blessing of interviewing, his name was Surin Hershko. Now think about that name. Surin Hershko doesn't sound like a Hebrew name. It's Romanian. Ceausescu Ceausescu, who was the dictator that ran Romania, he was the one communist dictator. He did business both with the Jews and the Arabs. He would do business with both. And Ceausescu used to sell Jews to Israel. All over the world, we raised money so that we could get Jews out of Romania. Behind the other parts of the Iron Curtain, you couldn't get Jews out. They were trapped. But he would sell them. The Hershkos were one of those families. He joined the army. Literally in 2 weeks, he was going to be discharged from the paratroopers. As the Tzanchanim, the paratroopers, are doing battle in the new terminal, he took a bullet to the spine. From that moment on, Søren Hershko has been a quadriplegic. I mean, we're talking about a man who can't feed himself, can't clean himself. There was a special act of Knesset, because when I interviewed him, he had a Filipino aide, a male Filipino aide, a very nice man. They had to have a special act of Knesset because his work visa had well expired to keep him in Israel because he was so good treating Søren Hershko. Bibi Netanyahu has appointed Søren Hershko many years ago already. He's like what they call testicular head. What's it called? Like the official guy. Like there's somebody who's the official head of the Olympic Committee. Not the working person, but the figurehead. So he's the figurehead of the disabilities in Israel. Very fine man, very thoughtful man, speaks a very good English. And he was one of those paratroopers. But tragically, he's been a quadriplegic the rest of his life. You can watch, you go to YouTube, you can see videos of him. Incredibly fine man. So they take off. Remember, the assumption is that what? There'll be an element of surprise. First, you get the 2 Palestinian terrorists on this side of the building, the 2 on that side of the building. Then you go in, you try to get to the VIP lounge before they can come out and start killing the hostages. You get them. Then the next stage is you get to the stairwell, so you can get to the stairwell before the Ugandan soldiers could come down and kill the hostages. That's the plan. It's a glass building like most terminals. So you have Yoni will be out on the tarmac. He'll be controlling things because that way you got someone who can see the one side, the other side, what's happening inside. So one of the people that he interviewed, his name is Amir Ofer. Amir Ofer was sitting next to Bibi in the Mercedes. He's the one that takes out the 2 Palestinians on the one side. So what happens? They're driving. Halfway to the old terminal, 2 Ugandan soldiers come out. Now, we don't know what they were thinking. We can speculate that probably what they were thinking was this. Idi Amin was just here 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. What the heck is he coming back this late at night? It makes no sense. That's probably what they were thinking. And they try to stop the limousine, the Mercedes. And they honk them and get out of the way. They won't get out of the way. They take out the one soldier. The other soldier gets out. He turns around. He's got a machine gun. He starts shooting at them. One of the guys from the Range Rover takes him out. But at this point, the element of supplies they're afraid is gone because the machine gun from the Ugandan soldier, the machine gun from the Israeli soldier. So they say, floor this thing, floor it. They've got another half a kilometer to go. And they are flying. Amir Ofer described to me, he says, you don't understand the adrenaline that's happening at that moment. He says, I was so filled with adrenaline, I get out of the car. He says, I overran the targets. I realized, like, you don't realize how adrenaline filled you are. And they start shooting at me because I'm running by them, instead of shooting, going. And then I realized that once they're shooting at me, I turn around and I took out the 2 on this side. The other guys got the 2 on that side. Before they could get into the building, the Palestinians in the VIP lounge, the guy's name was Carlos, that was what he was referred to. He had actually come from Peru, met them in Uganda. He got out, he let off a grenade. They shot him, so part of the grenade was absorbed by his body, but part of the grenade, exploded. They had a bullhorn, and they said in Hebrew that it's Tzahal. This is, everyone get down, it's Tzahal. Get down, we've got, One of the hostages who didn't get down, probably didn't listen, didn't hear, who knows what. He was a French-Moroccan Jew. His name was Jean-Claude Mimouni. Jean-Claude Mimouni, all week was a character. He was joking around with people, trying to get them excited, keeping them, not excited, I meant optimistic, trying to take a bad situation and look at the positive. And for some reason, he didn't get down like the rest. He stood up. Now, you got a guy with dark pigmented skin, looks like an Arab. You've told everyone to stay down. They shot him. I think he took something like 15 bullets in his body. He was killed by us, by the Israeli soldiers. There was a woman there, one of the Brezhnev Jews, who had gotten out in the early 70s. Her name was Ida Borachovich. She was killed. Not clear, was she killed by a Palestinian bullet or shrapnel from a Palestinian grenade, or was she killed by friendly fire like Jean-Claude? It's not clear. I don't think they did an autopsy on her. She was killed. There's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Pascal Cohn, who's a dentist. He took a bullet in the thigh, not fatal. We'll see what happened with him. But they were able to get the 3 terrorists, not before they could get out of the VIP lounge and do damage, but they were at least able to get them. They get to the stairwell. Up the stairs is where the Ugandan soldiers are housed. They start shooting up the Ugandan soldiers as they're coming down. They go up. Most of the Ugandan soldiers were so scared, there was an emergency exit out of the building from the 2nd floor. They ran out the emergency exit and they just ran away. So most of the Ugandan soldiers, they didn't have to kill or they didn't have to arrest, so to speak. They were able, so they didn't play a factor. But out on the tarmac, where Yoni Netanyahu knew he was being exposed to someone from the tower, right? You've got the air control tower. He took a bullet. The Chovesh comes to him, and he sees the bullet entered the body, but didn't exit the body. The Chovesh knew right away that means he's going to die, because that means that bullet is just eating up all the organs internally. And there's no response from Yoni. During the course of the week, the gentleman who was the Air Force colonel, remember the one who ripped up his identity card and swallowed it? He said to George and to Rivka, he said the following: I believe that our boys will come. I believe they'll come. Look at this place. This is a tinderbox. This thing's going to go up in fire. If they come, you crawl, stay low, crawl to the bathroom. The bathroom at least has tile floor. It's not flammable like these rooms that we're in here. So when the noise started coming, they followed him and they crawled into the bathroom. Each of them is they're in a stall, hiding. The door opens and they hear the sound of boots coming on the ground, right? There's boots coming on. Let me just check 1 second. Uh-oh. There's 3 options. Number 1, it's one of the terrorists and they're coming to kill us. Number 2, it's a Ugandan soldier, and who knows if they're not going to kill us. Number 3, it's an Israeli soldier, and they're coming to save us. So if any of you have been in a car accident, when you're about to have that impact, the longest the longest hours of your life are like that half a second, you know what I mean, before the impact. You're just waiting for it to happen, and it just seems forever. That's what it felt like when they were in these stalls. God knows if this is this is going to be the last breath of our life, or we're going to be saved. Rivka describes, the stall opens, and she looks up. It's a soldier with a kippah, and he says to her in Hebrew, Shavua Tov, we're here to bring you home. She says, you don't understand. She says, those words still ring in my ear till this day. Those were the sweetest words that I've ever heard in my life. Instead of being killed, Shavua Tov, we're here to bring you home. And they tell them, how are you going to get all those hostages from the old terminal, which is a whole kilometer, to the new terminal? So in the second plane, they had brought a whole bunch of pickup trucks, Peugeot trucks, for the people to hide in. And then the soldiers would sit on the rails of the trucks. So if there would be a bullet, like the bullet that killed Yoni Netanyahu, the soldiers would take the bullet and the hostages would survive. Can you imagine this? So they say, with a bullhorn, they say, everyone get into the trucks. She says, we're Americans. The soldier says, you get into the truck, you get into the truck. I didn't have shoes, nothing. We ran into the truck. Leave it to the Israelis, No, I got to get my suitcase. No. First I got to pick up my suitcase. No, I got this. And the children said, this is a war zone. This is an armed war zone. Get in a freaking truck. And these people, she said that was like the comical moment there. And the soldiers riding on the rims of the back, and they take them. No one gets killed. No one gets hit as they're going that kilometer from the old terminal to the new terminal. And she said, it was hysteria. I remember talking to the soldiers. Some of the people were in trauma. They were hysterical. Like they had to have the soldiers, as these iconic pictures. The soldiers are carrying some of the Air France flight attendants. They literally couldn't walk, couldn't move. They were in trauma. And the longest thing that took anyone was they couldn't get a count because people are screaming, people are hysterical. They said to the pilot, to David Bacot, make sure that all 12 members of the Air France crew are here. Make sure you have all your people. Ilan Hartoug's one of the people I interviewed. He was the son of Dora Bloch. He came to them and said, look, my mother's in the hospital. You got to get my mother. They said, we can't go to the hospital. We apologize. You got to come with us. We'll have to deal with your mother afterwards, but you come with us. And the Golanis, with their explosive devices at the key places in the MiGs, it was the only year that there were July 4th fireworks in Kampala, Uganda. Because think about it, an airport is not on top of a suburban neighborhood or an urban neighborhood. So how is anyone going to know that Israel has come and that this liberation is taking place? When did they first hear about it? When the explosion of the planes, boom, 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 all these MiG jets are being exploded on the tarmac. That's when they realized that there's something going on. Remember we said the goal was from touchdown to takeoff, 60 minutes? 51 minutes. 51 minutes. They land in Nairobi, Kenya. They take Dr. Cohn, because they can't stop the bleeding. They take him to the hospital. He bled to death. It wasn't the wound, it was a clotting factor. They couldn't get him a clotting factor that could stop his bleeding. And unfortunately, he was the third hostage that died that night, and Yoni. They refilled, they refuel the planes. Planes take off. 3:30 a.m. We're only talking about, probably 2.5 hours. they're still probably over enemy territory, or at best, they're just making the Yam Suf. The BBC is starting to, on their news, they're starting to say that there's been a liberation of the hostages. There was a whole Israeli military, there's all kinds of fireworks at the airport and this and that, which is a disaster, because you don't want the Arabs knowing that Israel's got these planes in the air that could be shot down. In Israel, they were scared to death. Now again, they can't communicate. Everyone's on radio silence. They're flying very low to the ground, under radar. And in Israel, they don't know if they're going to be shot down on the way home. At 5 a.m., which in the United States is 10 p.m. Saturday night, the Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin, calls up President Gerald R. Ford. And he starts apologizing to him that he didn't let America know about the plan. He starts apologizing, saying it was to a point where they would have started killing the hostages, and we weren't willing to trade terrorists with blood on their hands. Started getting the whole explanation. And the President Ford says, Mr. Prime Minister, I want to thank you for giving the United States of America the greatest birthday gift you could have ever given us. What did he mean when he said, I want to thank you for giving the United States of America the greatest birthday gift we could have ever asked for? What does that mean? In the 1970s, in 1976, the airspace of this globe, the airspace of humanity, was no longer safe to fly. And it wasn't just the airspace. Terrorists had been hijacking everything and anything. And there was one country that did not negotiate with terrorists. Well, even they had buckled. No, they hadn't. Someone finally stood up to the terrorists. The airspace of this globe would be free to fly once again. You have to understand, in the aftermath of this, the United States, England, France, and Germany all sat down with the Israelis and wanted to know the methods. What was the methodology of creating Sayeret Matkal? Yeah, we have a Delta Force in America, but how do you train them? What do you train them? How do you prepare them to deal with these crazy situations? And we need to create units like that so that humans will be safe and not be at the hand of terrorists. And they saw the bloodshed, the murder that was caused by by Muslim terrorists. Not just Palestinian terrorists, they were some of the worst of the other Muslim terrorists. There had to be a way and one country was willing to stand up to them. One country on earth was willing to stand up to these monsters. And he says that made the world a safer place. That's what he meant. This was the greatest birthday present you could ever give America. The plane with the hostages initially lands in Sde Dov. Before they're taken to Ben Gurion, they meet with 3 people. There's 2 iconic pictures. One is the Sayeret taking the body of Yoni Netanyahu off the back end. And keep in mind, George and Renee said, we didn't know his name, but we knew he must have been very important. Because all the soldiers, it was clear they were looking at him like he was their commander. They should have been so happy, so ecstatic in this dead commander was there. And there's another picture of the 3 men, Yitzhak Rabin, the prime minister, Shimon Peres, defense minister, and Mata Gur, the chief of staff, addressing the hostages. And Rabin made a short speech. And at the end of the short speech, what he says is, he tells them the following: whatever you do, please don't share the methods. Don't talk about what kind of equipment, how many soldiers, what we did, how we did it. Because if, God forbid, I don't think he said God forbid, but if it happens again, we don't want the terrorists knowing our methods. He begged them not to. You tell a bunch of Jews to keep a secret. Within 6 months, you had the NBC movie with Charles Bronson. You had the ABC movie with Richard Dreyfuss. You had the famous Israeli movie with Yoram Gon. And I'm not saying that the movies had every detail down pat, but they had most of the story. How the heck did they all know all this stuff? Because people talk. He asked them not to, but I think, unfortunately, too many people did. They land in Ben Gurion. By the way, she tells a great story. She was barefoot. One of the female Israeli soldiers that was accompanying the prime minister notices that this hostage is barefoot. She takes off her sandals, she runs over to her and gives her sandals. I mean, she was just so touched by that. They come to Ben Gurion, and again, they get a download, right? You have the interrogation just to make sure they understand what happened, the facts, etc. So the Israelis are all given temporary visas because nobody has a passport. They were all taken by the terrorists. The two Brazilians are met by a consul general. They're given a temporary passport, temporary visa, and they say, we're going to make sure to get everything taken care of so they can get back to Brazil. The only one that's not greeted is George and Rivka because it's July 4th. Everyone's celebrating. The consulate is closed on July 4th. A tragic mistake was made. You've all heard the term a casualty officer, right? You've seen, for instance, Saving Private Ryan, what a casualty officer does. The Israeli casualty officers are much more. In Israel, if you're a soldier that goes down, every member of your family will have a casualty officer as long as they live. There will always be someone assigned to them, looking after whether it's their emotional needs, psychological needs, their financial needs, as long as they live. And the casualty officers, have an incredibly difficult job, but are really God's angels, Malachei Hashem. Unfortunately, the casualty officers didn't get to the house of the Mimuni family before they left for the airport. They reached the Borchovich family, they reached the Cohn family, they didn't get to the Mimunis. So the Mimuni family is at the airport with everybody else, but where's our son? Waiting for our son. They don't have casualty officers at the airport. So the person there made people under pressure do stupid things. She said, your son died of an asthma attack. They go crazy. What do you mean? Our son doesn't have asthma. You're lying to us. Where's our son? We want to see our son. They open up the body. It's riddled with bullets. The body is shredded with friendly fire. The trauma that the Mimuni family went through, I mean, that's one of the great tragedies of this story. Not so clear if they overcame that trauma. The next day, so two things happen that are of significance. Besides that, the UN has an emergency, June 5th, 1976, emergency meeting to condemn Israel for violating the sovereignty of Uganda, for going and killing in Uganda. No one ever condemned Idi Amin for being a partner with the terrorists, for supporting, the bigotry and racism to take Jews, because they're Jews, and kill them because of you want to get your murderers out, your Palestinian murderers, you want to get out of prison. That no one said a word about. But when Israel comes and defends itself, when they defend innocent civilians from these monsters, then they get condemned. So, of course, the Arab bloc, the Soviet bloc, all condemned them. The Western bloc did not. Leave that aside, because some things haven't changed in 50 years, right? The UN has not changed particularly very much in the last 50 years. Two things happen. On Monday, when George and Renee finally get a temporary visa from the consulate, they land in JFK, and their parents are there, and there's a whole crowd of people waiting to greet them. His father says something very profound to George. His father was a Talmud Chacham. When they came to America, they came to Baltimore. I think he was a Rebbe at TA, then he was a Mechanech in Brooklyn. And he says to him, I never thought that I would see you alive. He says, and I can tell you, you and I are here greeting each other. My son is alive for one reason. The schus of the rabbin is a function of the nation, the merit of the nation. And he quotes the famous verse from Tehillim. We say it in Vayiten Lecha. David HaMelech, when he comes back from the battle, he says, Podeh bishalom nafshi mikrav, Podeh bishalom nafshi mikrav, ki barabim hayu imadi. My life and the life of my soldiers, it's been redeemed, meaning we've come out alive from the battlefield. How have we come back whole, bishalom, in a state of peace? Whole, complete? Ki barabim hayu imadi. Because the nation was fasting for us. The nation was davening for us. The nation accepted upon themselves mitzvot for us. That's why. The schus harabim, the merit of the community, who were there for us. He says, you don't understand the whole Jewish people this week. We haven't slept because of our people, because of you. And whether it was the fasting, whether it was the Tehillim, whether it was the davening, whether it was accepting upon themselves mitzvot, etc., that's what saved you. There's a special gathering, an emergency, from a Hakaras HaTov point of view, from an explanation point of view, a special gathering of the Knesset on Monday morning, June 5th. Now understand something. In July 1976, most Israelis didn't have television. All Israelis had radio, but not that many had a television set. So in the Knesset, there's not a dry eye. And whether in the workplace or at home, every Israeli is listening to this broadcast. And when I say every, I mean almost every Israeli is totally fixated on this broadcast. And Shimon Peres is very articulate, gets up and speaks. Prime Minister Rabin gets up and speaks to a standing ovation. He's very stoic, he's not a great speaker. He speaks, very limited, a man of few words, but incredible appreciation. And then they invite Menachem Begin, the opposition leader, to get up and speak. And like Shimon Peres, Begin is an incredibly articulate speaker. Now keep in mind, Menachem Begin, during his early career as the head of the Cherut party, what did David Ben-Gurion used to refer to him as? Oto ha'ish, that individual. If you look at in the Talmud who's referred to as Oto ha'ish, it's not a particularly nice phrase. To put it mildly, you couldn't call anyone worse than that, okay? But that's what Ben-Gurion used to refer to him as. And keep in mind, Yitzhak Rabin, Ben-Gurion is the one who gave the command, but the man who led the troops that murdered their fellow Jews was Yitzhak Rabin. He was the commander that shot and killed the members of the Irgun on the Altalena. Ben-Gurion was not going to have separate groups having separate weapons. It was the mafia from here, the Jewish mafia, that was able to described it as agricultural equipment because the Italian mafia controlled the docks here. And that boat left with that equipment for the Irgun. And Yitzhak Rabin shot and killed members of the Irgun. And Menachem Begin got up, and he got on the radio, and he said to all members of the Irgun, a Jew doesn't kill another Jew. I command you, do not take revenge. We're not going to have a civil war. Jews are not going to shoot other Jews. And if you go, for instance, to the Menachem Begin Museum in Yerushalayim, when they asked Begin, what was your greatest contribution? It wasn't all the things he did. He answered this, that I made sure that we didn't have a civil war, that we stopped one Jew killing another Jew. Maybe that was the greatest thing that I did. So he got along with Rabin. They had a relationship. Despite what Rabin did in 1948, they had a relationship. And he gets up. And this may be the greatest speech that any Jew has given in the last 100 years. And he thanks every member of the Labor Security Cabinet. He thanks the defense minister, he thanks the chief of staff. He describes, it's the first time that now becomes declassified, who Yonatan Netanyahu was. Begin was very close with his father, Ben Zion Netanyahu. They were both disciples of Zev Jabotinsky. They were both, what we call today the Likud party started with Zev Jabotinsky. The revisionist Zionists. And by the way, parenthetically, Bibi says, I saw this in an interview with Bibi, the worst hours of his life, they called him, he was at MIT in Boston getting his undergrad degree. And they said, rather than calling your parents, we feel you should tell them in person. So he's driving from Boston on the 95, through New York, here through New Jersey, on his way to Philadelphia. Can you imagine hours and hours driving? How is he going to say? What are the words he's going to use? How is he going to tell his parents that their Bechor, their oldest child, has been killed? That there's not going to be an engagement, there's not going to be a wedding because their oldest son's been killed. And Begin continues. He describes the IDF as Chashmonaim risen anew. He says, God has not blessed us with the schus, the merit of defending ourselves for over 2,000 years. Not since the Chashmonaim have we had an official army that instead of being at the whims of someone else, God has given us the ability to protect ourselves. And then he continues, and this is probably what made it so famous. Remember, 1976 is 31 years after Auschwitz. By the way, I just want to add, he says to Rabin, he says, you know what? He says, every person in that room had the weight of the world on their shoulders on these decisions to make. But he says, you, Mr. Prime Minister, you were their leader. And I know something about what it means to be a leader. And in the end, the blame would have been on your shoulders. And the weight of the decision was on your shoulders. And he says, who can weigh that extra weight that was on your shoulders? He says, and I and every member of the opposition, he says, Mr. Prime Minister, we have disagreed. Our hashkafat olam has been very different many times, but not today. Today, I and every member of the opposition, I and every member of this country express our profound gratitude to you, our profound appreciation of what you went through and the decisions you made. And they gave, of course, they interrupted it with a standing ovation for Rabin, which shows, again, he didn't put partisan politics in the way. But this is what made the speech famous. He says 30 years ago, he says at the dockets at Birkenau, Dr. Joseph Mengele and the SS doctors. They were making selexia when a finger to the right had condemned Jewish men, Jewish women, and Jewish children to death. And not 30 years later, our Germans from Baader-Meinhof doing the same thing as the SS and Mengele at Auschwitz. Then, there had been no one to save our fathers, our mothers and sisters and brothers, our children, our wives. Achshav, now. And he raised his voice. He says, we declare for all to hear, never again. Never again. Our generation, with God's help, has taken a shvua doraisa, a solemn oath, an oath consecrated in the blood of our slain mothers, in the blood of our butchered fathers, in the blood of our asphyxiated babies. Never again will the blood of a Jew be shed with impunity. With God's help, with God Almighty's help, never again will the honor of the Jewish people be easy prey. Let the world know. The world should know that if any Jew anywhere is persecuted or humiliated or threatened or abducted or is in any way endangered simply because he or she is a Jew, then this tiny homeland, this precious tiny homeland, the home of the Jews, we will marshal all of our strength to come to their aid and to bring them to this safe haven, of our homeland. He says, this is the message of Entebbe. Now understand something. Begin, we mentioned before, of the 3 million Jews, there were actually, originally at the beginning of the war, there were 3.3 million Jews. 300,000, of which Begin was one of them, 9%. They fled to Soviet-occupied territory. And you understand why it was only 9%? You and I have 20/20 hindsight. In 1939, then in 1940, in 1941, what's your whole perspective? Your whole context is World War I. The German soldiers were dignified soldiers. The German soldiers fought the enemy. They didn't rape women. They didn't ransack stores. They didn't kill minorities. They acted like proud, dignified German soldiers. And whether you're for them or against them, they conducted themselves the way a soldier should. The Russians didn't just rape regular women, they raped little girls. The Russians raped 70-year-old women. The Russians raped anything and anyone. They were thieves, they stole. They burnt down after ransacking stores. They were animals. Begin felt this was different. The average person stayed because despite that Hitler was evil, was vicious, the German people were dignified. The German people lived by the law of war. Begin felt it was different this time. And he couldn't convince his own family. His family lived in Brisk, in Belarus. His father was the president of the community there. He couldn't convince his own family to go to the Soviet zone, that it was different this time. He survived. They were all murdered. The Nazis murdered them all. You understand the guilt that he lived with? He couldn't convince his friends. That survivor guilt that he lived with the rest of his life. It was real. The Holocaust was real to him. It wasn't something of a figment of history of 30 years ago. It was real. And when he saw that God had given us the ability to defend ourselves, that's his family, that's his siblings, that's his parents, that's everyone he grew up with who was murdered. That's why this meant so much. And that depression, that malaise that Israel was under as a consequence of the 11 murdered in the Olympics when the world didn't care, of the 2,900 who were killed as a function of the war, the attack by Egypt and Syria backed by the Soviet communist government. Israel finally came out of its malaise. When I say Israel, I mean the Jewish people. This event brought us out of our depression, out of our malaise. And on the 50th anniversary of this event, we remember Ida Borachovich, Yoni Netanyahu, the sacrifice of Surin Hershko, Jean-Claude Mimouni, and Dr. Pascal Cohn. And the 5th, on Tuesday, June 6th, Idi Amin was going to get his revenge. He sent his goons into the hospital. The nurses tried to stop them. They threw the nurses to the side. They grab today 73-year-old, you're a young kid. In 1976, 73 was 73. They grab her by the hair. They pull her down. She was on the 2nd floor of the hospital. They pull her down the stairs. They take her into the car and they shoot bullets into her head. It was a known secret where Dora Bloch was buried. She was buried in the same field that they dumped the bodies of political adversaries of Idi Amin, of people that Idi Amin didn't want alive. In 1979, 3 years later, when the Ugandan people finally overthrew Idi Amin, by the way, who gave him refuge the rest of his life? He went to Saudi Arabia. He lived a very regal life, although he ended up dying of syphilis in Saudi Arabia. After they overthrew him, the Ugandan people reached out to Israel. And we were able to send people. We had her dental records, and we went through this field where all these people had been murdered by Idi Amin's goons. And they were able to identify, because of the dental records, her body, or their skeleton, I should say. And she was brought back to Israel. She never made it to her son's wedding, obviously. And she was given Kvuras Yisrael, Jewish burial in Israel. So these are the 5 Kedoshim that on the 50th anniversary, we remember their sacrifice. What time is it, about 2:40? So we'll continue with the Kinos. What time you got, Alex, 2:40? 2:43, okay. I don't know that we'll get through a full Kinos, so what we may want to do is, we'll start with Elit Zion, which is page 611 in the Masoras Harav. In the Art Scroll, it's page 392. Now, we have about 15 minutes, so we'll do Elit Zion, and if there is time afterwards, we'll say a few words. The first 2 things to know about Elit Zion are, it's not the final Kinnah. Elit Zion means keep on wailing, keep on lamenting, okay? It's not the final. There's two descriptions given in the first and last paragraph. Kemo isha b'tzireha. It's one thing sometimes we're sad, we think about someone that we loved and, that they're not with us. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're at a wedding or you're at a simcha and there's a crucial member of the family who's died and they're not there, and you say, the simcha is not complete, the simcha is not whole. We're sad, but the wedding goes on, and the wedding's not whole, but we have the wedding, and we dance, and we smile, and we hug. This is kamo isha b'tzireha. What kind of mourning, what kind of wailing? Like a woman in acute childbirth. When someone's in acute childbirth, you can't say, stop, please stop screaming. Come on, it's not that bad. No, you can't. It's horrific, it's acute. That's the feeling. If we take into account what we, the Jewish people, have been through, if we relive and re-experience, which is the goal of Tisha B'Av, what we've been through, think about those Jews, after having given up everything going to Portugal, now again going through this again in 1497, and then being hunted down and being accused of things that they'd never done. How many of them died? How many of them were burnt to death alive at the stake? And then the few that survived, who had to see their own loved ones murdered and barely made it out with their lives. That's not just being sad. That's just not the way that humans are supposed to act. That's not the world that we're supposed to have. That's not the world we're supposed to live in. And on Tisha B'Av, we relive and re-experience it. Kamo isha b'tzireha. In an incredibly acute, horrific way. But then it says, Kipsula chagurasak al ba'al ne'ureha. Like the virgin bride wearing the sackcloth over the death of her groom. What is that referring to? After the acute pain of childbirth, the Rav used to describe this almost every year. He taught the kinos. What do you have to show? But there's a child. There's a future. There's a next generation. So no matter how horrific and painful it was, but the pain has subsided, and now look at what we have to show for it. A life, a continuity to our family. Nah, we don't have anything to show for this. Nope. This is like that bride, her whole life. From the time she was a little girl, she could only imagine and dream, what her wedding would be like, what her wedding day, finding a husband, living, creating her own family like her mother and father had created a family, like her grandparents had. Now she would create a family. And she yearned for that. And he drops dead the night of the chuppah. It's one thing if you lose a partner who you had 30 years together. As painful as that is, you look back and what you did, you created, you worked together over 30 years. Here you got nothing. Only the acute pain. Only the acute pain. And nothing to show for it. Elitzion v'yareha, kimo isha b'tzireha, v'chipsu la chagurasak, al ba'al nu'ureha, alei armon asher nutash, bi'ashmason adareha, v'al bias mecharfeel, b'soch mikdash chadareha. Think about it, the Armon, referring to the Beis HaMikdash, which has been abandoned. Think about the image of the Jews from all over the world coming together for Pesach, to a lesser degree for Shavuos, again for Sukkot, where no matter where you were in the diaspora, where you were in Israel, we united as a people. It was an educational experience, learning from the Kohanim, learning from the members of the Sanhedrin. One nation, one people. And now it's all what? It's all abandoned. Jew can't even go there. But who's there? In its place, Mechar Fekel, those who blaspheme and curse God. That in its place. The hatred the vilification that we hear from these speeches Friday from the mosque. And by the way, the Turks are funding that. Erdogan and the Turks are funding that, encouraging people to rise up and kill Jews, to take over Jerusalem. That's in the place of the learned Kohanim. That's in the place of the Sanhedrins, where we could sit and grow and perfect ourselves as Jews, as human beings. Alei galus mishar seyel, mani meshir zimareha, v'al damam asher shupach, kimo meimei yeoreha. The description, and this is not an exaggeration, the blood that was slaughtered, the blood that was shed, like the rivers of the Nile, like the most powerful rivers, like the Mississippi at Memphis. That's the image you have of the Jewish blood that was shed. Alei hegyon micholeha, asher damam bi'areha, v'al va'ad asher shamem, uvitul sanhedreha. This idea of no longer having the Sanhedrin. We say every Amidah, the Vilna Gaon makes this point. What do we say? Please God, Yehiratzon milfanecha, Hashem Elokeinu v'Elokei Avoseinu, sheyibona beis hamikdash b'mheira v'yameinu. We pray for the restoration of the Mikdash. Then what's the next line? V'sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha. God, give us the sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha. Our chilek should be in your Torah. What does it have to do with the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash? And what the Gaon explains, and that's the point of this line in the Kinnah, when there is a Sanhedrin in the Beis HaMikdash, all of the ambiguity, all of the gray matter that we deal with, it could be this, it could be that. And again, we come up with hakiras and we come up with possible ways of looking at something, but everything is a haze, everything is fuzzy. There's no clarity. With the restoration of the Beis HaMikdash and the Sanhedrin, look, we've talked about this in years past. What's the end of life? Is it the cessation of heartbeat or the lysing of the brainstem? If it's the lysing of the brainstem, then all of us will sign organ donor cards and there won't be a shortage of organs to transplant and lives will be saved. If that's the psak. If the psak is that it's a cessation of heartbeat, then we will not be performing those. But one way or the other, we'll have clarity on the issue. Same thing with motherhood. There's a wedding coming up. He's a Kohen. The incubator, the woman who carried her was Jewish, but the egg donor was Gentile. First of all, is she Jewish or not? Who's the mother? Is it the egg donor? Is it the incubator, the maturational mother? Can they get married? Can he marry her or not? Does she need a conversion? Does she not? All these questions that are serious questions, that there are serious positions on, but there's ambiguity. You have a Sanhedrin, they're clarified. Having the Beis HaMikdash, the clarity of Torah, the beauty of the Torah will be much more apparent to each and every one of us. You won't have scattered opinions. You'll have the great thinkers sitting together, working together. That's ubitul Sanhedraha. Alei zivchei semideha, ufit yonei v'choreha, v'al chilul kelei heichal, umizbach ketoreha, alei tapei melocheha, b'nei David givireha, v'al yafyam asher chashach, be'eis saruch esareha, alei chavod asher gala, be'eis chorban devireha, ve'al lochetz asher lachatz, v'sam sakim chagoreha, alei machatz v'rov makos, asher huku nizireha, ve'al niputz elei selah, olaleha ni'areha. This description that we saw take place just 3 years ago. When Hamas came in, what they did to our children, clubbing these babies, crushing their heads against their skulls against the stone walls. Alei niputz elei selah. I haven't said this in many years, but there was a great man in Los Angeles. His name was, what was his name? David Chappelle's brother-in-law, Max Webb. Max Webb grew up in Poland. And when the Germans came in, they came to the hospital. They asked for who were the Jewish women in the maternity wards. They went in, they took the Jewish babies from the maternity ward, left the Catholic babies, took just the Jewish babies, and clubbed the skulls of these infant babies against the wall of the hospital. They took the mothers out in a truck and shot them. This is long before ghettos. This is before the Jews were rounded up. He goes home and he tells his parents what he'd seen with his own eyes. His mother said to him, we have young children. He says, Moshe, if you have to run, I understand. If you have to leave and flee, we understand that. I can't leave these little babies. He left. He's the only member of the family that survived. That was the last day he saw his mother, his father, his younger siblings. But that image that's described in Elit Zion, it happened in the last generation, and tragically 3 years ago, we saw it in our generation. Alei simcha soiveha, b'sachkam al shvareha, v'al linui b'nei chorin, nidiveha tehoreha, alei fesha asher afsa, slo derech ashureha, v'al tzivos kihaleha, shezufeha shechoreha, alei kolos micharfeha, be'es rabu figareha, ve'al rikshas migadfeha, besoch mishkan chatzereha, alei shimcha asher chulal, befi kamei mitzereha, ve'al tachan yitzav chulach, kishov ushma amareha. This last line, alei shimcha asher chulal. What we say in the Amidah 3 times a day, asei leman shemecha, asei leman yeminecha, asei leman kedushasecha, asei leman torasecha. When Klal Yisrael, when we suffer, when we are abused, when we are defamed, besides what happens to us, the chilul shem shamayim, the desecration of God's name, the desecration of God's Torah, that is a consequence of that. That's alei shimcha asher chulal. And then once again, the final verse. Elit Zion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chivsu la chagur asak, al ba'al neureha. We want to thank the sponsors. First and foremost, we want to thank Rabbi Shalom Baum and our executive director, Howard Grunspecht, who enabled this to happen. Not only does Rabbi Baum and Howard enable for the world to experience the keynotes each and every year, but they play major, major roles in facilitating what the OU does for the Jewish world. And I want to thank them because of their hand in the reproduction of the Agadah Gemaras of Rabbi Soloveitchik. We're in a 5-year process of publishing those Agadah. Rabbi Baum and Howard have played a major role in that project as well. We want to thank the sponsors. Please God that Danny Sklar should have a refuah shalema, and he should be able to spend many, many more years with his children and grandchildren here at Keter Torah. And we want to thank all of the sponsors. And L'zecher Nishmas Asher ben Yehuda, L'zecher Nishmas Kayla Bas Yehuda. She, as we mentioned her story, a survivor of Riga, of Stutthof, of other camps, and of the Russians after liberation. He is a survivor of Westerbork. We thank them. and in memory of our soldiers. In the last 3 years, we have lost 964 soldiers, 964 young men and young women who sacrificed not only on behalf of their own families and their own communities, they sacrificed on behalf of their nation, of world Jewry, and of humanity. Because their sacrifice, they were at the forefront of whether the world in the 21st century, whether the world in the third millennia will be governed by evil, by terrorism, by radical Islam, or will the world be governed by morality, by ethics, by decency, and by human dignity, no matter what one's religion, skin color, no matter what one's nativity is. And they have sacrificed for all of us. Many of them left children. Many of them will never have children. Many of them left parents. Many of them left spouses. And in particular, someone that is very close to our family, our daughter's great friend, our daughter's roommate, one of the 964, Rosie Lubin, a young woman who grew up in NCSY, a young woman who was beloved by everyone at Dunwoody High School, on the guys' wrestling team and a cheerleader, a young woman who would walk 4 or 5 miles just to a wrestling meet. On October 7th, she was a hero. She and her boyfriend, who were on Kibbutz Saad, and 6, 7 members of the Kitot Konanut, they got the call from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. The head of the Kitot Konanut said, look, we've been overrun. They're coming for you next. They got their guns. They were in literally an 11-hour gun battle. 4 different attempts by Hamas to try to take over Kibbutz Saad. She manned the gate in the middle of a gun battle with Hamas, and 220 of the Nova Music Festival survivors were able to find refuge in Kibbutz Saad. And 5 weeks later, in an attack by Hamas, she was killed. Her parents, David and Robin Lubin, of Atlanta, Georgia, of Dunwoody, Georgia, they said to me, we just feel that this was a nightmare. This was a nightmare, and it's going to wake up, and we're going to have our daughter back. And then we realize, it's not a nightmare. We are awake, and she's not coming back. And they live through that pain every day, every night of the rest of their lives. And that's the case of the families of the 964. And as we think of the Kedoshim throughout the millennia, please have our generation's Kedoshim in mind as well. Wishing everyone Nechama, Nechamas Tzion, and please God that we will be Zocha, we will be worthy that this be the very last Tisha B'Av.